All right, there we go. Welcome on in. Hello. We are doing another FF7 speedrun today. And yeah, it's standard protocol for the most part, except it's not like a all right. The Final Fantasy Relay is coming up. On RPG Limit Break, I think is the channel. RPG Limit Break, right? Oh, hang on. This part with these drums. Oh, it's so good. Anyway, what was I saying? There's a relay race coming up in August. Man, I should just have the date for it. But anyway, the point is, in order to participate in the relay race, I need to submit practice runs, right, to make sure that everybody who's in the relay race has recently practiced the game. So here we go. This is the second practice run of 2, meaning it's also a no reset run, where this is like mock race, you know what I mean? So no reset. We deal with whatever happens and see what kind of time we can get. And last time I got a 642, which is not too shabby considering, you know, the safety strats and that kind of stuff. And so let's do that again, shall we? Let us recreate that run, if not better. Without further ado, let's get going, right? Well, actually, just a couple more things I have to open. I didn't open everything up. Here we've got my input display. Then I can open my notes while the game launches. All right. Oh, yeah. The disc isn't... Right. Whoa! Oh, yeah, Mrs. Dash, thank you for resubscribing earlier. Fuhuo, thank you as well. How's it going? All right, so yeah, I took today off work so that we could do this during the daytime hours. And all right, here we go. Ready? Everybody ready? Oh, that's right. I've got a memory card in, so it had to load to continue. Here we go. Boom. All right, we're getting started. So real quick now, I just got to open all my notes here. Yes. There's elevator. All my world map manips. Flow timer. Stopwatch. All right, we're all good. I got it all. And there we go. Yeah, I don't think I got to worry about anything else. For grandma. That's right. A relay race sounds insane for this game. So the relay race is the entire Final Fantasy series, Jonathan. So yeah, how it's gonna work is there's gonna be 3 teams, and it's like one person runs Final Fantasy 1, and then as soon as they are done, the next runner who's been chosen for Final Fantasy 2 for that team picks up and begins Final Fantasy 2, right? And once they're done, then the next runner starts Final Fantasy 3. So that's how it relays through the entire Final Fantasy series. And there's 3 teams that are going to be going simultaneously. So I am hoping to be the Final Fantasy 7 runner for one of the teams. When is the relay? I don't fucking remember. It's in August. Let me check here. It is August 21st. It begins August 21st. Woo! Okay. And as far as like which games are run, there is a schedule, and you can see every game that's going to be included. But yeah, 10 is definitely going to be on there and beyond. Like, I believe 13 is going to be run and stuff like that. How does it work when one of the games is MMO? How do you think it works? Take your best guess. They just don't play that one. That one just doesn't count. Just put yourself into the shoes of you are the organizer of the event, and what's the obviously most reasonable answer? Yo, Retro Nook. Alright. And yo, Retro J. Then they won't play 12 either. Dude, 12 is a sick speedrun. Have you guys ever seen the Final Fantasy 12 speedrun? It's awesome. Alright. Boom. And Zakara, thank you for subscribing also. Thank you, thank you. You keep forgetting to buy the 50 grenades and die in the Shinra building. Yeah. Alright, boom. Boom. And I'll make sure to give them a... give like the channel that it's going to be on a shout out so that we so you guys know what channel is going to be on, of course. But yeah, anyway, it's been a minute since I've been streaming. You know, I haven't really been streaming anymore because I've been a dad, you know, instead. And there we go. Dan, how's it going? Welcome, welcome. A shout out for Layla. I mean, why the hell not? Layla, how's it going? But yeah, I've been dadding it up myself lately. You know, our child is 4 months old now. And it's you know, it's been great. It's been, you know, it's been the best 4 months of my life. What can I say? Like, oh, hang on. Like the 12 weeks of leave that we got was just the absolute best. And now we're settling back into you know, just over 3. Oh, it hasn't been 4 months yet? Okay, it's been just over 3 months, I guess. And yeah, you know, so now we're settling back into our work schedules and that kind of stuff. You know, where Mom and I are working during the day. I'm already very used to referring to my wife as Mom now. Yo, Feck. You know, it's kind of a weird thing that I never really thought about until I had a kid, right? Archangel Ajora, thank you for resubscribing. You know, I hadn't really ever thought about it until I had a kid. The fact that, like, yeah, when I talk to my dad, he refers to his wife as Mom, you know? And my mom does the same. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 and a half. But yeah, that's been great. You know, she's been very used to calling my wife Mom now. Right. Yo, Scrotius. This is Cloud first? Ooh, but not an actual first turn. At least we aren't baby talking to you. Here's the thing is, I am incapable of baby talk, you know? Like, I talk to my baby. And, you know, I tell her how cute she is, right? I ask her what she's wearing, you know? I ask her if she's aware that she's the cutest baby, right? And all that kind of stuff. But I am incapable of doing, like, baby talk, you know what I mean? I just talk to her like an adult. Well, I wouldn't say like an adult, but, I talk to her with a relatively normal tone of voice, you know? Wanted to attempt a speedrun? What setup for recording would you need? All you need is a webcam pointed at your TV. That is the bare minimum, and it's totally acceptable if that's what you have. Now, if you want to go crazy, though, right? Like, what's the complete opposite end of the spectrum? The opposite end of the spectrum would be to get a nice upscaler. Like, what I'm using is a RetroTink 5X. So the PS2 is going component video into the RetroTink 5X, which is an upscaler. That sends an HDMI into a capture card. And that's how you get it to look crisp and perfect like this. RetroTink is 0 latency. Just about. It's little enough to where me, a big baby when it comes to latency, is fine with it. Now, if I play on a CRT, though, I do notice the difference. Like, it is a little bit different. It's not absolutely perfect. Like, for example, I wouldn't play Battletoads on an HD TV through a RetroTink, right? That requires a level of precision only a CRT can deliver. But speedrunning this game, totally fine. All right. Yo, Danger Valentine. The relay race is happening at twitch.tv/RPG Limit Break. And what up, Lilium? Casual, washed up speedrunner. Oh yeah, I'm totally washed. All right. Boom, boom. Research has shown that it's better not to baby talk. They learn the language faster if you don't. I would assume that that's the case, yeah. Like, why would you... You know, it, like... I feel like baby talking your baby is kind of like, Wait, did I just do this wrong? I just did this wrong. I was supposed to... I have to reset. I got too caught up in yakking, and I did the setup wrong. I forced the fight, but I walked out of it instead of ran out of it. All right. We got a little bit of a false start there, but that's fine. That I was just getting warmed up. That was just the warm up. All right, we're all good. Does no reset include if you get off step count? It will. However, when it was only 10 minutes in, I decided let's just reset. Because, you know, that was just the reactor. But yeah, getting off steps would be reason to right. I don't want to reset this run if it gets off steps. However, resets in the reactor don't count. But that said, let's say that this was the relay race. Right, Feck, exactly. Let's say that was during the race. What would you do to fix that situation? What you would have to do is start running. You would just not get preemptive apps, is what would happen. I think you would just start running. You would begin doing everything normally, and you would be behind on steps because of all of the extra walking steps. And so you would just be very behind. You wouldn't get preemptive apps, but eventually you would catch up, you know? You would not take the 6 steps in the sewers, probably double train, and at that point I feel like you'd be caught up. A live review of the 12 speedrun? I don't know enough about the 12 speedrun to do anything live about it, I wouldn't think. I just watch Zero Scar run it sometimes. You recently heard about how 13 is a better game than Final Fantasy VI? Do I care to elaborate on that? Yeah. Yeah, it's got more interesting characters that are more interestingly written. It's got a really fun, unique battle system. You know, a battle system that, like, keeps getting better as the game goes. And by the end of the game, like, people act like Final Fantasy 13, you just press X and win. Those people have not actually played the game, and they've only heard a YouTuber tell them that it was bad. Final Fantasy 13 is a pretty tough game, especially when you do the optional stuff. The optional stuff is hard as shit. And is great. The thing about Final Fantasy VI to me is that, like, I think that besides Final Fantasy V, which has the huge buff of the awesome job system, I think the Super Nintendo Final Fantasies falter a little bit. And the reason I say that is because they're too easy. Like, Final Fantasy 1, 2, and 3 are, like, hard-hitting, old-school, dungeon crawler JRPGs. Everything about them is awesome, you know? And I like everything about those games, including the difficulty. And a huge part of what makes Final Fantasy 1 through 3 so great with the difficulty is the way that you cannot save or use tense in dungeons, you know? And so it's like the way that the gameplay loop works is that you push into the dungeon as far as you can until you think that if I go any deeper, I don't have enough resources to get back out, you know? So then you gotta pull out, and when you exit the dungeon, you can use your tent, you can save your game, you can lock in your progress, which feels really good, and then you go back into the dungeon, and this time, not only are you stronger from the experience that you've gained, but also you've already searched every room, you've already searched all of the, opened the chests and stuff, so you can, like, beeline right back to where you left off, and then you can move on from there, you know? And you can push a little bit deeper into the dungeon. And that loop of only going as far as I am able to get back out, and having all of that progress be, like, in limbo until you actually make it back out and lock it in, I think that's so good. However, here's the problem. On the Super Nintendo, they started putting save points in the middle of the dungeon. And not only that, but on those save points, you can use tents. And that, like, completely gets rid of that dungeon crawling drama, you know? And it makes the dungeons so much less interesting. So, and really, I think that like one thing sort of totally changes how I feel about those games. To where it's not that it makes them bad. It's just that it makes them less memorable, you know? And now, does Final Fantasy VII also do that? Yes, of course. I'm just saying that that's why 1, 2, and 3 are so good to me. And then 4 and 6 are a little bit forgettable to me. 5 is awesome because it's got the job system. But 4 and 6 are just two of the most forgettable Final Fantasies to me. Besides a couple of standout things. Like, Kefka is awesome. The town with like the time puzzle was cool. That was interesting. What else did I like about 6? The Esper system was pretty interesting for leveling up. I kind of liked that. The music was... Oh, excuse me. The music was great, of course. But yeah, overall, I just thought 6 was really forgettable. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 and a half. The Kung Fu guy that made you do fighting game combos to do his attacks? That guy was cool. Sure, sure. Do, do, do. 12 is criminally underrated. It sure is. 12 is awesome. Oh yeah, and someone said, right, 13 just came out at a really bad time where game reviewers just lied to you. Yeah, I mean, some game reviewers still just lie to you, but, you know, I think that people are wise to it now, and back then they weren't. $86. So if I'm not mistaken, the lowest bolt roll you can possibly get here is 84. And the highest you can get is 98, but 98 is like super rare. Because 98 requires Cloud to have gotten a maximum magic roll on his level 7 level up, which I think is a 1 in 12 chance. And then, if that happened, then each bolt has a 1 in 256 chance to roll 98 for its damage. And Sean O'Steele, thanks for subscribing. Alright, we're going a little risky here, but this should be fine. Cloud should survive with a worryingly low amount of HP here. Unless he gets crit. Please don't crit Cloud. Oh, this is really bad. Okay, please don't high roll Cloud. I should have potioned him, actually. I should have potioned Cloud. Yeah. Reactor resets don't count. Resets in the reactor don't count. It's not a no reset run until we're out of the reactor. So for the record, if this was during the relay race, I would have used a potion on Cloud during the fight. And that's why we do practice runs. Dude, that was crazy, though, the amount of damage that Cloud sustained during that fight. Normally, that doesn't happen. He died by 1 HP, for the record. Don't think there's many game series that have such a long list of consistent quality as the first 12 Final Fantasy games. Yeah. You know what's another series that has an insanely high bar of quality is, for its first decades, is Castlevania. Dude, Castlevania. Oh, and that's true, Jay. How do we capture PS2 footage? The PS2 is going component video out into a RetroTink 5X, and then that goes HDMI into my capture card, which is a Microsoft X Capture 1. And Danger, thanks for subscribing. I'm not playing on the CRT. Nah, the thing is, the CRT, here's why. The CRT takes a little bit of extra effort to use because I need to turn my chair towards it, right? And I only, it used to take way more extra effort to use. So I mean, this is just a practice run. We can bust the camera out. What I used to do when I used the CRT was, so I would have to, I had this monitor on extra long cables, and I would have to lift it up and bring it over onto this desk and set it down so that I could play the CRT and have my monitor right there. So it took extra effort to do that, right? Nowadays it doesn't, because I actually installed a monitor right here that swings out for when I'm on the CRT, right? But it still takes a tiny bit more effort to use the CRT. And so since speedrunning FF7 was like my #1 main thing I did on my channel, I didn't want it to take extra effort. So I just play it on the big TV because it's easier, you know? And it's perfectly, it feels perfectly good to play this way. Yeah. So that's the explanation there. Castlevania 2 is good. That's right. Castlevania 2 is oh my gosh, is an excellent game. But yeah, it totally gets overshadowed by 1 and 3, that's for sure. Oh, and to answer the question from earlier, no, you don't need to pick up the potions from these guys. And then Dracula, I think Dracula X also gets a bad rap. Like, people say that Dracula X is just a bad version of Rondo, which, yes, it's not as good as Rondo, but that's the same thing, where Rondo is just, like, one of the best Castlevanias of the whole series, you know? So, like, of course, it's not as good as that. But if you ever actually sit down and play Dracula X on Super Nintendo, it's a perfectly good Castlevania game. In fact, it's better, in my opinion, than Castlevania 4. Castlevania 4 is the bad one. Castlevania 4 is just kind of boring. Like, it's mostly... My issues with Castlevania 4 is that it's mostly really easy. The background music is really boring. The level design is really boring. It's just kind of a slow walk-and whip, you know? Instead of like a rockin', jammin', jumpin' whip. You saw someone stream Simon's Quest? It didn't happen to be Dan Giesling, was it? Because he played through it. He's a popular streamer who played through it really recently. But yeah, Simon's Quest rules. Bloodlines is better than Castlevania 4? It is! Significantly so! It was Dan? Yeah, oh man, love that guy. Like, I loved seeing his playthroughs of Castlevania 2 and of Zelda 2, because he is exactly right of the things that I always say, which is that people dismiss Zelda 2 and they dismiss Castlevania 2 as being like, oh, they made the game too hard just to artificially lengthen it and sell strategy guides in the Nintendo tip line. But really, those are just lies that YouTubers have told you. Weak YouTubers who don't know how to play through a game without using game facts. And so then they just make up that perspective, and then other people dismiss the game because of it. But if you actually sit down and you have a notebook and a pencil, right? A notebook and a pen next to you, and you play the games and you actually fucking pay attention to the shit that happens in the game and what the NPCs tell you, they're not unreasonably hard. I know it a lot. I know what some of you are thinking. Some of you are saying, but Dash, what about the part where you have to kneel in front of the wall? Well, that part is the most questionable. I think that that's the least reasonable thing, but allow me to give you, I have two counterpoints. The first is that Castlevania 1 did establish already that you have to crouch to reveal secrets. That is something that was established in the first Castlevania game. And I think, and it's established earlier in Castlevania 2 also, that you have to crouch to reveal secrets sometimes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 and a half. And then also, you know, I don't know, Dan did it. Dan Giesling did it just recently. Jesse, thank you for resubscribing. Love Hollow Knight, though. Hollow Knight is literally the best game ever made. It, like, literally, no exaggeration, Hollow Knight is the best game that has ever been made. They did it. They made the best one ever. Ooh, we got early bolt this time. Is that Matt I see over yonder? Matt, how's it going? Hello, welcome. Thank you for raiding. If you guys don't know Matt yonder, go check him out. He's one of those streamers that's just like, man, that's just a great guy. Who's just fun to watch, you know. It's funny, people tell me that like the stream has chill vibes sometimes, and I don't feel like I do. I feel like I'm yelling constantly on stream. So I don't really know why I get credit for being chill. But you know, Matt over yonder, that guy is actually chill. Except when he plays metal music and punches us in the face repeatedly. And when he ends his streams giving us the finger. Whoa! Holy fucking shit! We got the guard scorpion kill before he put his tail up. We got the god scorpion, the actual god scorpion. That's insanity. So here's what happens with God Scorpion is you don't get a Braver. Yes, what happens with God Scorpion is you end up not getting a Braver, which will make us lose time on the apps fight, but it's worth it. It's worth it. All right, first try too. Hell yeah. All right, let's do this correctly this time. Was it a crit? Yeah. So everything that could possibly go right on that fight went right, which was that we got the bolt opener, and then Cloud got a Braver, and then the Braver crit. So we managed to kill Guard Scorpion before he even went into his tail phase. All right. Does this run do disc 1 skip? No, we are doing the no slots category, which specifically bans disc 1 skip. How am I liking dad life? Oh, it's been great. Yeah, I mean, you know, it's been, as I said, it's been 14 weeks now. It's been 14 weeks since we had the kid, and best 14 weeks of my life. What can I tell you? Now, I haven't been streaming very much. You know, I do feel a little bit of a hole, you know, a Twitch-shaped hole in my life a little bit, because I do love streaming, but you know, I just haven't had time for it for a while. We'll see how that ends up shaking out. Today, I took the day off so I could stream today. So I think we're gonna have to do some extra grenade saving measures, because Apps is gonna take extra grenades. But yeah, oh man, so just a little update, right? I got a water pick. Any of y'all use a water pick? Because I tell you, like, the toughest thing is flossing, right? You guys ever heard that Mitch Hedberg joke, which is that I've heard it's very hard to quit smoking. One of the hardest things to do in life is to quit smoking. However, is it as difficult as it is to start flossing? But anyway, yeah. So I got a water pick. What it is, it's like a tiny little pressure washer for between your teeth, for blasting between your teeth with instead of flossing. And I think it's great. I think it's the best thing ever. It takes like 20 seconds to floss my teeth, better than a floss does. And I don't have to mess with floss and a garbage can and a thing of floss or any of that, because it just uses water, right? So you know, you're done. So then, you know, you're done blasting and then you're done, right? So I love it, right? However, you're supposed to still floss in addition to the pick. I'm not in the business of adding to my routine. I'm not getting the water pick so I can make more work for myself. It's replacing the flossing. And I tell you, it's doing a great job. Anyway, hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4. What the hell was I saying? Oh, yeah. So I got it, right? And I was using it, and it's been doing great. However, it ran out of batteries, right? So I charged it up. And after I charged it up, it like the next time I used it, it was reaming. Just like twice as powerful as it was before. But the thing is, yeah, like people ask, like, oh, Danger was asking, like, was there blood when I first started using the water pick? For me, there wasn't. Mrs. Dash said that there was for her, but that might be a pregnancy thing also. But yeah, for me, there was no blood. But after I charged it, it was like twice as powerful. I was like, ah, shit. But I did it anyway, right? So anyway, you know, I started blasting. And that time, after the charge, the water pick, and this just happened 2 days ago, it knocked a filling out of one of my teeth. So I had to go to the dentist yesterday to be like, my water pick blasted a filling out of my teeth. And so they said two things, right? First of all, they didn't say you're still supposed to floss. They didn't say anything about that. But what they did say was, They said A, don't put it on the highest setting. Maybe put it on the middle setting instead of the highest. And then B, if it knocks a filling out, that means that filling needed to be replaced anyway, you know? Like, the thing is, it's not that crazy strong. So, like, if a filling is getting knocked out, then that filling was ready to go. You know, a candy apple might have pulled it out at that point. There we go. But anyway, so that was fun. And then the tooth next to the one that got, like, right next to the one that got the teeth, the filling knocked out, needed a crown. So it's just, I'm already numbed up. We're working on right next to it, so I also got another crown put in. However, it was, it's just a temporary crown right now while it's in the lab, you know? So now I gotta go back to the dentist in a couple weeks to get the permanent crown put on. Yo, Anemone. And man, the dentist, it's funny. My dentist is always talking about music with, like, his assistant. And I always want to join the conversation. I always have something to say about the music that they're talking about. But, like... Aha! So sometimes I just have to go like, oh yeah! And... But yeah, that's been life for a while, you know. It's been being a dad. It's been, you know, I went to the dentist. What else has been going on? Oh, the kid is at daycare right now, by the way. So that's why, you know, that's why we're just here. And then oh man, I have been going ham on blueprints lately. That's what I've been doing off stream big time. So, Mrs. Dash and I, we finished Yakuza 5, we played all the way through Yakuza 0, and we started Yakuza 6. So that's where we're at as far as that goes. But then, we are... I decided I gotta play Blueprints again. Because... my buddy, okay, so my good buddy, right, also just had a kid, right? I had a kid, and then 3 weeks later, buddy of mine had his first kid also. And now, so we spent our whole leave playing Yakuza 0. He's spending his leave playing Blueprints. And he's telling me about it, and I'm like, ah, shit. He's about as far as I am in the game, and he's about to get farther than me. He's got all the time in the world to play it right now, and I don't want to get spoiled, right? I don't want to get spoiled on it, and I want to be able to keep up with the conversation with him on it, so I got to start playing it again. So the last few days, I have been going ham on Blueprints, and it's been, like I'm saying, we've been going full retard on it, like full, from like every hour that I've got to play video games has been Blueprints. I've taken to the habit of screenshotting every single item that you can pick up. And like I've got all of my screenshots like named and labeled of like what room is it in, and what what is it, every hour of Blueprint session is spent, 1 hour of every session is spent in File Explorer. Exactly. Like, I was joking the other day that the other day I played Blueprints for an hour without even having launched the game. Because I was just going through my files, you know? I was building my case file. I was organizing my case file. The game makes you feel like an actual detective. It's insane. I was saying earlier that Hollow Knight is literally the best game ever. You know, and when we talk about the best games ever, right? So we're also talking like Bloodborne, right? And that kind of stuff. Dude, I think Blueprints is, I think it's like in the conversation. But a big part of it, though, is that it's part of a genre that not a lot of games are part of, you know? And that genre is games like Outer Wilds, The Witness, Animal Well, Tunic, Fez, right? Michael, how's it going? The types of games where it's like progress is gated by knowledge rather than by like inventory. You know what I mean? And like and as you're playing through the game at first, there's a ton of stuff that you're just looking right past because you don't know that it's significant. Oops, forgot to split. But then once you gain the knowledge of how to interact with a certain thing, then it becomes then now you start seeing it all over the place and you're like, oh shit, I can do something with that, you know? And I know what that means now and that type of thing. And that genre of game, I think, is just that's just my favorite genre of game, you know? And so every game that I just listed, to me, is in like at least top 30 best games ever. Do, do, do. Yo, Alter Echo. So how far am I in Blueprints? The funny thing is that, like, I feel like even describing my progress is kind of a spoiler for people who haven't played it. I think it's relatively harmless to reference red letters, though. So I will say that I have 7 red letters right now. But other things that need to be done in the game, I'll tell you, I'm making good progress on. But I won't discuss what those things are, because it's spoily. What up, Lon? Yay! What's with the Madge? What are we Madge about? Random question about Disc 1 skip. Can you do it even if you progressed up to Cosmo Canyon? No. Because it requires you to be able to dismount a chocobo and then get back on it. Which you can only do if A, you haven't been to Calm yet, or B, you own the chocobo, which you can't own a chocobo until you have the high wind. All right, here we go. I gotta not soft lock this this skip here. Whoops. Whoop. There we go. I got the tiara, right? Favorite FF7 song? I would say Kate Sith's theme. But I mean, it's tough though. There's so many top tier ones. I have to check. Yeah, okay. I couldn't remember if I got the gold tiara, so I just had to check there. Oh, we saved 30 seconds here, though, because on my first practice run, I accidentally did the squats practice. Oh, so someone's asking, like, what is relay practice? I suppose since we're, since more people are in here now, we might as well, kind of reiterate what we're doing here, which is that in August, what was it, August 12th, or was it August 21st or something? I think it's August 21st. There is a Final Fantasy relay race happening at twitch.tv or YouTube/RPG Limit Break. And how it works is there's 3 teams. Each team has a different runner for every Final Fantasy game, and the 3 teams relay race through all the Final Fantasies. And so in order to be eligible to be one of the Final Fantasy VII runners for one of the teams, I need to have recently practiced the game, right? So we're doing a practice run today in order to submit to say, look, I have recently speedrun the game. Glitches that aren't fully understood at the code level. One that comes to mind is Cosmo Canyon Skip. Ace has a very good idea of how it works, but I think that he's not 100% on how it works. But I think he's fairly confident that what Cosmo Canyon Skip is you get the game to try to execute the buggy breakdown script on Cloud rather than the buggy, so it doesn't do anything. And then when you get back in the buggy, the game considers you to still be on the triangle that tried to run the script, so it doesn't run the script again. Thus, you can drive through without breaking down. That's like he's like fairly confident that that's how it works, but not 100%. And is Kefka in this game? I think you can hear Kefka laugh in Ghost Square, right? And holy shit, an anonymous 20 gift subs? That's insane. That's insane. Let alone anonymously. That's like... Give me a second here. There we go. And JM Dooley, thanks for subscribing also. Yeah, wow. Whoever that was, thank you so much. That's absolutely huge. So all 20 of you who got a sub, enjoy the ad-free viewing if you're not already on Turbo or something like that. You've been working on the decompilation project? Nice. Yeah, I would say ask Ace Zephyr to give you his version of what I just said, because it'll make more sense. And maybe he's even more confident than I thought he was. And Anonymous also then, thank you for the follow-up on Devil Ray there. Imagine, I've said before, imagine what a badass you have to be to support a streamer that hard without expecting them to say your name. You know what I mean? Like that's the thing. Is a lot of the time with like donations and stuff, you know, really it's like the named thank you is like a big part of the incentive for most people. So doing it anonymously is crazy. Someone record me giving this guy $1. Exactly. If she says my name, maybe she'll date me. Have I listened to the new Primus album? I listened to the song, the one that has a music video. Mr. something? Let me tell you how it is. That one. The Grizz, is that what it was called? Yeah. I watched the music video for that one, so I heard that song, and it was awesome. Primus is one of those bands where it's like, man, after 40 years, they can still come out with another song that I can listen to and go, wow, this is the most Primus song I've ever heard. They're still out Primusing themselves. Listen to Symphony X's The Odyssey. I'll check it out for sure. I think I like what I've heard of Symphony X. Avenged Sevenfold's new slop. I had no idea that Avenged Sevenfold had anything new. But I mean, I don't follow them at all. React to it? It's that crazy? Recently discovered Deftones. Am I a fan? I listened to them a long ass time ago, right? Like when I was like a teenager. I liked a few of their songs a lot. Like My Own Summer, of course, is good, right? And everyone knows that one. But I remember they had a song called... I can't remember. I don't think it was a. They had one other song that I really liked. All right, so this apps is gonna be weird because we don't have a Braver. Because we got the Guard Scorpion, we are gonna have a slow apps here. Oh, but because I spent 30 seconds on... It's actually gonna be fine. Because I spent 30 extra seconds on... squats on my other practice run. We're actually going to come out ahead here. This bolt, by the way, the reason to do the bolt for only 59 damage is it changes his AI. Normally, right there, he would have done like a tail whip, and then he would do like a lick, and it takes forever, right? But if you hit him with a magic attack, he skips a turn, and then he does this sewer tsunami, which hits himself for a bunch of damage. So that's the reason for the bolt. Is it new tech? You don't have to do it if you get the Braver. If you get the preemptive attack on apps and then you Braver him, you don't have to do the bolt, because the sheer amount of damage that you do puts him into that mode that way instead. So really, doing bolt there is old tech from before preemptive apps. And I apologize, I know that I'm missing a bunch of questions and stuff. The reason Aerith's name is full is because we did guard skip, and doing guard skip actually skips past the part where you name her. So we don't have the opportunity to shorten her name. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then furthermore, very interesting, her name in the ROM is actually Aerith with a TH. It's just that the text field is default pre-filled with Aerith with an S on the naming screen. But that means that if you skip the naming screen altogether, then her name just stays as what it is in the ROM, which happens to be Aerith. Does anything change on step route when you do the preemptive Genova? Like whether or not you do preemptive Genova? I mean, the step route just aims to get it, but if you slightly miss it, you know, like that's fine. Oh. Okay, I'm super behind here, I think. I'm gonna go like, oh yeah. I'm not super behind, but just not super ahead. When you did it, you ended up having to farm laser. Oh, okay. So yeah, it would be unrelated. The issue that happened was unrelated then to preemptive Genova. I wonder what your issue was. Here's a common thing that can cause that to happen, Jay, is in Mount Coral, the big long bridge you have to run across, and then you hit the switch to drop the bridge, and then you have to run across the big long bridge again? You have to get the encounter before you exit that screen. If you're so far ahead on steps that you get out of that screen before your encounter, it screws up your formations. So that's just, first thing that comes to mind, that's just one easy way to get your formation screwed up. Would it be legal to have a metronome synced to Cloud's walk tempo? I don't see why not. Like, it's one of those things where you're just describing like something that just ticks at a certain rhythm. And the thing is about that, like, so why would that be legal? To me, it's legal because A, you have to pre-research what Cloud's walking tempo is in order to build the tool correctly. And then B, the usage of the tool is just you clicking on something on your computer, right? It's not reading any data from the game or anything like that. It's just you clicking on a thing that beats at a rhythm that you have designated according to your research, And I don't think that there's anything wrong with that whatsoever. That said, though, I do want to do the black box speedrun that I've talked about, which is it's my idea for the extremely purist run, where it's just you and the game with no computer, right? No chat, no notes, nothing. And you gotta run through that way. So like how it would look on Twitch is I would be streaming, but I would have to have my monitor turned the other way, And yeah, and just play through with no notes, And I wanted to do that today, right? I wanted to do it today, but the problem with it is that I haven't streamed in like a month, maybe more. It's been a long time since I've streamed. And so, I didn't want to come back to a stream and do a stream where I can't look at chat, I felt like that would be dumb. So, is he pyramiding already? Yes, he is. We can jam this Braver, though. And yo, Rascal. Hey, thank you. Oh, and so Cloud got frozen there, but it doesn't matter because we jammed the extra Braver. And then now the double Electromag on Cloud is perfect because it gives him so much of his limit bar back. So now we are really likely to get another Braver before the Rufus fight, which is what I want. I'm not sure where I lost 12 seconds on that split, though. Maybe just, bad escapes. Or I just got did something insane happen on the Reno fight last time? That was really good? I don't know. I mean, you do lose, like, a few seconds to using Braver, just because the animation is kind of long. No reset unless we get stuck in the mountain. I'm gonna try to remember to save before Calm Skip. Did the Braver crit in PB? I don't know if it can. I don't know if you can crit Reno. Are some bosses uncrittable? It depends on level, yes. Like Demon's Gate, for example. You just are not a high enough level to get a critical on him. All right. How am I doing today? Oh, I'm doing quite well. Good old days of Demon's Gate with Kate in Hyper. Yeah, dude, I remember having Kate hypered for extra dice rolls. I would probably still hyper Kate if I didn't have Spiderweb. We want information. Information. Who are you? Is it the new number 2? Is that what it says? The new number 2.
What are these holes in the wall for?
You are number 6. I am not a number. I am a free man. Oh, speaking of albums, though, people are asking about like Primus and stuff. The last album I listened to was Embodiment by Sculptured, and I tell you, dude, every time I listen to that album, I am just as impressed as I was the first time. Like the album, it's so weird that like it feels totally fresh every time. This is the best game ever. It's my favorite game ever. And yeah, I wasn't a fan of the remake at all. All right, here we go. The movement there is a little tricky. It's kind of risky to buffer running down right there. Whoa! Satan Michael. Well, thank you for the 10 gift subs now. Sheesh. You guys are going hog wild. Bada boom bam bow. Okay, okay. Now, we are far enough ahead on steps to be able to jaywalk here. Is that me on drums just now? No, that song is from Persona 3. Bum bum. Did I fall in love with FF7 when it was released in 97? Or later when I started speedrunning? It's always been one of my favorite games. My brother got it for Christmas in like 98. Okay. I need to count waterfall glows here. Count them with me. We're looking at the bottom of the waterfall. And we gotta time the amount of time that passes between each of its glow-ups. I'll tell you why in a second. Oh, shoot, I screwed up. Okay, hang on a second. Uh-oh, I think I screwed up again. Oh, shit. Did I? Uh-oh. Let me see if I screwed up again. This might be fucked. I think I got pattern 1 2 1 2 2 3 2 3 3. That is a pattern. So it's not like I got something invalid. Maybe that is right. Okay. So according to the waterfall glow pattern, I think we are on RNG position 36. Is rewinding for counting some kind of cheating? Why would it be? Like, we're streaming the game, you know? Like, while we're speedrunning, we're also speedrunning, or sorry, we're also streaming, we're also recording. People in chat are watching, right? So, like, the idea of like video playback, I think is totally expected and normal. It is slightly controversial though. Like there are some folks who do think that it's a step too far, but I think it's totally fine. Cause it's something that, like, even if I wasn't counting it, someone in chat could do it, you know? Like the idea of clipping and watching, like, even in slow motion to check something is something that somebody in chat could just do and then relay the information. This might not work though. This if playback is available in a stream, it's an option, but it would be a time loss. Well, the thing is, we happen to have a long cutscene here that allows us to do it. 2, 3 1/4. Okay. But yeah, I'm very skeptical as to whether I actually counted correctly, and so we'll see if it even works. But my movement here has to be literally perfect. Okay, that was perfect. And then my movement on this screen has to be perfect. Okay, okay. And then our movement here has to be relatively perfect. All right, good stuff. You think it would be worse to have external help counting than to clip it and count yourself? I agree. I do agree with that, yes. Give me a second to menu here. I have to think about the menu first, though. Okay. Whoop. So, I agree that having help remembering things is worse than having notes or something like that for you to do it yourself, as far as, like, the spectrum of, like, acceptability goes. The problem, though, is that, like, you can't stop it, right? You can't help whether or not people tell you things, you know? But, and then also the flip side of it, the argument for getting help from somebody else, as far as, like, notes or remembering something, the argument for it being okay, beyond just the fact that you can't help whether someone talks at you or not, is whether or not you trust them. You know what I mean? You have to decide you have to consider whether or not what they're saying makes enough sense to be true. You know what I mean? Because let me tell you, a lot of the time Twitch chat is just straight up fucking wrong. Okay, we have to get this first try. Easy every time. All right. So to briefly explain what we're even talking about, is what we did is I looked at a replay of the waterfall in order to count the timing between the glows, because the glows are random, meaning they use the game's RNG system. So we can look at the last 9 glows of the waterfall before we entered that cutscene in order to figure out where we are in the RNG table, which is a 256 digit long table, you know? So there's 256 different positions that we could be on the RNG table. We determined that we were on position 36 via the waterfall glows. Now, what we do is before leaving the room, I allowed the waterfall to glow a couple extra times to advance us, and then I had to move perfectly all the way from Eris's house to here. My movement had to be perfect, in order to make sure that the expected number of RNG calls occur, which lands us on position 16. So now, if I did everything right, we should be on position 16 of the RNG table, which now allows me to manipulate what floors we land on in the elevator. So, if I time this right, if I did everything right, we should land on either floor 19, 15, or 17, depending on my timing here. Which I'm using a stopwatch to time correctly because of these text boxes. And we're all, okay, 19, that means, I think I was one frame, I think what that means is I was one frame early, which means now, if I buffer walking up to the button, and I open my menu, I can read how many frames have passed, just visually, and I need 11 frames past neutral in order to hit floor 29. We want to hit floor 29. Every time that we exit and reopen the menu, 1 frame passes. So 11 past neutral. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. If I did it right, this is floor 29. All right, we're in there. We're in there. Now, next is 5 past neutral, okay? 5 past neutral. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, now it's either 0 or 16. This is a tricky one. 0 is a tricky one. 0 or 16. Okay. Now it's 5. Because that was -1. So now it's 5. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so why did I do a different number of menus than I said? Like, when I said 11, I only did 10. Why is that? That is because, when I menued, I saw that I menued 1 frame past neutral. I want 11 frames past neutral. I said 11 frames past neutral is what we want. Well, when I menued 1 frame late, which meant that one of those 11 frames had already passed. Likewise, when I said that it was 0, and I did a menu buffer anyway, that's because I menued 1 frame before neutral, so I had to pass an extra frame. You see 11 menus total insertion, but the first menu is just us opening the menu and assessing, you know? It's not actually one of the frame counts. Dude, 59:20 is a sick fucking time here. We're going very fast right now. How much time does this save? On average, it saves about a minute versus doing the elevator unmanipulated. However, doing the elevator unmanipulated is just an RNG nightmare, which it might be faster than manipulating it. Like you have the opportunity to be even faster than elevator manip if you just get really lucky with the RNG. Or you have the chance for your RNG to be so bad that it literally kills the run because you run out of grenades. Which is why we wanted to manipulate it, because it's just such a huge variance. So now, instead of that insanely wild variance, the manip allows us to have something that's purely skill-based. Okay. All right. So now the mayor password is, you would think it's random, but it's actually based on your in-game time. So check it out. I'm going to look at my in-game time here. It ticked over to 54, which means that the password is going to be best. You see? All right. So by the way, the way that the mayor password exactly works is that it cycles between Mako, King, Best, and Bomb one at a time per second, like one per second, right? And so since it cycles through them one at a time, and since the number 60 seconds in a minute, is divisible by 4, that means that you don't need to worry about the minutes at all. You only have to look at the seconds digit, because it just loops. And so if you just divide it by 4 and then take the remainder, you're going to get either 0, 1, 2, or 3. And then the way I personally remember it is I just line it up to the number pattern 4, 1, 0, 3. You know, 0, 1, 2, 3. What position did you get? 4, 1, 0, 3 is how many down inputs you need to do. And so 54 divided by 4 is remainder 2, which lines it up with 0 in the 4103 pattern, so I knew that it was the top option. I don't need to press down any times. But, you know, I said that it would be best because I think that makes it more impressive to the casual viewer for me to say the password rather than to just be like, I don't have to press down. People would be like, what? Okay. But yeah, elevator manip is a little bit controversial because of, like, you know, having to watch the replay of your waterfall and using the stopwatch for the first timing and stuff like that. But my arguments for it are A, that I think that the tools that we use are perfectly acceptable because nothing's hooked into the game. It's all like pre-made research notes that we have to manually operate, you know? And then secondly, elevator manip itself is just such a good thing for the run in that it takes the elevator, which is an insane RNG, you might save a minute, you might kill your run, and it turns it into instead an extremely consistent skill-based thing, which, you know, is good. You saw Caleb do it according to a girl's arm in Wall Market. That is another way to do it. That's like the super, that's the way to do it without the waterfall. It is potentially a lot slow. It's a lot more limited and potentially a lot slower to do it that way. It doesn't work quite as well, the arm swings. You thought the password got fixed upon entering the room the first time, McMurchie? You're correct, but it's fixed based on what your in-game time is. Do you need to visit all the floors for 100%? No, 100% means that you need to finish the game with everything in your inventory, mostly, and then like fight every boss, get every materia, and the other floors don't have anything missable in them, so you don't really have to do anything extra. And sounds good, Retro Nook. Yeah, learn all the limits, do the side quests and stuff, but yeah. One thing I'm curious about, so I mentioned having this temporary crown on from the dentist yesterday. I'm a little worried that, like, I haven't been streaming a lot lately, so I haven't been talking as much, right? I haven't been talking out loud for 8 hours a day anymore. I'm worried that this crown is gonna, like, cut up my tongue from all the talking. But it's fine so far. Oh, come on. Okay. But yeah, the only thing that I would say, like, in favor of the argument against elevator manip is that if we talk about the black box speedrun that I was talking about earlier, where you have no notes, you have no computer like assistance, you have no, including chat, you have no Twitch chat, you have nothing. Basically it recreates the idea that it's like, what if you're at a party and someone's like, Final Fantasy VII speedrun, let's do it, right? Someone just hands you a PlayStation controller and says speedrun Final Fantasy VII in that setting, right? That's kind of the idea. You have no prep and no notes. What would the differences in the run be? Number one difference, can't do elevator manip. You can't do it. In that situation, you can't do it. And then the other thing that you can't do reasonably would be world map manips. If you memorize an insane amount, you could do world map manips. But I don't think you couldn't reasonably do elevator manip even if you memorized a bunch of shit. World map manips you couldn't reasonably do without notes either, though. You could do guard skip easily. That's the thing. I'm saying everything else about the run you can do easily, right? Without notes. You know, all of like the shops and materials I have memorized. The whole step route I have memorized. You know, my only notes that I use during a run is for elevator manip and world map manipulations, and that's it. Is there a way to get disc 1 skip done without encounters turned off? Like, you mean without encounters disabled in, like, with, like, the booster? Like, you're asking, is there a way to do it on PlayStation 1? Because, yes, there is, but it is an extremely difficult world map manipulation that you have to do. But it is possible, and a few people have done it, including me, but also Zeal, and Chocoberator, and maybe Luzbel? I can't remember, but I think he's probably done it, right? And Ace Zephyr also has done it. Oh my gosh, that was very stupid. I did not mean to do that at all. That's just a waste of a turn is all. The meaning of no reset is that today's run finishes no matter what. I used fire with red there to save a grenade. Because I didn't have a braver for apps, we're using a couple extra grenades. So the fire from red was also to save a grenade. Here, the reason I'm sitting in the menu forever, like right now, is because I'm exploiting ATB wait to make it so that we're only allowing time to pass if at least 2 of my characters are gaining ATB, and that maximizes how many turns I can get. So will there be safety saves? Absolutely yes. Yeah. So the whole like race practice, like this is practice for a race today, which means A, we're going to be doing some safety strats and safety saves, so it's not necessarily a PB attempt, and B, it means that the run finishes no matter what. What if I keep being ahead? You got to go for the PB? I know, dude. That's exactly what I thought when we got the God Scorpion. I was like, oh man. When is the race? August 21st. I think Final Fantasy VII is going to be played on the 22nd because it's like a 3-day event. Are there one party member runs? I don't think speed runs, but people definitely do like solo challenge runs. Have I played Have I ever played Shin Megami Tensei 3 Nocturne featuring Dante from the Devil May Cry series? Yes, it's one of the best JRPGs I've ever played. The game is fucking insanely good. I love the Shin Megami Tensei series. I haven't gotten to 4 or 5 yet though. But I've played Megami Tensei 1 and 2. I played the Super Nintendo version though. Fan translations of the Super Nintendo version. Like the pack that they did. Kiyuyaku Megami Tensei. And then I played Shin Megami Tensei 1 and 2 on Super Nintendo. Fan translations. And then I played Nocturne on PS2. I haven't done Strange Journey 4 or 5 yet, though. Digital Devil Saga, yes, I played both of those. Also just insanely good games. I've been meaning to play Digital Devil Saga again, because it's been like many years since I played those. Move free, yes, exactly. Like the way that the relay race works is every game has a different runner for that game, and right when they finish, the next runner picks up starts their game, and then there's 3 teams doing it simultaneously against each other, and they have like graphs and stuff of like which teams gained and lost how much time on each game and stuff like that. But yeah, I got a little halted on Shin Megami Tensei because I started playing through the Dragon Quest games. I played the first 5 of those, like, somewhat recently, and then halfway through 6. The It's Ben stim has been stuck in your head for years. It's not normal for me. I don't know why it's happening to me today. What's the oh man, though, you know what, the stupid little like music thing like that I always think of though is Popo always going hanging around. He always does that, and it gets that song stuck in my head. Hanging around downtown for myself, and there she was. Zeal, Dash, and Luz in the same team? Well, there's only one FF7 runner. So, I mean, if those two submitted for the relay, it might be the 3 of us against each other. I got jail skip, by the way. Saved like 4 seconds there. Every other Candlebox song is really heavy. Really? Do I have to listen to them? Because I think I've only ever heard that song. Pizza shower. Pizza shower on Cloud? On the run where we don't need it? That's fine. Whoops. Isn't the Barrett skip there super hard to pull off? I am using turbo, which makes it easier. Turbo as in, like, instead of having to mash circle here, I can just hold the turbo button, right? And yeah, that makes it like, it's still kind of hard. You still have to approach in a relatively precise way. And then if you just run at him holding turbo, it's like a 50-50 kind of. Did the new task give new ideas for running? I don't think so. I mean, we've pulled a good amount out of tasks. Like I always talk about, diagonal running on the world map is something we learned from tasks. And then for 100% runs, there is a new route that does world map manipulated Cloud and Eris grinds, grinding on the battery caps. That is something that was also learned from tasks and has only very recently been started to get implemented in 100% runs, but it's been theorized for a lot longer than that. How the wrists doing these days? Pretty great. Yeah, wrists are mostly totally fine. I've had a little bit of discomfort the last few days because I've been playing a lot of... I started playing Blueprints with the controller. Oh, because I got the Steam controller. So instead of, like, I was mouse and keyboarding Blueprints when I streamed it, but now playing it casually, or playing it off stream, I got the Steam controller, and I've been using that. Which, just using the analog sticks for that long every day, I get a tiny bit of discomfort, but, like, it's really just because I didn't stretch, you know? How is it? Dude, I love it. I love the Steam controller. The sticks feel super good. I really like the touchpads also for using it as a mouse when I'm like alt-tabbed and stuff. And yeah, for the most part, I really like it. My only things about it, and this is a similar thing I have to the Steam Deck, which is that I do not like the Dreamcast/Xbox layout of ABXY. I have to do Nintendo layout. However, Steam does make it very easy. All you have to do in Steam is you go into the controller preferences, and there's a on-off checkbox for use Nintendo layout. And if you hit that, then all the ABXY lines up to where you expect it to, like on a Nintendo controller. It's great. The fact that missed red is like super annoying. It'll be fine. The goal for this run is to finish. This is race practice, meaning it is just imperative. It is simply imperative that the run finishes. But yeah, the other thing that I am... Actually, if he hits red right here, that will also be fine. If he hits red and doesn't put him to sleep. Okay. Will the race allow turbo inputs? I asked the other runners, and they said, yeah, turbo's fine. Like the other people who are submitting for FF7. Maybe I should have sled fanged there to save even another grenade. Actually, we still can. Oh, never mind, we can't. Oh, because of the Barret attack. When you do the regular Barret attack, it makes him spin up later. That's right, I forgot about that. Ever get tired of answering the same questions on repeat? The only thing that I worry about is that it's annoying to people who watch frequently that they have to hear the same questions over and over. But I don't really mind. I don't really mind answering them. But it seems like people are cool with it. I do my best to change up my explanations, you know, in that kind of... Yeah, dog skip, baby! Dog skip! Boom. All right. Yo, Sid. Aiko! Thank you for the 5 gift subs. Thank you. Take on PlayStation ending physical. It's a very tricky thing. It's a slightly tricky thing. Ultimately, I am on the side of it's stupid and I hate it. But there are conflicting arguments, and I'll get into it after this menu. So here we're loading up Cloud with as much green materia as possible. Because we want his magic stat to be buffed up for the motorball fight. Can that Braver not do 139? If you took the stairs, you shouldn't Braver the dog, because Cloud will be a lower level. But if you took the elevator, including even having done elevator manip, then you can Braver the dog, and it's safer than a grenade. I think it's possible for the Braver to 139, but it's way rarer than a grenade 139ing, at least in my experience. And then where were we at here? Oh yeah, PlayStation ending physical. Okay, I am going to start with the argument that's in favor for them getting rid of physical. And that is the fact that the games don't really play off of the discs anymore anyway. And by that, I don't mean that the data's not on the disc. First of all, we're going to dispel the lie that the data isn't on the discs anymore anyway. It is, most of the time. You know, a lot of people are like, oh, the disc just triggers a download anyway. No, it doesn't. The data is on the disc. Most of the time. However, it is true, though, that that now that consoles have caught up to PC in having, like, solid-state drives, it means that we can't expect to load the data off of the discs anymore, or our loading times would be really bad, you know? Like, nowadays, games need to be loaded off of a solid-state drive in order to run how you expect them to. But that means that if we're talking about a slow-ass Blu-ray drive, right, that means that the game needs to be copied entirely off the disc onto your solid-state drive anyway, right? So I understand that side of things technologically. So here's the thing, though, is that would mean that, like, the solution to this issue would be that we would need to stop using optical media. Exactly. Like, the next PlayStation would have to use, like, you know, like what the Switch does. It would have to use a new type of digital hardwired media, right? Copper and electrical signals, as opposed to an electric eye on a disc. So they would have to do that. And having every game be on something that's as fast as a solid state is a little much to ask, you know? It's a little bit much to ask. Now, here's the thing, though, is ultimately, though, I don't care about whether the disk is slow. If the disk is slow and so the whole thing needs to be copied onto the SSD, I think that that's totally fine, because the whole point, right? The whole point is that I don't trust Sony to keep the games around, right? I think it's hilarious that this whole announcement that they're ending physical came like less than a month after the announcement that there's a bunch of movies on the Sony service that got removed from your account if you bought them digitally. If you bought these list of movies digitally, they are no longer available. They are deleted from your account. No refunds. Fuck you, right? Like a month ago that happened. And now they're saying they're going to get rid of digital, right? So that's the real issue, is I don't trust Sony to go all digital. Hang on a second. I gotta pay attention here. 232? Okay, 232 is mega damage, and we don't want to over damage this guy. So just remember that we're... The crit! Holy shit! Okay, so to make up for the crit, we just don't do anything with... So this is Bolt 2. We don't do anything with Barrett. Okay, now this is Bolt 3. This is Bolt 3. And now we have to skip another grenade because we're also over damaging. So now we don't throw a grenade with Barrett here either. Of course, then I get the 218 on that one, which is like not over damaging. Okay. Okay, we didn't over damage. We're past the phase without over damage. And now he should die to Barrett's grenade. This should kill. Perfect. All right, beautiful. That was an insane fight. Yeah, that was a gold for sure, because we skipped 3 grenades, including the Braver skip. So we skipped 2 grenades more than usual. Okay, 27 plus 36 is 63, so 130.03. We can take 06. Otherwise, we have to wait for 26. Okay. We want to take 6. Otherwise, we have to wait for 26. Okay. 6. 2 left, 5 menu. Two, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. What would happen if you overdamage? If you overdamage, instead of spending his turn standing up, he stands up as a counterattack and then does like a super long animation fire attack that kicks the shit out of your party and takes forever. Dee 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 dee. That should be fine. That damage on Barrett should be fine. And then you add 23 here, right? So 29 or 30, so 53, 131, 53. There is a 131. Okay, 131, 53 is what we're going for. If we miss it, it's 58. So 53, 58 if we miss it. And yeah, Dong Disciple, that was a world map manip. Here's another one. Okay, 53 or 58. Okay. Boom, leaving at 131.53. And then we have to menu after 2 spins. So, 1 spin, 2 spins. Dee-dee-doo. Dude, the Braver crit on both bosses is insane odds. I've definitely never seen that before, I don't think. So now we just need to get the Braver crit on Genova. For the trifecta of Braver crits. Where's the snake? Whoa! Whoa! All right. Dee 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 dee. All right, 1 second here. We got to do a movement setup here. This movement setup is going to result in a preemptive fight against Genova, which is why I forced that encounter in that specific spot. And then here we bonk on some things. Okay, now, because this is a race practice, we have to safety save here. It would be foolish not to. Unfortunately, that is time loss versus this actual insane pace. Like, we are actually on insane pace right now. Like, this is basically world record pace. But hey, it's a practice run. We have to safety save. That's what I'm doing today. It's not a world record attempt. Also, I don't think it's world record pace anymore, just based simply upon the fact that I did the old version of the Midgar world map encounter manip. Which gets you an encounter, and the new version skips it. What if it was a world record attempt? I know, Feck. This run is actually insane. But honestly, what would happen if I said, okay, this is a world record attempt, is I would lose all my time. Oh my god, that was such a good calm skip too. This is crazy, dude. I'm gonna lose a lot of time on menus that I haven't practiced in a while. Yo, Wolfie, thank you for the good luck. I mean, as far as the safety strats go, I already lost 15 seconds saving before calm skip. Okay, if he turns green here, it'll be nutty. Okay, he didn't turn green, so we lose some time here. That's more like it. Okay, a second try is not bad at all. It's third try where you start to lose a bunch of time. Okay, 4 grenades and he's dead. 1, a 2, a 3, a 4. Sub 139, Bottomswell, pretty insane. Oh, you know what else I've been playing off stream? Vice City. I bought a new PS2 controller. And so to test it, I loaded up Vice City, you know? Just to like run around a little bit and be like, does this controller work? And now I've just been playing through it again. Great game, super fun. The run has been actually insane divided. Like, crazy pace for a practice run. Your favorite? If it's not Vice City, I think my favorite is Liberty City Stories, the first PSP one, because that one's got everything I like. It's got the stuff. It's got the Vice City stuff, like motorcycles and stuff, but it's back in like GTA 3 Liberty City. And it's like an Italian mafia story, which I like the Italian mafia kind of story. Yeah, I like everything about Liberty City Stories. San Andreas I wasn't as into. I thought it was getting a little too complex at that point with some of the stuff. And I thought the pacing was really bad. Like here's kind of specifically what I mean, all right? I thought David Cross is great in it, but here's what I really didn't like about San Andreas is they give you this mechanic where you can take over neighborhoods, and there's like a few hours worth of content there of taking over neighborhoods, and then immediately after you advance the story just a little bit, they take it away from you. So if you spent all this time taking over the territories, they immediately take the mechanic away from you then. And that stuff is gone, and they toss your continent away, exactly. And then, when you finally go back to the first continent and this mechanic that they taught to you at the beginning of the game, now at the end of the game is back to being relevant again, all of the stuff that you did the first time is wiped. It makes sense story-wise why it's wiped, but I feel like they just shouldn't have even introduced that mechanic until later, you know? So that's kind of a gripe I have with the way that the game is constructed, but I guess you would just know that on a second playthrough, though. It's the kind of thing where, like, on a second playthrough, you just know not to waste your time. 4.8 has also done the PlayStation version of Disc 1 Skip. Okay, that's good to know. Because, yeah, not a lot of people have done it. And the other thing with San Andreas, just as far as versus Vice City, is I like Vice City, and I like the 80s setting, and I like Tommy Vercetti and stuff, and like the more like Scarface kind of story, I like a lot more than the San Andreas setting and story. Cyber Slammer, thank you for subscribing. Thoughts on the new GTA? The thing is, I didn't like 5 very much. And so I feel like the PS2 era of Grand Theft Auto is like really great video gaming, you know? Like the games are fun, the design is fun. Everything about the games is fun, you know? Grand Theft Auto 4 is much more serious in a way that, like, when I first played it, I really liked it because it was the next generation, you know? When Grand Theft Auto 4 came out, it was like, there ain't anything else like this. This is the next generation of gaming. It was very impressive, you know? So I liked 4 when it was new, but then when I didn't like 5. And then like, what can I say? I don't know. I didn't really like the gameplay of it. I didn't really like any of the characters, you know? Well, except Lamar. And then after I didn't like 5 very much, I then went back to 4. And 4 was just putting me to sleep. Like, in modern day, right? 4 is just super boring. With the way that, like, it's structured and, like, how serious it is and all that kind of stuff. Just was not into it. But now going back to Vice City, though, I'm like, yeah, Vice City's great. The PS2 stuff holds up. I don't think 4 or 5 really do all that much. Just from, like, a fun gameplay perspective. So I don't have expectations that I'm gonna like 6 very much, just because I don't think that I like Rockstar games anymore, you know? I also worry that Grand Theft Auto 4 is the Trojan horse for everything that we hate, you know? It's $80, right? Except it's not $80. They've carved out a percentage of the game, and that they've already developed, and they're selling that to you separately for $20 extra. So the game that they've made is actually $100. And then on top of that, like, it's a timed exclusive, it's digital only. They're doing all the bullshit you can do. But now it's justification for all of it because the game is going to sell incredibly well. I think it's probably going to get really good reviews, right? People are gonna love it, I think. And so now it's going to be the Trojan horse justification for any other game to you know, employ all of those annoying practices. You know what I mean? I do think there will be a lot of people who have turned on Rockstar's game design. Like the way that I'm talking about how returning to GTA 4, I don't really enjoy it anymore. You know, I think that a lot of people are going to feel this a similar way, where like GTA, like I said, when 4 came out, it was revolutionary. It was the next step. If GTA 6 is not the next step in video gaming, right? If it's not that revolutionary, I think a lot of people are going to be disappointed by it and not enjoy it. But the majority of people will like it. So I think it's going to be one of those games that has the discourse of, like, casually, lots of people like it, it's generally enjoyed. But when we're talking, like, in gamer circles, there will be a lot of dissent around it. That's my prediction, right? Just talking out of my ass. I should probably have a relay command, but it's on RPG Limit Break, and it'll be on August 21st. Start on August 21st. A take about movies you've been swilling around? You can type it, but depending on how long it is, I can't promise to read the whole thing while I'm speedrunning. The relay race it's a Final Fantasy relay race. So each Final Fantasy game is going to be run by a different runner, one after the other, in a race of in a 3-team race. 2 Phoenix Downs, 2 Echo Screens, a Hyper, 10 Tranks, and a tent. Who are my mates? We don't know yet. So right now, I am doing a practice run to submit, and after the submissions are all in, they're going to decide the teams. What versions for the first 4? You'll have to find the schedule. I think it says all of them. Oh, I missed my bathroom break. I don't really remember when the next one is. What if the stars align and I got world record? I won't. But it'd be funny. It'd be very funny. Do 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 do. Is there one after Genova Birth? I don't know if that one's long enough. It probably is. Yeah, I think the helicopter cutscene is probably long enough. Just go, man. Honestly, I could put turbo on right now and go, but I didn't think of it until now. Because you only need to get 100 points. The site again? I don't know this. Let me look. It's just ffrelay.com. There we go. That's easy. ffrelay.com. At what point would I go for a world record if it seemed like it on this run? I feel like we've already passed the point. Because I already did a safety save that I shouldn't have done if I was serious. Was Red always there? Yeah, hiding behind the thing. It might depend on if he's in your party, though. I wonder. Or are you so... like, I don't even know. Are you solo Cloud at this part? Yo, Cam. Run is going kind of insane. How's Mia? She is as annoying as ever. She's doing great. Is saving forbidden? No, it's not forbidden. It just wastes 15 seconds every time you do it. Also, I am running turbo. So even if this was record, like, it's insane to say that, right? It's not going to happen. But even if it did, it's turbo record, right? Because I'm using turbo. Yeah, a lot of people don't care about turbo at all, but, you know. It's worth saying. Oh, yeah. Right, somebody actually asked that earlier, and I forgot to answer. These aren't my PB splits. These are the splits from the first practice run that I did. So, yeah, we're 51 seconds ahead of the last practice run that I did. But that run was a 6:42 in the end. But I think it started out really well, also. It was just, it was like Schizo, I think, was really bad. Did I throw away the old circle button? The membrane, yes. I still have the button. I just replaced the membrane under it. Okay, I do this menu a little bit differently than I used to, so bear with me here. There we go. Little bit slower than it should have been, but... Okay, if I did everything right, this fight will be preemptive. And if Cloud crits here, I'm gonna piss my pants. Because he already crit Apps. He crit... No, not Apps. He crit Guard Scorpion. And Motorball. Stupidest way to fuck up a good run? One time I was petting Mia, my cat, and I wasn't paying attention to the Chocobo race, and I forgot to sprint to win the Chocobo race. That was probably the stupidest one. Oh, okay, no crit. Okay, now we wait for Cloud to come back up. Because we weren't going to get that grenade anyway. So I waited for Cloud to get unstopped. Because the moment that Cloud becomes unstopped, he re-queues his grenade. And if I had put Tifa and Red in first, he'd be last in the turn order, which would lose me the Braver if she had decided to laser Cloud. So instead, after 3 grenades from each after the stop, I wait until I see Cloud animating again. That means his grenade is queued. I can put in the others. Okay, second Braver. Oh, I gotta count my Bravers. We got 1 on Guard Scorpion, 1 on Reno, Rufus Motorball. So that was 6, I think. Guard Scorpion, Reno, Rufus Motorball was 4. So now we're on 6, yes. Don't be Cloud. Okay. Alright, so here's Braver number 7. At this point, I don't bother going out of my way to keep Cloud first in the turn order. Because she might skip gas, which she did. And I just want to make sure I don't screw up the gas skip. Okay, so for the record, sub 159 Genova Birth is insane. Like this, again, like the rule of thumb for is your run insane is sub 159 Genova Birth. I had to go really fast there because I just realized that I went at the wrong time. I should have gone after... Okay, we have a little bit more time here than I thought. I should have not gone there. I should have gone now. So I really had to push my pee stream there. Luckily, I don't also have to poof. Oh. Oh, weird. Didn't have turbo on. Description on the site doesn't say much. Okay. So, it's pretty basic though. Like, it's a relay race, right? So each team has one person per game. Right when their game finishes, the next game starts. And there's 3 teams all against each other. So we don't wait for we don't start each game at the same time. It's like right when one starts, the next begins. And so there will be, hang on a second, 44, so 66, so 20206. 5 and 7 are both holding 0. 5, 7, 9. Waiting for 20205 right there. Makes it so that the world map RNG will not give me an encounter before the bridge, as long as my movement is good. Oops. Oh, okay. I did it a little weirdly, but it was still appropriate. All right. So now we might get an encounter, and it's just random. And why is it like that? Long story short, the bridge is really weird. And it messes with your RNG in a way that's not conducive to human manipulation. Wouldn't people choose the shortest games? I mean, it's just... How would you solve that problem if you were designing it? The relay race. If you were organizing the event? Okay, 2.5 steps here. One, 2.5. Sorry, I'm paying attention to my steps here. So which games are run is chosen by what games are submitted for, you know? Like, what they did was they made a big spreadsheet of, like, all the Final Fantasies and allowed people to sign up for which games they would be able to run. And then using who signed up and what they signed up for, they created a schedule of, okay, these are the games that are going to be run. And, you know... depending on the practice runs that we get here, these are the people who are going to run them. When's the race? August 21st. Except that I think FF7 is August 22nd, because it's a long relay, you know. It'll span multiple days. I'm falling. Oh my god. It's always the best runs where you fall. It's always the best runs where I fall. Oh my god, dude. That pit is so fucking stupid, man. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.5. Sheesh. You hate to see it.
Yes.
Is the fall random? Okay, so here's how it works. I believe it is bugged. And here's why. So, the way it works, the script basically just says if you press circle, Cloud jumps. But it's a specific type of press, which is a press in which the previous frame circle was not pressed. You know what I mean? Here's what I mean. Is if you were just... If all it cared about is whether circle was being pressed, then you could just hold circle before you were even on the thing, right? And it would just immediately fire off the moment that you got on it. But it's not like that. It is specifically the type of press that pays attention to the previous frame and makes sure that you weren't pressing circle on the previous frame. Yeah? Okay, here's the problem though. I believe that this is the problem with it, is that it's literally bugged. I think it only checks every other frame. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So if you press circle on the frame that it doesn't check, then it checks the next frame and it sees that you're pressing it, you know, because you usually press for more than one frame when you press it, and it sees that you're pressing it, but it sees that you were already pressing it last frame, the frame that it didn't check. I think that's what makes you just fall randomly. So you have to just mash circle. By the way, I think we force a right arm. For marathon safety, we force a right arm. We could lose a lot of time here. This is actually a safety strat here. It might be extra fast to do this. But oh, there it is. Okay. Even with turbo? Yeah, because if you think about perfect turbo, right? Perfect turbo presses every other frame.
58 months. 2 more for that 5-year.
And so the problem there is that if you pressed it on the bad frame, then it's just gonna keep pressing every single bad frame. Also, Scorf! Scorf, thank you for resubscribing. I hope you're doing well, dude. Good to see ya. White Cape, Ether Motor Drive. So would it mean slower mashing would be more likely to work? Yes. So ultimately what it gets at on that pit is that you have to just mash circle because you don't know which circle presses are going to work and which ones aren't. And the trick to it is you need to mash at a speed that won't just hit every even numbered frame, you know? Which, if you practice it, you'll get muscle memory for that. So that's exactly the kind of thing that a rusty, washed-up has-been like myself is going to run into on a run like today's. I don't necessarily have the feeling for it anymore. I swallowed water down my lung hole. Okay. It'll be fine. We'll get there. If I just keep on talking now, I think that the general vibration of the vocal cords and the air being shot out my airways will slowly clear it of foreign materials. Oh, jeez. I think my baby did that the other day, by the way. I was feeding my baby, right? And out of nowhere, while I was feeding her, she coughed a couple times and then started crying harder than I've ever heard her cry. Like, she was screaming, crying. And, like, even harder than when she had to get a shot at the dentist, at the doctor. Like, dude, when she had to get a shot at the doctor, I felt so horrible, because it was like the first time that she ever, like, cried from pain, you know what I mean? And I just, oh man, it was painful to witness, you know, and then to have to calm her down and stuff. And then this was like way worse than that was even. She was upset. she might be inheriting the trait, which is the fact that at least I used to. I've been better about it lately because I drink from a straw more often now, like a lot more often. If I'm not using a straw, I will do the aqua lung every day of my life. I will do that. I've just something is wrong with my ability to drink if it's not through a straw, and it happens to me every fucking day. Is she okay now? Oh yeah, I mean, you know. We calmed her down. This was days ago. Best song in the game time? They used a bell to get her attention first. Gotcha. See, I think I feel like she was not even alert enough to pay attention to something like that. Maybe she was at that point. I don't remember exactly. It's very interesting though, the baby development, where it's like at first, right, when they're brand new baby, it's like they aren't even aware of the world around them in the slightest, you know? They're just kind of there. Like, the only thing that, like, gets their attention at all is if they get startled by something, which is apparently a really important thing for them to have, you know? Where, like, at the hospital, you know, one of the first things that they tested is they said that they test her startle reflex. And yeah, like, at first, that's about it, you know? She doesn't really respond to basically anything, but if she got, like, startled in her sleep, you know, she'd do that, right? Hands up. How old is she now? Like 3.5 months. And so now we're getting to the point. So for a minute, she was at the point where if you put something in her hand, she would grasp it, which is great. Now she's starting to get to the point where if you hold something in front of her, she might actually reach for it and grab it, you know? We're just entering that phase. Don't be one of those people who says 30 months. Oh yeah. Once she is 1 year old, we go by half years at that point, you know? And I think half years only works until they're like 6, maybe? And then at that point, it's just whatever year. And 6 is pushing it. Don't get too hung up on milestones. Yeah. Well, I'm not too hung up on like what the next one's gonna be, right? I'm just enjoying the ones that we have. Like I'm enjoying current baby, you know? Because, like, yeah, obviously I'm excited for when she's going to be, like, actually crawling around and playing with toys and stuff, you know? And, like, more when she starts to, like, when she starts to do the thing where it's like, I want this toy, I'm going to seek it out and go to it, you know what I mean? Like, obviously, I'm excited for that. But right now, it is really nice that I can just put her on her playmat with her like couple of toys around her, and like she's got like a piano next to her and a mirror to look at, you know, and I can just put her there and she can't move out of that spot and she's just gonna vibe there for like a while until she starts to get a little grumpy, and then it's probably time to put her into her like little swing to nap in, you know, and then she's napping for a while. Like she's very easy to take care of right now. So as cute and fun as it'll be, once she starts getting adventurous, it's obviously going to be a lot more work at that point. I'm 46 and a half. Well, actually, it's really easy for me to take half years now for myself, because our daughter's birthday is exactly 6 months after mine. So on my daughter's birthday, I become a half a year old. It'll be really easy to say I'm 35 and a half right now. Kids practically raise themselves, what with that internet and all. As soon as she's able to hold a video game controller, we don't gotta worry about nothing. Did I verify the slime guy's hundo? I watched his live verification and didn't see any, and I watched a lot of the run and didn't see anything wrong with it. But I haven't I haven't done an official verification on it yet. All right, big menu here. Oops. Okay, 6 steps here, 6 solid steps here. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The reason you delay a little bit before changing rows against that particular fight is that those muggers always skip their first turn. So if you queue up 3 row changes right away, all you're doing is row changing while their ATB is filling up still. Instead, you want to row change at the time where they're getting their second bar full, so that then the animation puts it off. Whoop. There we go. Wow. All right, there's our 8th Braver. Here's our time loss from falling down that pit. And also the right arm steal. I'm not sure if it was better or worse. And, you know, whether the laser fight was better or worse. But I'm just saying, a big chunk of that time loss right there was falling down that pit. But yeah, the reason that you force a right arm steal in a race is because dying can randomly kill you. And you it's not feasible to safety save before dying and still get laser. And stay on steps. So, just force the right arm steal and you'll never die to him. You can get really unlucky on the right arm steal. But you can get really unlucky on dying, too. I fall down pits, but I climb out again. You know what's a funny thing about that song is, have any of you ever heard the verse of that song? Well, I shouldn't say ever heard. I should just mean, like, do any of you know how it works? Force a right arm steal? Yeah, I just mean you sit there and attempt the steal until you get it. There it is. Or, you know what's the other song like that? Is Mbop, you know? We all know the chorus of Mbop, but can any of you think of how the verse of Mbop goes? I doubt it. It's funny that they both have an arm gun. I mean, weren't you paying attention to the story? Aren't you reading these text boxes, bro? The rest of the song is just nonsense? Yeah. You know what I noticed about that song last time I heard it? Lot of turntable. Lot of turntable in that song. Have I ever I think I've told you guys. So my dad is big into, like, he likes rock music. And like, kind of like hair metal-y stuff sometimes. Quite a bit of stuff that has good guitar. He loves good guitar playing, you know? So he's really into Scorpions. That's like his favorite band. You know how I am with Dream Theater, where like I can name every song on every album. I can talk about all the different members and a couple of the member changes, you know, and oh, on this song it's a 7-string guitar, right? Like that kind of stuff. My dad is like that with Scorpions. He knows all about them. But anyway, he's into that type of music, right? I remember when I was a kid and I was first like getting into music, right? And I was really into Linkin Park at the time, you know, but also just other music and stuff. I was listening to a lot of Linkin Park. I remember my dad asking me what my favorite instrument was, and I told him turntables. And I feel like he was probably really disappointed. Does my dad like Rainbow? Oh yeah. Every time my dad picks up a guitar, he's got like a little set list of songs he plays that he likes to play, and one of them is always Man on the Silver Mountain. Do 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 do. The Rainbow song played by Dream Theater is awesome. Take Your Fingers From My Hair. I think you're thinking of Stargazer. Take Your Fingers From My Hair is a different band, I think. But that song is good though. Yeah, those covers at the end of Black Clouds are so good. Yeah, the rainbow song is the one with the awesome drum intro. Down 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 down. High noon, oh, I'd sell my soul for water. 9 years worth of breaking my back. Oh man, that song's good. There's no sun in the shadow of the wizard. What Dream Theater song would I recommend to someone who's never listened? Probably The Glass Prison. I feel like is like the best Dream Theater intro song. But I mean, it depends. Like, I will give you a couple recommendations depending on what you're into, right? Glass Prison is generally really good. It's on the heavier side for their stuff, though, if you want heavy. If you want, like, more proggy, more rushy proggy kind of stuff, I would probably say, like, Metropolis Part 1, The Miracle and the Sleeper. Or maybe Under a Glass Moon. Yahoo! Ba-dum-bum-bum, ba-dum-bum-bum-bum-bum. So I haven't listened to very much Rush. Unfortunately, like, for some reason, I've just not really listened to Rush very much. However, I was at a concert the other day, and the house music that they were playing was fucking awesome. Like, the band that was just the house music was so awesome. Oh, hang on. I have to do something. 228 35. Okay, I hope I did that at the right time. This might work and it might not, depending on whether I did that right. Oh, it looks like it worked. Because immediate fight was supposed to be it. Yes, alright, nice. Okay, good. It attacked Kate. That means Cloud can just... Oh, no. Okay, please attack Kate again. Oh. Oh, that's why you wait trick, baby. We got 3 manip attempts in one. Now he's still facing Kate, so Cloud can kill him with a regular attack. Blammo. Okay, anyway, I was at a concert the other day, and the house music was so awesome that I had to find the sound guy and ask him, like, what band is this? And he said it was King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard was the band, who I've definitely heard of, but I've never heard them before. But yeah, it was awesome. So I was like, okay, King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard, I'm gonna have to check them out, right? Then... after the next band, like in the next part of the show, while the next band was setting up, Rush was playing. And like, you know, I like Rush, but the song that was playing was particularly like, holy shit, this is the best Rush song I've ever heard. But I can't ask the guy again. I don't want to go to the sound guy now and after I already asked him and be like, what Rush song is this now? So I just have to find it. I just have to listen to a bunch of Rush now and try to find what song it was. "2112" is great. I know that one. Oh, I was supposed to... Did I save? I did save. I saved. Give you a hint of what song it was? I don't remember anything about it except that it was awesome. The funny thing, Adam wins, is... Okay, so I have no clue what song it was. But then I watched a video... I watched a random YouTube video that had Mike Portnoy in it, and Mike Portnoy was saying that his favorite song off of a certain Rush album was Xanadu. So I was like, okay, I'll check out Xanadu first, and we'll see if it was that one. Before they slogged you with the goop gun. Yeah, that's Guar, alright. Was it shaped like a penis? And was it Xanadu? I haven't checked it out yet. I haven't tried. My music listening of the last several days has been, Oh, hang on a second. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Oh, I underwalked, bro! It's 13 steps! It's 13, not 12. Uh-oh, uh-oh! Oh my god, I made a steps mistake. Dash made a major steps mistake, bro. I underwalked by a step. Oofta. Okay, okay. Formations are now off. We're still on steps. It's just formations are off now. We just got to give you... We'll do elemental lightning. Are we on ATB weight? I feel like we are. Okay, I had to double check that. Okay. Big guard? Mini? You don't think he cheated since I don't know the steps? What do you mean? I made one mistake, and I immediately recognized exactly what the mistake was. 69, so we want 30 here. 26, oh my god, we have to hit him 4 times. And Mini missed. This is really bad. I have to re-roll. I'm gonna re-roll. Okay. $69 again? Okay. 1 tick. That's fine. 69, 1 tick. We want 30. 26 again? This is actually fucked. Oh my god. Oh, fuck. Oh my god, this is really bad. Okay. Okay, okay. We're gonna fully re-roll here, I think. Okay. Now we bio. 72, that's more like it. 72, 1 tick. 26. Now we only have to hit him once, and there's been 1 tick. Okay, now we're fine. Now we're fine. Okay, he's dead. Oh man, that kind of thing can happen, dude. That was rough. All right, 36-15 is a hold and 0. 36-15 or 17. Okay, 15. Okay. Jeez, that was fucked. Something's off. Yeah, formations are off. So we're still on steps, but we're not on formations anymore because I got an extra fight. Which should be mostly fine. It should be mostly fine. The danger is we might get pincered in Gaia's Cliff, which will be annoying if that happens, but it shouldn't kill the run. And yeah, Peagle, lucky for you, I've got a whole video that explains that strat in excruciating detail. So yeah, that Materia Keeper fight was really, really bad. However, it was a lot better than if I game overed and had to load my Cosmo Canyon skip save. So still a good save. Leather glove, drill arm, bronze bangle, gem ring. I think we buy 10 more of these, right? Uh-oh. Remember what I buy here. Do we buy 4 ethers? 1 ether? Do we buy 1 ether? We buy an ether here, right? 1, 4, 21, 4. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. That's good. That was right. See, this is the kind of thing that really fucks you up if you're rusty, is having to remember some of these menus. My muscle memory got screwed up because I had to buy 11 because I had to buy 11 potions instead of 10 because I accidentally bought 1 fewer potion way back. I don't know if you guys remember an hour ago when I did the shop before Bottomswell. You might not have noticed, but I noticed I accidentally bought 1 fewer potion just because my thumbs did it wrong. So I bought 1 potion too few. So this whole time I've had it banked in Rocket Town, you need to buy 1 extra potion. So I did that, and then it screwed up the muscle memory for the rest of the shop. Probably not even gonna need that potion, but you know. But yeah, music listening lately. My 1 Dream Theater album a day was Pull Me Under, Images and Words, and then last night I was listening to Embodiment by Sculptured, which it's an album that like I go back every 6 months or so. I go back and I listen to it like 10 more times. It's such a crazy, phenomenally good album. Very, very, very weird. If you guys are into like experimental fucking avant-garde tech death that's just it's like nothing else you've ever heard. And it is, in one way, it's like very anti-rhythmic and really disorienting, but then it's also like really catchy. Yeah, it's crazy. It's one of my highest recommendations. Embodiment is the name of the album, by Sculptured. And it's by several of the members of Agalloch. If a lot of people know Agalloch, the second guitarist of Agalloch, Don Anderson, it's his band. And it's got the same bassist, and I think the same keyboardist. Okay, anyway, I think I missed chat earlier because things went a little bit off the rails there for a minute. Oh yeah, and a big thing about translations of things that are written, like, you have to understand when you think about the English stuff that's in this game. Is a short album. Yeah, it's only like 40 minutes. It's 5 songs. It's like 40 minutes. So it's not a big commitment either. So the thing is, you got to understand, this game was made by people in Japan who are Japanese, right? Mostly. And then for translation, somebody translated it, right? But that translator, it's not like they opened up the pre-rendered background files and painted over the Japanese words with English. No. They just changed the data of the text, you know? The text box data in the game, they translated from one language to the other. But all of the stuff that's like painted into the pre-rendered backgrounds is untouched and was made by, you know, the Japanese folks. So you're gonna see, right? You're gonna see like how do they decide to spell things versus how the official translation turned out to be. Like that's why Tifa's bar is like Tyfer. It's like Tyfer. Okay, Palmer time. Hopefully this goes a little bit smoother. Okay. Good early poison. Does Square still have the originals? No, there's no way. Square famously did not keep their like source code and stuff. But I agree though. Like I think that you know, it would be very neat to play this game in like actually high res from the original files and stuff, like a true remaster. Okay, that's good for us. That gives Cloud a limit, which is going to be useful on the Red Dragon fight. All right. If there was a, like, if we're talking about a remaster in the way that I'm talking about, where basically they just, like, re-render all the stuff with the original source files, I would still want it to have no voice acting. I think in order to add voice acting, you would need to change the direction of the cutscenes, you know? Like, you'd have to change a lot of the voice lines in order to get them to fit better, and then, like, change the way that it's choreographed and stuff like that. Speaking of source code, you know what I only just learned about the other day? Is it true that somebody found a copy of the StarCraft original source code, and they instead of like dumping it or anything, they opted to send it back to Blizzard for like some merch. Blizzard was like, "Thanks, here's some Overwatch merch." Okay, so we can take... We have to wait for 30? Okay, we can take 30 here, which is pretty easy. 31, 35. Okay. So I screwed this manipulation up last time. But now 135. Okay, 35. Come on. Oh my god, I overshot it. Wait, what do you do if you overshoot it? You go one up, and then... Is this gonna work? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19... Nope, it didn't work. Never mind, I screwed up. What do you do? Let's think about the way that the mechanics work. I was one ahead. I was one ahead on my RNG index. Oh shit. Okay, at least it's a back attack or a preemptive. All right, that's fine. So we had a little bit of extra money. We have 600 extra dollar redos right now. So I'm gonna buy a soft for safety and 1 extra Molotov. So a soft, which is safety against Demon's Gate, and then 1 extra Molotov, which is just to get me back down to the correct amount of money. Yeah, the Yuffie side quest is pretty tough if you do it as soon as you can. One of the 10 aspects of God. Is that what the Sephiroth is also, isn't it? I'm not exactly sure. I read about what Sephiroth means at one point, and I didn't really understand it, but the imagery was really cool. You're playing Reload currently? I tried it, but I didn't end up finishing it. I'm in the middle of Metaphor right now, though. I've taken a bit of a break from Metaphor because of, like, when we were on leave, the missus and I were just playing Yakuza the whole time. And now I'm too into Blueprints. So... Oh, don't card me. Don't card me, bro. Oh. Okay, there we go. Playing on PS1? It's the PS1 version. I am technically playing it on a PS2, though, because it has faster load times. So you get some free time save for playing on PS2. But it's original discs on a slim PS2. When is the relay? August 21st. Go to ffrelay.com to see the schedule. I believe FF7 is planned to be on the 22nd. And I don't think I got to Gold Saucer when I played Final Fantasy XIV. How does the relay work? Every game has a different runner. So right when one game is finished, the next runner starts the next game. And there's 3 teams that go head-to-head all at the same time. I might like Expedition 33. Oh yeah, that's the Expedition 33 is one of the best games I've played this decade so far. The only game that's competing with Expedition 33 as like the best game of the last several years is Blueprints. No way Expedition 33 made you cry. I mean, it probably is that game. You know, that one probably takes the cake. And because that is the thing. Baldur's Gate 3, I'm not really into Western fantasy stuff, you know? Like elves and dwarves and dragons and shit. I just think is super boring. So firstly, I think the setting is boring of Baldur's Gate. Secondly, from what I've seen of Baldur's Gate, I hate the writing. Cannot stand the writing in it. Like, it's very, it's like, oh, it's old Western fantasy, but it's also got little millennial humor quip shit in it. That's like just so fucking cringe, man. At least from what I've seen of it. Yeah, not my style. Yo, Makire. However, I haven't played it, right? I'll tell you, like, everything I just said is based on a game that I haven't played. I'm just saying, what do I think of the setting, and what do I think of the little bits that I've seen of it? That's it. That's how you imagine Expedition 33 to be, with like the millennial humor quip stuff. Expedition 33 does have some over silly moments. Like, it's definitely got its silliness. There is a lot of humor in the game, but it's not. Most of it is not millennial quirk chungus cringe humor. Most of it is not. And then, importantly also, though, the humor is not the focus of that game. It's a much more, it's a very serious setting and story that's like the setting of Expedition 33 firstly is like nothing I've ever seen before, which is right away off on the right foot, where it's like I have never seen anything like this. The way that this world is designed, the overall like premise of what's happening, you know, and that kind of stuff. And then, you know, love the gameplay. I love the way that each different character plays so differently. So, like, changing your party members actually has, like, a gigantic effect on how the battles feel, right? And then, like, the whole Picto system, so everybody kind of builds their... Like, even beyond the different party configurations playing differently, the Pictos makes it so everybody really kind of plays differently, which is cool. Yeah, just... insanely good game. You beat FF7. It didn't ask you to form multiple parties at the end. Yeah. It doesn't in the speedrun either, because we don't do the requirements for that. I think, I'm not positive, but I think the new 100% route, like the new 100% route, I think does end up in the 2-party range. But yeah, I'm a little curious about how that new Divinity game is going to be, because I also did try to play Divinity Original Sin 2, and also I hated it, because, like, again, I just don't like the setting. I hated the humor, right? The writing. Like, here's the thing. To get me to instantly hate your game is to make all your characters smug, smarmy douchebags that are annoying to talk to because they're always trying to one-up you with how clever they are. I fucking hate characters that are written that way. And that's just what the entire Divinity Original Sin 2 was in the little bit that I played of it. Sounds like FF6. You know what's funny too is I remember the very first time that I had like an inkling of this feeling about the way that shit's written was my sister watching Gilmore Girls. I think it was Gilmore Girls when I was a kid. And just like seeing that on TV and being like, wow, every character in this is so fucking annoying. Because they're all written to be so smug. And like desperate to be clever. Watch the Pragmata video and you're playing it now? Oh man, Pragmata is so good. That's my game of the year so far. Now, I don't play a lot of games, so there might be another game that came out this year that I would like more. But as far as what I've played so far this year, Pragmata is the best. There we go. Fixing magical items is kind of my thing. That was Veilguard, I think, yeah. Oh, man, and then, yeah, there's the Forspoken, right, with the I just shot magic out of my hands, or whatever she says, like, yeah, I do that now, or something. Yeah. The Marvel movie syndrome. I do feel like it is like the popularity of like the Marvel movies and like the James Gunn writing, or is it Joss Whedon? I don't know. It's one of those two. Anyway, we can go at 30. We're at 26. We can go at 32. Oh, I hope I didn't screw that up just now. This is supposed to get me to the Bronco without an encounter, if I did it right. Which it looks like I did. Okay, nice. So now... Now we are at very high risk of getting an encounter on the way into Gongaga here. Oh, especially if you do that, idiot! But that's fine. This is fine. It's a better encounter than if we fought the card jokers. Rick and Morty. I actually never watched Rick and Morty. I have no idea about that one. Oh, nice spiderweb steal. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 1, 2, 3, 4 and a half. I'm over walking a little bit because I was ahead on steps and it made my step count a little weird there. And since I'm ahead, I might as well overwalk a little bit. Pincered by the, by the bees? That might happen right now. Oh, I don't think I'm even supposed to split there. I think we split upon entering the place, which I don't know how I lost so much time on this split. I guess I got an extra encounter. There we go. I got an extra encounter. 2 extra encounters, so it's 40 seconds. Okay, yeah, that tracks. I don't know anything about Game of Thrones either. I've never seen it. My wife really wants me to watch it, but like the thing is I don't really watch shows. You know, I play video games instead, generally. And so I don't really want to put a big time commitment into watching several seasons of a show that is of a setting that I generally think is boring. And also, it's several seasons all to lead up to an ending that everybody hated anyway. You know? Like, I can read the books. I don't really read books either. I'm not really a book reader. I just play video games. I have been reading Permanent Record, though, Edward Snowden's book. I started reading that. And the excuse to get me to read it is I'm reading it to my daughter. Because, you know, it's good to read to her. Today, though, audiobook, there's no way I would stay focused on an audiobook. I have to do something with my hands. Like, if I'm gonna read a book, I need to be holding the book in my hands and turning the pages. If it's just audio, I'm gonna immediately start fidgeting with my hands and then stop listening. I did watch Breaking Bad. That is a long show that I did watch. That was a long ass time ago, though. I used to read a lot, then I got a GameCube. Ain't that the truth? Ooh. Oh my gosh, okay, I'm making a bunch of mistakes here. Okay, I have to like very carefully move here because I'm dumb. Oh my gosh, I might get an extra encounter. I keep fucking up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, we're fine. Okay. Okay, no extra encounter, but I am behind on steps now. Yeah, it's funny. I've heard people really like Better Call Saul, and I did really like the character of Saul when I watched Breaking Bad, and Bob Odenkirk is like my favorite comedian. But, you know, I love Bob Odenkirk, but I've just not bothered to watch the show because, you know, Breaking Bad came out at a time where I did decide to watch a whole show, and Better Call Saul came out at a time after I ever wanted to commit to watching a show. Edward Snowden had a Joe Rogan interview? I actually didn't know that. I should check that out. BCS and Xanadu. We're talking Rush? Oh, Better Call Saul and Xanadu. Yeah, I'll give it a shot. I mean, I should listen to more Rush in general, just because, like, whenever I hear Rush, I really like them. I like their music. I like Geddy Lee's voice. You know? I like all of it. A Snowden movie? I actually did see that. 2112? I've heard 2112. That song is great. I've played it on Rock Band drums. And 2113, the Coheed song. You only know Rush from Trailer Park Boys? Give me a R, give me a O, C, K, what does that spell? You know, now that's a fucking concert. Rush up there, they're just like singing about trees, talking to each other and shit. And you know he's gonna do that fucking drum solo. Ting, 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 brrr, ting, 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 brrr. Trailer Park Boys, that's another show that I've watched a lot of. Generally, as far as me watching shows, is like if I am gonna watch a show, in general, I like comedies. I've watched a lot of Trailer Park Boys, It's Always Sunny, Futurama is like my all-time favorite. Big menu. Nathan For You, I've watched a good amount of. Yeah, dude, Nathan For You is so good. So good. My favorite one was the gas station rebate, where they hike the mountain. God, that one's good. It's been a long time since I've seen Venture Bros, but I remember it being very good. Okay, here. We save for Red Dragon, because this fight can totally screw you. I've not seen Firefly, no. I can't remember what the significance of that show is, though. Oh, okay. This is just random bullshit, but I seem to remember when Halo 3 ODST came out. Wasn't there some connection with Firefly to that game or something? Or am I totally off on this? Not that I played ODST either. I'm just, I don't know. I haven't seen the show, so that's about all I can tell you about it. But yeah, also, of course, I love The Simpsons. Old Simpsons, at least. Like the first 8 seasons. Curb Your Enthusiasm, I've watched a lot of. Curb Your Enthusiasm is funny. That show I can only watch like a couple episodes at a time of because I will get a headache from how much I'm laughing, you know? Was Nathan Fillion a voice actor in ODST? That's what I remember the connection being. I don't know who Nathan Fillion is specifically, but yeah, I think it was like a voice actor. So it's probably exactly that then. Speaking of TV show, video game connections, though, do you guys remember that game? It was an MMORPG. It started with a D, and it had a TV show, and it was supposed to be like the way that the player, like, it was like the TV show furthered the canon of the game. And they were supposed to have all these tie-in events between watching the show and playing the game. Defiance. Yeah, remember that? And then there was another one that wasn't an MMO. Quantum Break by Remedy was another TV tie-in game where it was like Quantum Break was like an episodic, like Alan Wake type game. But then it was like the games were episodic and you were supposed to watch the TV show like interstitially with the gameplay. Both of those were flopperooskies, by the way. Just an interesting experiment that happened that generation, though. I really liked the first season of Metalocalypse, and for some reason I never really watched the rest of it. Like, I had the first season on DVD and watched it over and over, but for whatever reason I never followed it after the first season. I don't know why. Oh, I am a stupid person. Just a really dumb person. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. We're back. One. Two. I told you guys I'm rusty. Three. Hey, good RNG, though. How about that? Yo, Morning Craft. We're gonna do the trank trick. Because the thing was, I knew that attack would kill Red Dragon, but if Cloud was still Theoried, it would have a 30% chance to miss. So I threw a trank on Cloud there instead of healing him, because that would guarantee that the attack would hit, and we would win the fight. instead of healing him, then the boss gets a turn, then his attack goes off and it might miss, blah, 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 blah. Okay, next menu is High Potion, Turbo Ether, Phoenix Down, Trank. Beep, beep, womp, womp, doot, doot, ba-da-ba-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Wah, 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 wah. Oh. Yo, Bruno. Oh, I'm doing well. Oh, I forgot to save. I meant to save. It's fine. We like if this goes tits up, we can just load the Red Dragon save and just do Red Dragon again. But that's bad. It's better to just save in front of Demon's Gate. So all that means is I just have to win the fight. We just have to win. No problem. Yep. I probably should have Molotov'd there. This might get weird. In fact, I'm gonna go a little safe. Nice miss on Cloud, idiot! That's actually bad for us because we want Cloud to get his limit bar. But that's fine. Now we can do the Kuma. 1, 2, Molotov, Cloud, Dice. Oh, big numbers. Nice. So Cloud's limit bar being so low is a little annoying. Sadness just makes you take 30% less damage, Rain. Yeah, so the heal on Kate was a not needed in the end, but it was the safe thing to do. And yeah, Demon's Gate is one of my favorite bosses. It's a cool boss. It's really fun. Like that fight, I think the execution is very fun. Like, it's funny, the big run killers, right? Materia Keeper, Demon's Gate, Schizo are just really fun fights. Burlap. I know you. I know about you. Hey, that's another good show, Twin Peaks. I haven't seen the new season. In fact, even season 2 was kind of scuffed on Twin Peaks. Twin Peaks season 1 is like one of the best shows of all time. And then season 2 is barely watchable. And then I haven't seen the new season, but I've heard that it's I heard that if you like Twin Peaks season 1, you should watch season 3. Let me put it to you a different way. I feel like what I remember is the people that I know just generally talking about it, I heard didn't like Twin Peaks season 3. But then I heard Jay Bauman say it was really good. And I was like, okay, I feel like he's tuned in to what I like about Twin Peaks more than these other random people were, probably. Mulholland Drive? I've never heard of that. It's a Lynch movie? Okay. As far as his movies, I've seen... I might have only seen Eraserhead, I'm not sure. I'll be right back. Oh, okay. Well, I'm not a big movie watcher either, but maybe I'll try it. Because I mean, I liked Eraserhead. I thought that movie was really cool. I don't claim to understand what the fuck David Lynch was trying to tell me with that movie, but, you know, I was entertained the whole time. Oh, hang on. This has been bothering me forever. We're gonna... There we go. We're gonna make that the proper size. Should watch Shrek. It's about an ogre. Really? You sure it's not an orc? The only thing I know about like other David Lynch stuff, Lost Highway, that movie has that Nine Inch Nails song in it, right? The Perfect Drug. Am I wrong about that? Nine Inch Nails, The Perfect Drug was written for that movie. Yeah, that song rules. I like Nine Inch Nails a lot, and that song is a good one. Okay. Mystery Men? Oh, yeah, I loved that movie when I was younger. It's got Hank Azaria in it, who, if you don't know, is the voice actor of, like, a ton of characters in The Simpsons. He does Moe, Chief Wiggum. Whoa! And it's funny because Moe is he's my favorite character. He's my favorite member of the Simpsons voice cast. Did I say Moe? I meant Hank Azaria. Oh, and he does Apu also. Didn't they retire Apu? I may have heard something about that, but I haven't seen an episode of The Simpsons for many, many years. Well, at least, like, new ones. Whoops. Exchange. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom. Boom. Oops. Oh, jeez. 12, 28, 44, 56. Okay, we wait for 44. Yeah, like it's wild the way that the first 8 seasons of The Simpsons is like some of the best comedy ever written. And then, but now like it's still going, right? Like crazy drop off, and it's still going. Almost all the writers left during season 9. It's extremely apparent just watching it, right? Like, this isn't even like, it's interesting you say that because it's not like I've just heard that this happened. It's like I watched seasons. Hang on a second, I have to think about this. Do we get okay? So we have to do a step route correction here. You're supposed to do 18.5 steps after this fight. But that's not the fight that I need, so we're not going to do the steps. I'm not going to do the steps because I need another fight. So we just keep going. This is how you fix, or this is how you deal with being off formations. Okay, and now the next fight is supposed to be on the next screen. Oh boy, okay, now we're way behind on steps. Ah, but we got the bound fats that we need. So... Oh, also Cloud needs to get, Shoot, I have to do some other stuff. Okay, Cloud needs to get his limit break. Bound Fats always attack the party member that has the lowest HP. Oh, so actually that should work? Okay, there we go. Whoa, nice crit, asshole. Ah, geez, they all got turns. Okay, so this gives us death sentence. Now, we're in big trouble. Because now we're, like, mega behind on steps. I think? How am I going to get the lost time back? It doesn't matter. This is practice for a race. So, like, the purpose of this run isn't to PB. It's to deal with situations exactly like this and minimize the amount of time loss. You know what I mean? TMTVL, thank you for subscribing, by the way. Okay, so now to stay on steps... we need to take a good amount of steps, but not all of them. I'm gonna go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay. This is fine that we got this. Right? Because now we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. I believe we are still on steps now. Still on steps now. We're just still off form. We're even more off formations than we were before, though. But that's fine. As long as we get the Stilva in Gaia's Cliff, that's fine. Oh yeah, I don't even see the steps anymore. All I see is encounter, preemptive, you know. This menu is Gygus on Cloud? No, not Gygus on Cloud. I made the same mistake last time. Dragon Armlet, you get Water Ring, Gygus Armlet, Powerist, pop over here, boom, 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 boom. Man, I'm rusty. And I just need to do Tranks. I forgot to do that. That's what I forgot to do. Okay. The no help on the chat rules is specifically for first playthroughs, not for speedruns, just to be clear about that. Speedruns is kind of the opposite, where a lot of the conversation is dominated by, like, discussing, you know, optimal strats and stuff. But yeah, after Simpsons, Futurama is like my favorite show ever. And by after Simpsons, I mean like in the time after, you know, Simpsons isn't all that great anymore. So what others... who's taken up the mantle, right? Futurama was really good for a while. That's another show, though, where it's like Futurama had 5 phenomenal seasons, and the movies were really good. But after they got canceled, when they came back and were on Comedy Central, everything after that I didn't like. But that first half of Futurama is like my actual favorite show. I watched Venture Brothers a long time ago. And then Family Guy also, like when Family Guy was new and it had 3 seasons on Fox and then got canceled, I watched those 3 seasons and loved them when I was younger. And I still think about some of the jokes in that show, but I didn't like that after it came back either. Yeah, South Park I haven't seen in forever. I think the most recent episode of South Park I ever saw was the one that was leading up to the Stick of Truth game. Is this a good run? No, this run's garbage. But as far as a race goes, it's totally fine. You know, like in the context of no reset, we just sit down and we do one run, and there's other people that I'm racing against, I think this is relatively fine, as far as that goes. Uh-oh. I need to think about what to do here. Big guard, death sentence, Molotov. Unless she aqua lungs. Big guard, death sentence. 344? Leaving her with 313? Okay, so we grenade instead. We need to get Tifa into critical HP is the reason for this grenade. She's not crit yet, so we will grenade her again. Boom. Aren't I a PC guy? I consider myself to be, well, I do a lot of PC gaming and a lot of retro gaming. Like, I do like consoles when it comes to retro consoles, you know? And that kind of ends at, like, I think PS3 is the last console that I thought was, like, really awesome, you know? PS4 just had, like, Bloodborne on it, and everything besides that was forgettable. Well, and Destiny. The original Destiny I did really love, but you can't play that anymore. So really, it's just the Bloodborne box now. And then PS5, you know. Oh, you thought the step count was different? There's only a couple differences. Like, so the way that steps work on PC and PlayStation is almost identical, except that your fractions reset every single screen transition. So that means on PC, first of all, it means that steps are way easier to follow because you get a bunch of free movement back every screen transition all the time. So it's easy. It's a lot easier to get ahead or catch up if you're behind. But that fraction reset does then affect the preemptive setups. So like the preemptive apps and the preemptive Genova setups are different on PC because you have to account for the fraction resets. But that's it. Other than that, it's the same. Does it round down? Yeah, your fractions reset to 0 every screen on PC. And so the funny thing about the PlayStation version, as far as why they the implications of it not doing that is when you leave hostile areas and you enter non-hostile areas. In non-hostile areas, your fractions still move. It just doesn't roll your step ID. It doesn't advance your step ID whenever they roll over. But that means that, like, if you happen to leave a screen on fraction 0 into a non-hostile area, and then you enter the next hostile area on fraction 7, you just lost a step for no reason, you know? But the opposite can happen as well. And it's just kind of a wash. It's just kind of a weird thing to be aware of. HB active? Yeah. Oh, this is a different PS2 than I did that 100% run on. That hundo that I did was the last run that I did on the 90K. Now we're on a 77K, which has a bigger heat sink. Because I think it was a heat issue. Alright, so now we're gonna find out whether I am ahead or behind on steps. I think I'm exactly on steps. It's just formations that are off. But we're gonna find out. Groovy. Well, so far so good. Yeah, we're right on steps. Perfect. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 and a half. I think we need to take there. Menu me here. 44.26. We can go at. Oh, we have to go at. Wait, 44. Oh my god, 44.40 delay in 4. Okay. I was looking at the wrong minute for a second there. 44.40 delay in 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Force Stealer, Wizard Bracelet, Fire Armlet, Fire Ring, Bolt Armlet, boom, and Tent. Tent me up. Why is the time important? Because the RNG table for the world map encounters seeds based on your in-game time as it initializes. So I've got a notepad document that's a whole bunch of different IGTs and how to manipulate encounters from that IGT. And a lot of them just don't work, you know? So that's why I didn't get an encounter until very far right there. And it should be far enough to where now... whoops! It's very unlikely for us to get a fight before Icicle in here. Yeah. Okay, a little paralysis dodge here. We're going to open the door and talk to this girl at the same time. Oh, I didn't do it. There we go. That allows you to move even though her text box is up. Then we can trigger this cutscene, which freezes us, but then we clear her text box, which then allows us to move during this cutscene. And then After 1, 2, we bump. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, we bump. 1, 2, we bump. Now we can go. And we can go into the house as soon as that text box comes up. That tells us that the cutscene is considered done, so we don't have to watch the rest of the cutscene. Turbo pet the cat. When and what is the relay race? It starts on August 21st. It is a long list of basically every Final Fantasy game or all the ones that they could get runners for. Relayed between them, right? So one runner runs a Final Fantasy game, and then as soon as their run is done, the next runner picks up and starts their game. And there's 3 teams that go against each other through the list of games and their runners. So in order to get selected to be in the relay race, you need to have recently run the game, right? And like submit practice runs. So this is my second out of 2 practice runs that need to be completed in order to be considered for the relay race. Just for fun, you know, I just think it's a fun event. They got like graphs and stuff that show like where each team lost or gained time on which games versus the other teams and that kind of stuff. There's commentary throughout the whole thing and all that. So it's fun. And the channel that it's on is RPG Limit Break on either YouTube or Twitch. RPG Limit Break. Oh, and again, it starts on August 21st. I think FF7 is going to be on the 22nd. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Do I like Moogles or Chocobos more? I gotta go with Chocobos. I just like birds, man. Birds are cool. Like, in the world of favorite animals, let's get real. Cats are OP, so they don't count. Besides cats, favorite animal? Crows, dude. Crows are fucking sick. Alright, some of my pathing was a little round there, but bonkless. 0 bonks. Zergu, how's it going? Welcome on in. Trying to befriend some crows, but when you try to feed them, a bunch of pigeons steal it. Yeah. It's easy to have a very similar problem with ducks and geese, you know? Where you're trying to feed some ducks and the fucking geese won't leave them alone. Alright, since I did the appropriate number of steps, we won't get a fight here. And we will get it right here. Steps are looking pretty good. I'm Zach Woolley. Nice to meet you. Glad to have you here. So, if any of you watched my explanation of the Zeal How many of you here watched my commentary through Zeal's New World Record and learned something from my explanations of things on that series specifically? Because we talked about this, for example, why we run off the right side here, and then back to the left. Now you know. Now you know exactly what that accomplishes. Is every piece of movement basically muscle memory? A lot of it, yeah. I mean, you generally just develop a really good feel for just the way Cloud moves and the way that the rooms are shaped. Like, a big aspect of movement in this game is that you're running on a matte painting, right? But on the matte painting is an invisible 3D walk mesh, you know? And so you sort of just got to get an idea of, like, where all the different spots are, like, that you can brush and stuff like that. Like, a lot of the time, what I mean is, with your D-pad, you only have 8 directional movement. But, if you brush against a wall, it can ultimately, like, net Cloud a unique degree of movement. A unique angle that you can move at, you know what I mean? Oh, don't run from this! Okay, this is my Stilva. That's right, formations are off. Poke. Poke. Okay. So now we just need to hope that we don't get pincered. Because I'm off formations, I'm gonna get Sid back up right away. Normally, you wouldn't bother to do this. You would just get him back up before the icicles. But 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Because we're off formations, I might get pincered, and I want my characters to be alive if that happens. Okay, I don't remember exactly where I was. There we go. So yeah, if you really pay attention to the movement, you'll notice me very often, like, grinding on the walls that are, that were, you know, cornering around. 1, 2, 3. And that's because, like, by doing that, you're basically getting analog movement. Wasn't I supposed to get a fight there? Am I too far ahead on steps now? Okay, so we're gonna get a fight out here because of that, and it might be a Malboro. Which also means equip the ribbon right now. Or am I just mixed up with Hundo? Am I just mixed up with Hundo, Step Road? I guess so. So I did lose a little bit of steps there, kind of being confused. Yeah. I moved really poorly on that screen because I'm getting my step route mixed up with this hundo step route. All right, that's fine. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So, fight here. Ooh, yeah, we're behind now. Shoot. Man, one bad screen, and now we're, like, way behind. At least we haven't been pincered. One, 2, 3, 4.5. Right there, I had to start my walking behind the rock, but we were able to see Cloud's arms once he came out. Okay. Dragon Armlet, Water Ring, Gygus Armlet, Fire Ring. Fire. You're supposed to have the Fire Armlet, buddy. Fire Armlet, Ribbon. Pop over here. Yeah, this is fine. All Restore, Added Cut, Elemental, Shiva. And then we don't need to get anybody back up. Oh, now Cloud has this now? Oh, boy. Okay. Oh, I was supposed to go to ATB wait, though, so this is going to be an absolute disaster. Yeah, this is a total disaster. I was supposed to go to ATB wait. Okay, disaster averted. Are resets allowed in the run? I mean, you're allowed to reset, but you're starting over, right? Like, the other team isn't gonna wait for you. And Johans? Okay, we'll do a cure there, and then get me on to wait. Okay, good ATB now that we can take advantage of it. So these icicles, by the way, they're laser is a gravity elemental move, and the icicles are weak to gravity. And what laser does is it does 50% of the target's HP in damage. So it's weak to it, though, so it doubles the 50% and just one-shots them. Wow, that's good ATB. Was the last run better? That's what our splits are up against, yes. I'm 3 minutes behind where we were last time. However, I seem to remember my Schizo fight being an absolute disaster. So we've got time to save here. On this split we're on now, I think we've got a bunch of time to save. Yeah, when I was younger, I played a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh! Forbidden Memories on the PlayStation. And Twin-Headed Thunder Dragon was like the easiest to make really good creature. And it was very funny then, years and years later, when I saw the game Speedrun, it was funny to see that the speedrun strat is, yeah, you just build your deck around Twin-Headed Thunder Dragon. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.5. I thought it was the craziest thing, the way that every Yu-Gi-Oh card has like a 8-digit code on it, and if you put the 8-digit code into the game, it would bring the card up and you could buy it. Like, not, you know, this is a PS1 game, so you bought it with in-game currency, of course. But, I remember, though, that, like, it seemed like everything from the show was all 9s. Everything that was popular in the show. Like, I get why Blue Eyes White Dragon, you know, is really powerful, but did it have to be all 9s? But then even Karibo was all 9s, wasn't it? Have I played Elden Ring? Oh yeah, I am a big fan of FromSoft. And Elden Ring was great. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.5. Okay, here we go. 10. Notch. Limit. Wait. I should have saved. It's fine. You don't really game over on Schizo. You can just lose a lot of time. And yo, Sar. You get the level 11 weapon. I don't even remember there being 11 weapon levels. I only played Dynasty Warriors 3. Oh, there was a Pocket Station tie-in? Okay, I had no idea about that. Oh, nice. That's the funniest opener. Is almost kill Sid and then fully heal him. Yeah, I remember Dynasty Warriors 3. I remember 4 weapons, yes. Okay, so now Tifa doesn't have to do anything on her turn. Okay, so now if Tifa does not get Ice Breath, we laser. Nice. Ooh, I wasted time there, but I think it'll be fine. Okay, 1 crit attack done. Oh, I botched it. She was supposed to get an extra turn there. Okay, there's that attack. Here, we have to do this now. Let the Ice Head get his turn, right? No, it's that. Oh no, there. Okay, there's the Ice Head turn. I kind of really screwed up the order of operations here. Okay, this should kill, unless she underrolled. Nope, it killed. Now, because she never got Ice Breath, we need to grenade her to get her back into critical HP. And yeah, Tectonic. Oh! Awesome, awesome game. I mean, it's my all-time favorite game, what can I say? Okay, Tifa is missing her death blows, but for just race practice, I'm not too worried. Here's the thing about this. Yes, it's a little bit slow because she missed her death blows, and now we have to watch the triple fire attack, but everything is going according to plan, at least. Meaning, we're doing just fine as far as a race is concerned. But Tifa, could you maybe hit one of your death blows? I should have been counting, actually. Okay, we're fine. Because now he's dead. I believe if she misses all of her death blows, you can get into a situation where she hits... Oh, wait, he did Earth Counter. Never mind. He's not dead. Okay, hang on a second. Hang on. This is actually going... This is going more tits up than I let on. This is really bad. Did she underroll? Oh, I might be I might have just game overed myself. Because now our barrier's gone. So now this kills, and I think we're dead. We might all be literally dead. Did I just game over? I did. Oh my god, dude! Oh, fuck. Oh, God. Remember? Do you... Do you remember when I said, before the fight, I said, oh shit, I should have saved, and then I said, wait a second, no. Schizo, you don't game over on Schizo, you just lose like a minute if things go poorly. That is how you game over on Schizo.
You're goddamn right!
She missed so many fucking death blows and underrolled her damage, so he triggered the earth counter, which allowed us enough time for the M barriers to wear off, and since the M barriers wore off, his kill shot did full damage to us. Oh my god. Well, this is actually a major problem. This is a major problem because I have to finish a run of this game before August 2nd. And, you know, in order to be eligible for the relay. And so my last save, I think isn't my last save next to Cosmo Canyon or Red Dragon? My last save is on disc 1 40 minutes ago. So yeah, we're not continuing this, but I just have to start over. But yeah, so for the record, that means yes, you do safety save. You do safety save for Schizo. Even though you generally don't game over to him, you do save. Oh, man. Just put up an 8-hour run. Well, the problem is I have a child. So, like, I can't just run it back right now and be streaming until 9:30 p.m., you know? So instead, I think I have to do the run on Saturday, right? I think I have to come back on Saturday and do it then. Let me check my calendar, though. If that's even... Oh, man, what a bummer, dude. What a bummer. An actual Schizo game over. I mean, I don't have anything on my calendar. Or we do just continue from here, but like I really just don't want to. I would rather start over. I would rather just start over and do it on a different day, you know, than continue this one. But this is exactly the kind of thing that's important to happen in practice, though. This is the thing, is that it's like, now we know, because this is exactly why they make you do practice runs just before the race. It's not just to get unrusty. It's also for things like this to happen and be like, oh, right, you absolutely should safety save before that boss. Because if this happened in the race, I would screw my whole team over, you know? But yeah, so that's where we are, is I think I'm gonna be back on... I'm gonna have to be back on Saturday to do another run. Leave the baby with her grandparents. So the other question is whether I want to play FF7 for 11 hours straight today, which that I also kind of don't want to do. You know, or do I? I don't really want to. Oh, right, we have to, wait. Hello? Oh, this cutscene is just long, that's all. I mean, maybe I should get my wife's opinion on this. Right? That's what we're gonna do. Let's leave it up to Mrs. Dash. Whether I start over right now or I do the run on Saturday. We can have that be up to her. So I'll send her a message here. I feel like I have to call her. I don't want to text all this. But she's at work right now. I don't know if I can't really call her. I'll call her. All right. Hang on a second. So she said just do whatever you want. She said do either. I think I'm just gonna send it. I don't want to. I think I'm just gonna do another one. Mom said yes. Leave it up to Popo. He's not online right now. I will get in here. Okay, so here's the thing though, is I'm gonna get really hungry. All right. I guess we're practicing Red Dragon real quick. Hang on a second. We got to practice Red Dragon. Nice. That's good RNG. Man, it's too bad that the run where I got the God Scorpion didn't pan out, you know? Like if you guys didn't see the Guard Scorpion from that last run, go back and watch it real quick. We got the actual Insano God Scorpion. Am I married to my mother? Well, so we have a child. We have a baby. And so, like, when you talk to your kid, you have to refer to your significant other as mom or dad. So I'm starting to get used to calling her mom. You know, just because when I'm talking to my kid, I say, Mom said this, you know? All right. I think we hit this. And let's go. Let's run it back, folks. We're running it back. Six Tifa death blows.
Goddamn right.
Were the regular attacks deliberate? Yes. So the way that you do that fight is the first head, Tifa needs to be under death sentence, have a hero drink on her, and be in critical HP. And then in order to kill the first head, you give him a death blow, plus its added cut, and 2 more regular attacks. Then you get her out of critical HP and do 2 more regular attacks. All right, here we go. Boom. I'm going to run and grab another protein meal replacement thingy drink. All right, so I used to not have 2 of these a day because they're caffeinated. However, I have more recently gotten into the habit of having a caffeinated or having a energy drink, a Celsius. I've been hooked on Celsius, dude. So like I've been having a coffee in the morning, and then around this time, 2 or 3 p.m., I would have a Celsius, right? So this coffee can just replace the Celsius today. Anonymous, thank you for anonymously gifting 5 subs. Thank you. Damn. And then Tectonic from earlier, who just joined during the Schizo blunder, if you're still here, because you mentioned that you just finished the game for the first time, maybe it'll be interesting to you that now you can see the run from the start. And I'll do my best not to fuck it up this time. All right. Womp, 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 womp. All right. Oh. I didn't hit start hard enough the first time. Oh! Yeah, and this opening track is... It's funny to say it's one of the best songs in the game, because I feel like you can say that about half the soundtrack. Like, every other song is like, this is one of the best in the whole game. Alright, so I guess Mrs. Dash will just be taking care of the baby solo for the latter few hours of this run. Yeah, dude, this synth voice on the background is so good. Oh my god, Monstery with the super chat. Thank you for the 10K. La da da da. Yeah, we're running it back. I would rather just continue today's stream than have to schedule my Sunday around the stream, you know? But man, now I gotta think of 4 more hours worth of conversation topics. I wasn't prepared for this. So, how about that World Cup? I heard the World Cup happened, right? Do you like stuff? Yo, Hiro Yuki. I didn't save before Schizo, and then Schizo went literally as poorly as it can go. As far as, like, you know, game overing you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.5. Yeah, I don't know why they're all chasing around that ball the whole time. They can just go buy their own at the store. We already burned through the baby and Whiffed banter? What's whiffed banter? Oh, wife banter. Baby and wife banter? Okay, hang on. We gotta braver. We gotta remember that. Blammo. We would like him to hit Cloud. Okay. This could be interesting. Because he's guaranteed to do Scorpion Tail now because the Braver put him under the threshold. Right, I gotta reopen my notes. So he's getting double limit broken here. Okay, so we definitely go for regular attacks. And now my worry is that Cloud is not going to get his limit back from this. It's very possible this doesn't give Cloud his limit. Yeah, that's too bad. So now we need we need to stall a little bit. Do. Okay, okay. Yeah, I guess the wife banter we got going on right now is that we have 2 Roombas in this house. You know, you guys know about Roombas? We've got 2 of them already, and she wants to buy a 3rd. Not just any 3rd, also. She wants the one that's like $1,000. Please hit Cloud. Somebody's got to hit Cloud. I need you to hit Cloud, please. Thank you. Don't kill Cloud now. Okay, nice miss, idiot. All right, there we go. Cloud got his limit. What happened to no resets? You know, things happen. But you know, it's kind of the age-old thing of like when she describes the upsides of it, you know, it's it makes sense, right? The fact that the mop portion of it has self-cleaning pads, you know, and it's like, okay, that does sound nice. But man, is it worth a $1,000 investment? Because here's the thing. She asked me, she said, what's the threshold of money that we're talking? Like what amount of money would you question for the Roomba? And what my answer was, you know, not knowing the price of it, I was saying, I think like tippest, toppest, I think like $500 is insanity, right? And right, like that 500 I feel like is where we're at the level of utter insanity. But then I think, like, okay, so, well, here's the thing. We already have a Roomba in the room that we're talking about. Also, though, we already have a Roomba that already mops. It just doesn't clean its own pads. Okay. So, you know, that's kind of our latest topic. But really as I already talked about before, we've been big on the Yakuza series. But, like, now I've been playing Blueprints, and I was like, will you... Because the thing is, my buddy, but, you know, he's married and they're friends. Look, buddy just had a kid. And so now they are going ham on Blueprints. He and his wife. And so now I got to play it again so I don't fall behind. So I was like, you know, Mrs. Dash, do you want to play Blueprints, like, together? And she said, yeah. And while she does enjoy hearing me catch her up on the stuff that I'm finding and the puzzles I'm solving, when we're actually playing it, she just immediately falls asleep. Like, I don't know if I've seen a game put her to sleep as fast as Blueprints does. So really, it's like she takes a nap while I play it, and then I catch her up on everything the next day. Here's the thing, we will get the Roomba. I mean, I think it's very likely that we'll get the Roomba eventually. But the thing is, the longer I can put off getting the Roomba, it puts off whatever the next purchase is. Whatever the next thing is that Mrs. Dash is gonna get obsessed about and you know, demand that we get for the house, I can put it off for as long as I can put this Roomba off. Because before the Roomba, it was the gazebo. And guess what we have now? We've got a gazebo. But now we've barely used it because it's been 100 fucking degrees in Minnesota this summer. Do we let Mia go outside? With supervision, yes. We have a fenced-in backyard, and we let the cats out, and, you know, with supervision. Is it the genre of puzzle or the game specifically? I think it's the game specifically because I think a big part of it is the music, you know? Like, it's a game where you slowly walk through an empty mansion with really atmospheric music ambiently playing, you know? Oh, speaking of Mia... You think someone else is feeding your cat? It doesn't come home anymore. Do you have, like, any kind of neighborhood app or something to ask about it? Oh, yeah, because follow-up. Hey, remember last time I streamed, I was complaining that someone's been stealing my mail? People have been stealing packages out of my mailbox. At least I thought so. We got... On the neighborhood app, somebody else put up a post that said, hey, has anybody's mail been going missing lately out of their mailboxes? So it's not just me. And it's not the mailman, because if I go out and get the package right away, it's fine. It's only if I leave it overnight. So that's the thief. So now, though, I've got this problem where it's like if ever I always need to be on guard, where if a package gets delivered, I need to go get it right away. And it's like, the thing is that completely solves the problem. Well, it doesn't, but it's a workaround. It's a workaround that is so effective that I will never know if the problem ever gets solved. You know what I mean? Because the problem getting solved would be the person stopping doing it. Hopefully getting arrested and charged with a felony. But, right, that would be the problem getting solved. So I don't know if the problem is ever going to get solved because I have a workaround. But the workaround involves me being paranoid all the time. Yeah, my wife has informed delivery, so, like, we know what days we need to, you know, go out and get it. So anyway, so that's what's going on with that. Look into Obra Dinn. Oh yeah, dude, big spill. I have played through Return of the Obra Dinn. It was fantastic. I have had a couple ideas, right? Like, you know, I thought about buying an AirTag and planting a fake package in my mailbox so that then when it gets stolen, I can report the address that it goes to. But, you know, that requires, like, an amount of execution that I'm not really ready to when I can just go get the mail right away instead. And yo, Hoppy, how's it going? Ring camera. So we have our mailboxes are in a set, right? Like everybody on the street, all the mailboxes are in the same spot. Our camera does see that spot, but it's not like... It's not the spot that, like, triggers an action... First of all, I think they're stealing it at night, when it won't really see them. Because it's too far away, you know? Try one of the trick packages. I've thought about that also, you know. I've thought about all the things you can do to be a big badass, but like, you know, I don't know. Mail yourself anthrax. That is one thing that I forgot to do, was check if the items that were stolen from me showed up on, like, Craigslist or something. I forgot to check that. Because here's the thing. One of the items that was stolen from me is, like, a very unique thing that no one else is selling, you know? Well, I'll tell you specifically. It was a copy of Micro Mages for NES, which is a recent homebrew NES game. It's an NES game that came out in like 2020 or something, or like, you know, within the last few years. So like if you were to see that on eBay or Craigslist or something, it's like, that's mine, dude. Oh, man. Is it expensive? It was like $80, yeah. And it got stolen twice because... So, the first one got stolen, but I didn't know at the time that my shit was getting stolen. It was just a package that never arrived, right? So, first thing I contacted was the seller to just be like, hey, I never got the package. So, they sent me another one. But the thing, it did take them like 3 months to send it to me because, I don't know, they were backed up or something. So like 3 months later, they did send me a replacement, and then that one got stolen. So there are 2 copies floating around this area, and they were both mine. Scott Ian, though, from Anthrax. Yeah, dude, I saw him play with Mr. Bungle. Big time saves? You won't believe it, but I'm pretty sure Schizo is a big time save on these splits. So, but yeah, specifically what we're doing here, though, just to catch everybody up since it's a fresh run, is, Oh, by the way, first of all, real quick, I forgot, just to answer the question, I forgot to make an insurance claim with USPS, but I think I might be able to get refunded from the insurance. I'll have to do that still. But yeah, so to catch everybody up, this is a race practice run, which means this is not really a PB attempt. It's not a world record attempt. We're going to be doing some safety strats, some safety saves. The goal of this run is to finish no matter what. And so why are we only 24 minutes in, even though we're 5 hours into the stream? Because I forgot to make one of my safety saves, and and then I actually game overed instead of just getting lucky. Or I should rather say, instead of just not getting horrendously unlucky on the boss fight. do 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 do. Okay. Faith No More going on tour again sounds very interesting. I've never seen them. In fact, I have never seen Mike Patton. No, I have. I saw Mr. Bungle. What am I talking about? I just said I saw Mr. Bungle. When they came around for the Raging Wrath of the Easter Bunny tour thing that they did. And they were awesome. Okay, so we got the tiara, by the way, saying it out loud this time, so I remember. Whoa! Boom. Iron Volnir, thank you for resubscribing. Well, I guess I'm getting my full mileage out of taking a day off of work. You know, we're gonna end up with a 10-hour stream here. Damn, he's doing these squats. Yo, Giga Man, I do network engineering. It's like mostly Cisco route and switch stuff. Can you get 20? I think yes. Like, if you get the maximum, right? Only if you are able to get 21, I think he's able to get 20. I'm not 100% positive on that, though. But yeah, right now work has been pretty relaxed, you know. My team did a great job while I was on leave, and I came back and, you know, I've got a couple projects, but for the most part, it's like super laid back right now. Partly because, like, the big project, we have like a big project that's pending a large hardware purchase, and that large hardware purchase has not happened yet. Whoa! I swear I pressed L1 a year before Cloud actually turned there. That's one of those spots where I feel like your inputs get locked for an extra frame. Sometimes. Wow. Talking about contact bouncing on controllers, and you remember going over that topic in microcontrollers. Gotcha, yeah. Yeah, as far as that kind of stuff goes, I don't do anything like that professionally. That's just hobby stuff. I like buttons. I like old electronics a lot. And when I say old, I mean like game consoles, you know, with the way that all their capacitors and pull-up resistors and that kind of stuff. I've just learned about that stuff just simply out of curiosity. Whoa! Is that gamer dad from '83? Thank you for resubscribing, thank you. This chair did used to be black, Noki Jean, that's right. It was like a fake leather. The fake leather was beginning to peel when I was first given this chair, and now it's all gone. Mostly. Planning on doing games done quick? I don't have any plans to like submit to any marathons, which is a funny thing to say as I'm doing a practice run for a relay race. I like stuff like a relay race, but you know, I don't know. I don't do a lot of marathon stuff anymore. Don't really have time. Cause like if you're gonna do something like games done quick or ESA, you really gotta prepare, right, to make sure that the run goes well. And I don't really have time for all that. Or what I should say is I would rather be playing other video games. The relay is the 21st is when it starts. FF7 will be on the 22nd. But you have to get your practice runs in by August 2nd so they have time to put the teams together and stuff. Have I been to Tokyo? No. Japan is the #1 place that I want to go, you know? For someone like me, who's really into video games, really into retro video games, specifically into Japanese video games, I have a large reverence for Japan, and I would love to visit, but I haven't done it yet. And now I don't know, like, when I'll be able to, right? Because, you know, with the child and all that, I'm not really sure when we'll be able to make that happen. But I definitely want to. Definitely one of the places I would like to visit in Tokyo would be the place where Kamurocho is based on. You know, what's the name of that? Because in the Yakuza games take place in Kamurocho, which is a fictionalized version of a real place. But I can't remember the name of what the real place is called, but it would be really fun to visit there. Am I back to guitar? Oh yeah, I've been playing guitar, I've been playing drums, everything with that has been great. I got an acoustic drum kit now, which I've been jamming with folks. Like just this last weekend, I jammed with my cousin. I've got a cousin who is like a legitimately really great guitar player. You know, like he practices guitar for like 2 hours a day and has been for a very long time, you know. Like he was in the Navy, and I think when he was in the Navy, he spent like all his free time practicing guitar, you know. And now he still practices every day and stuff, and he's really good. Anyway, very fun to jam with him. Because we can just be like, oh, do you know Crazy Train? Yeah, all right, and then just like play Crazy Train, and he can even like do the solo and stuff. You know, it's great. So, very fun time. But no, I don't know any Japanese beyond what you pick up just from being a weeb. But I've heard that I've heard that if you just visit Japan, that's totally fine. Biggest fears and concerns for Revelation? I don't have any because I'm just not interested. I'm just not gonna play it. Like Rebirth. I thought Rebirth was just so boring that it killed what little curiosity I had for the remake trilogy. You know, like really for someone like me. The only reason that I played any remake at all in the first place was just out of curiosity of like what stuff is gonna look like, you know? What's the Gold Saucer gonna look like? What's Chocobo Ranch gonna look like? And then like partway into Rebirth, I just stopped caring, you know? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I just realized, like, you know what? I don't care what Cosmo Canyon looks like in this version. And, like, the gameplay is not doing it for me. The battle system's not doing it for me. The story and the voice acting and that stuff's not doing it for me. Don't really care about the soundtrack. And so, yeah, if also I just don't care what, you know, to out of curiosity to find out what they did visually with each place, I just have nothing left that has literally any interest for me in playing the game, you know? So I quit playing Rebirth after the Bottomswell fight because that was like, oh, that's what they... It's like I build up in my head, okay, we're gonna do... I'm gonna get far enough to be able... Because we get to see Junon, right? What's Junon gonna look like? We get to find out, you know? And that's the driving factor. But then I get to Junon and what's the payoff? It's me going, oh, okay. Right? And that's not worth the hours and hours of gameplay that I don't like to get to that. So yeah. So I don't think I'm gonna be playing Revelations. And you know, especially now that I have a lot less time to play games, or like I have to pick and choose the games I play more carefully now, you know, just having less time in general. And so yeah, so that's one that's just not gonna make the cut. Dee 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 dee. But you know what I have been playing lately? I beat it. I finished it. I did it. I finished Silent Hill F, finally. Oh man, it was awesome. There were a couple parts where I thought that the combat was a little annoying in Silent Hill F, but for the most part, I thought the game was pretty fucking solid. I really liked it. And I'm very interested to play through it more times to get the different endings. But for now I'm quite satisfied with it. But yeah, more and more, like, the thing is, I've always had a tendency to just like retro games and indie games for the most part. It's not very often that I like, or that I get into like a AAA game. You know, those are few and far between. Mostly I'm into old stuff and I'm into indie stuff. And now, like, with what I'm saying, where I have to kind of pick and choose my games more carefully, that preference is just going to become a lot more pronounced now, I think, you know. Ocarina of Time remake? Eh. And the thing about that is that, like, I think Nintendo makes the best remakes in general. Like, I do think the Link's Awakening remake is quite good, and the Mario RPG remake is quite good. So, like, Nintendo has their heart in the right place when they make remakes, and I think that they make pretty good ones. But still, I'm not really into Zelda. I'm not really a big Zelda fan, just in general. I really like the 2 Zelda games that are on NES. And then, like, Wind Waker was pretty cool, but, generally it's not really a series for me. Right now, my most anticipated game is Castlevania Belmont's Curse. That I'm looking forward to. Burned yourself out doing all the side stuff and never went back? Yeah, I've heard a few people mention that also. Okay. Fable? Fable's a funny series to me because, in my opinion, alright, I hope you guys aren't sick of Dash's terrible game takes, but the only Fable game that was even remotely good was the first one. The second Fable game is legit one of the worst games I've ever played. And so I didn't play the third one. Because the second one was so bad. And then, so yeah, I'm not really interested in Fable. Especially since the new one is made by the Forza team. So, like, I will be interested to hear what people think about the new Fable. But it's made by the Forza developers.
You're goddamn right!
I don't know what, like, we'll see. We'll see if they're able to make a fantasy game with combat in it. You know? But I don't know. I've got zero attachment to the Fable franchise. And again, it's the type of, I don't know, I think the setting of Fable is kind of lame. Like, I just don't really like the setting of the games. It's just boring to me. And the good versus evil aspect of the games hasn't really appealed to me all that much before either. Like, in Fable 1, it was kind of interesting, but in Fable 2, man, it was just like, oh, this person dislikes you? Well, how about you just fart emote in front of them 10 times, and now not only do they like you now, they're literally in love with you. And you can, and like, that's how the mechanic works. So it's just completely fucking pointless because of how easy your player influence is on it, you know what I mean? And then, spoilers for Fable 2 from 20 years ago or however long, but also, none of what you do in that game, the entire fucking game matters. The whole good or evil shit doesn't matter in the slightest, because what happens at the end of the game is exactly the same, and you just get a choice of what of which 3 endings do you want. Just pick which one you want. That's right, this whole game, who is sold to people based on the idea of player choice and being good or evil, you know, I guess it's all the way down to the ending where instead of instead of there being an effect from what you did, rather it's just pick what you want. I don't know. We're literally married? But yeah, anyway. So no, I don't really care about new Fable game. Look. I feel like a grumpy guy here, you know? Look, I'm a grumpy guy when it comes to a lot of new games, you know? But Silent Hill Townfall looks very interesting to me. Castlevania, Belmont's Curse looks very interesting to me. And what a world that we live in, by the way. What a world that we live in, where just a few short years after Pachinko Hell Konami and Metal Gear Survive Konami, now I will sit here and the two games that I'm most anticipating right now are both Konami games. Isn't that wild? How shit changes? And then I'll also say, I'll also say that I am very skeptical, but interested. I'm interested, but skeptical in Duskbloods. Because, like, I love a new FromSoft game. I love the art direction of it and how weird the game looks visually. You know, and I like the idea of an excuse to play my Switch 2. Because I haven't been playing it. But the fact that it's like always multiplayer apparently has me thinking that I'm probably not gonna like it. But who knows? Bum bum. Oh shoot, Mia's been on me, and so I kinda am not. Set up. Alright, ready to count this waterfall again? Elevator manip round 2. I did it the first time. Let's do it again. Okay. So what we were doing there is I was timing out the gaps between the waterfall glows. And there are 256 different possible patterns you can get, because there's 256 different spots on the RNG table that we could be right now. And then I've got a big notepad document of every possible different pattern. So I'm going to Control F here and say, we just got pattern 212-323-121 is the pattern I saw on the waterfall. And indeed, that is position 24 on the RNG table. And so now, I just need to have perfect movement all the way up to the elevator. And that will land us... ooh, this is a special one. That's going to land us on a certain RNG position once we get to the elevator, from which we can then manipulate our elevator path to minimize how many encounters we get. How much time does the manip save? So it's one of those things where, on average, it saves a minute from like your average elevator RNG, but elevator RNG is extremely wide as far as how good or bad it could be. For example, an unmanipulated elevator could technically actually be faster than elevator manip, because you could just get the best RNG without manipulating it, and since manipulating takes time, that's faster, right? But your elevator RNG could also be so bad that it kills the run. So really, the manip just makes it super consistent and about a minute faster than average. And very enjoyably, it takes something that is extremely RNG heavy and turns it into a skill issue. And then, how does that compare to stairs? Unmanipulated elevator is, on average, about a minute faster than stairs. And then, so then elevator manip is about 2 minutes faster than stairs, I think. Just about. Okay, we do need to leave at a specific position of the save crystal. 1, 2, 3, but before 15. Okay, there we go. So what was that all about? The save crystal itself wasn't important. What was important is that we allowed the waterfall to glow a few more times to actually manipulate us into a good position. Doo-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, I just inhaled like a little bit of saliva. Hopefully it'll be fine. And okay, so now to maintain RNG, we need to move perfectly in this room, which involves going like this, like this, like this. There we go. This room doesn't matter. This room, though, we need to move perfectly again. Brush on that. Up, left, up, brush on that. Okay, that was good. Then, brush on that. In here, and brush across that. All right. Then trigger this text box as early as possible. That looked good. Okay. Did I finish Rain? I didn't say, I forgot to save in front of Schizo, and then Schizo actually game overed me. So, even though it's supposed to be a no reset run, I reset. We got permission from Mrs. Dash to do a 10-hour stream today. So she can be spared my my Pepe Sylvia ranting about all of the blueprints things. Okay, remember I have to run upright. After the pole here for RNG manipulation. There's not very many that are like this. Just bought a Wii U. Nice. I like the Wii U. It's got some good stuff. I would if you're into JRPGs, I would highly recommend Tokyo Mirage Sessions on Wii U. That game fucking rules. If you haven't already played the Switch version. Whoop. Yo, Cornfed, thank you for the good luck. Are you submitting to this, Cornfed, to the relay? If you get in, you'll be rusty at best. I mean, I'm pretty rusty. And yo, JD. Oh, 142. Nice. Okay, so for this one, the manip will land us on either floors 18, 15, or 17. For our first floor. (18, 15, 17). 17, so I was a frame late. So the manip is 1520. 1520 is our manip from here on. And now it's all timing and visual cues. All right, here we go. 1 backup 17. 1 backup 17. Okay, 1. Next is 5. For floor 38, we need to do 5. 1, 2, 3. Just 4 because I was 1 late. So now it's 1 backup 2 for floor 47. 1 backup 2. Okay, now it is -1 backup 8. -1 backup 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Because that's the 8 back. I was too late, and so we did the 8 backup, and so we only had to do 6 because we were too late. And there we go. There's another elevator manip for you. Hey, nice. Cloud got a limit. It's too bad that they all got turns. But I like Cloud getting a limit. Oh, Cloud's fast ATB surprised me there. But it actually worked out. Oh, right, it's this one. Okay, 59:49 is a pretty good time. Pretty good time. I'm happy with how this is going so far. Respect for starting again after Schizo. I hope I've got the stamina for the whole run now. You know, I am re-upping on the coffee, but I'm gonna be dying for some snacks, man. All right, here in game time, 24 is Mako. 4 down. What's the script for the estimated IGT? You're talking on the bottom of Live Split. Ace made it. Really, it's just a timer that runs at the same erroneously slow speed that FF7's in-game timer runs. But yeah, Ace is the one that actually programmed it.
What are these holes in the wall for?
The previous run die? Yeah, I game overed on Schizo after forgetting to safety save. Oh, no locked boxes in this room. So firstly, you can just do it in the correct order, is the one way to do it. This, however, is not the correct order. But all you have to do is, you have to select the correct first box. Like, the first box you have to get right, and it's always that one that I went to first. And then if you put that piece into the bottom right spot, like the bottommost spot you can put a piece into, it just unlocks all of the boxes for some reason. For whatever reason, they coded it that way. Yeah. If you put your first piece on the bottom right, you don't have to do the rest in order. You do them in whatever order you want after that. But for the record, the correct order is top room bottom, then bottom room top, then bottom room bottom, then top room top, and then the far room. That's the correct order. Do-do-do-do. Ba-da-da-dee-da-doo-da-dee-doo-doo. The intention is when you come up the stairs, you attempt to open the chest next to the stairs and it locks all the boxes. Did my explanation not make... Is what I said not true? About it being about where you place the one? I thought it was. I thought that's how it worked. Blink here, however, I Blink 22 in the Twitch chat. This guy is another FF7 expert. To the point where you guys might have heard, Zeal recently did a 100% run that was a new route that he ran. He ran a new route, and that new route beat my record by like 30 minutes, right? And this is 100%, so this is the half hour, or this is the 15-hour category. You know, my PB was like, oh, I don't remember, 15:46 or something, and he got a new record of like 15:15 or something like that, right? It was like 30 minutes faster, his execution of this new route. Blink here was like, I would say, the main brain behind that new route. They said there was infinite money ticket in a house. Spent years trying to find it. But it was just a troll? Oh, man. One time as a kid, I bought a book that was like a bunch of cheat codes and for a bunch of games. And one of the games was Croc, Legend of the Gobos. There were 2 codes in there. One of them was for level select, to put in the password screen, and the other was for invincibility. But the invincibility code didn't work. And I tried it over and over and over. I put in this long password to try to get invincibility to work, and it never worked. And then upon closer inspection, the thing about the code book was that it was like a bunch of little games. The code book was for each of the games. It was like a little game in order to solve the codes, right? Some of them, maybe you had to do a crossword puzzle or something, and it would reveal the code, right? The Croc one, upon actually reading the page, said, "Hey, only one of these 2 codes is real. Which one is it?" Ay, 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 dude. So, it was the level select that was real. And all it was, by the way, calling it a level select code is over glorifying it. All it was the password to get your file to a state where you have access to all the levels. Like you're at the end of the game. It's just like a password for the end of the game. By the way, I've got this book here. How to Win at Nintendo by Jeff Rovin. You guys ever read this one? Maybe I'll read you guys a passage from it when we get to a long cutscene. How to Win at Nintendo. Isn't that the best name for a book you've ever heard? And like calling it winning, by the way, one thing that I've noticed recently, have you guys noticed that people less often nowadays use the word beat when they say that they finished a game? Or am I making this up and I'm not actually right about this? Like, nowadays, people say they finished a game, rather than saying they beat it. But maybe I'm just wrong, because I thought I noticed that, but then I was talking about Silent Hill, and I said I beat it. Okay, please don't kill Tifa. Cloud's got his limit ready, which we like. Okay, yep, that's fine. Oh god. Oh, please don't kill. Oh, geez, what is happening, dude? They all got extra turns at the very end. They all got one more turn before that last grenade. Oh, man. Your dad called anything to do with gaming Nintendo? Yeah, that was a big thing. Everything was the Nintendo. And then, honestly, I feel like that kind of got taken over by PlayStation a little bit. Like, it didn't totally go away, but old people started saying PlayStation. Probably because that is such a more toy-sounding name, right? It's the station you play on. It's the PlayStation, right? It kind of makes sense. Whoops. Do. Pause your game. Yeah, I've talked about it with my parents where their least favorite thing to hear in the world was, "I have to find a save point. I can't quit playing right now. I have to find a save point." Oh man, they hated that. What do kids now say, though, to their parents? Not now. I only have we only have 2 more hours to unlock the last level of the battle pass. Ugh. The season ends in 2 hours, and I don't have the party hat yet. Oh, yeah. I just got raided is pretty funny. Most kids beat the battle pass long before it reaches the end. Yeah, probably. There is kind of an interesting game design conundrum there, which is part of the reason that I think I dislike a lot of, well, pretty much all like live service stuff, is like when you have a game, when you have like a live service game, right? There is like a balance that needs to be struck with the players, where it's like, how much do you appeal to the casual people, where you let things go for a while and people have plenty of time to do everything? Or do you appeal to the hardcore people who play your game like it's their fucking job? And nowadays, in current year, that actually is really common, that it's literally their job because they're a streamer. Do you appeal to those people who finish all your content in 2 weeks for every major expansion? So we need to make our fucking season schedule like every, however many weeks. Otherwise, like the core streamer audience is gonna move on to a different game. Oh, streamers are like so little of the player base. That's true, but I mean though, like that type of people. There aren't so many streamers, but there are a lot of people who. Here's the thing. There aren't. Here's the thing. You're completely right that streamers are a small amount of the player base. Now, a slightly larger amount of the player base are the streamer watchers and like the other people who like the other people who just play the game like it's their job, even if they're not a streamer. But the thing is that those are the loudest people, right? So like if we're talking about if we're talking about the community, what's the community manager hearing, and the forums and all that, the Discord, right? All of the loud gamer discourse is going to be about how oh, there's nothing to do. Oh, there's nothing to do in this game. Because we already did it all. Jail skip, by the way. Have I tried going full-time streamer? I did for a little while. That's how I started speedrunning FF7, actually. What happened was I used to work on a contract basis. Right, we don't go in there this time. Okay. I wasted like a tiny bit of steps there, but it's totally fine. What was I saying? I used to work on a contractual basis. And after I had a contract that lasted like 6 years, and it was funny because I found out later that apparently they weren't supposed to keep contractors for more than like 6 months or something, and my boss had been doing like little things on the back end of like quietly moving me around between teams and that kind of stuff to keep me on. Sort of, like, that's not exactly it, but it was sort of like that. Like, it wasn't, they kept me for like 6 years, right? So I got very comfy in that contract. When it did finally end, though, I thought, you know, I'm just gonna full-time stream for a little while, right? This was before I owned a house, before I had a kid, and so I had like a good amount of like savings, right? And I just thought, you know what? I'm gonna full-time stream while I look for my next job. And then that little bit of like, we're gonna full-time stream for a little while, that turned into 2 years. I full-time streamed for 2 years. And that's when I started speedrunning FF7, was at the start of that. And you know, it went well, you know. The channel built up to where I was making enough money to pay my bills. However, I didn't really hit the break-even point for my bills until I was like out of savings, you know? So I was paying out of pocket the difference between how much I was making from streaming and what my bills were, all the way up throughout all of the growth until I had just like barely hit the break-even point. But kind of the problem with it, though, was that it was like, it wasn't the best situation where like my health insurance was really bad, you know, at that time. And we weren't making enough to upgrade to buying a house, right? My wife and I. And like, we weren't going to be able to have a kid, right? With on that income, unless I saw a lot more growth, you know? So I just went back to regular work at that point. It was a great 2 years, though. You know, I had a wonderful time full-time streaming, but I tell you, I am a lot less stressed out now. You know, not having to worry about like, because it was like, in order to, I say that I had grown enough to make enough to pay my bills, but that was assuming I did a subathon every month. So I had to like e-bag every month on a subathon, which I didn't really like doing, you know? And yeah, so there was just always the fear of like, if I have one bad month, now we're underwater, right, and that kind of stuff, and also just I was very anxious about health, right? Because like I was saying, I had like bare minimum health insurance, and it wasn't actually good, right? So now it's like I love streaming. So it really sucks that I basically just can't stream anymore, you know? For the most part, it's few and far between on my streams. But overall, my happiness is a lot higher because, you know, job is a lot better for monetary security. Benefits are way better as far as what my health insurance and stuff is. I have a baby, which is, you know, my daughter is the light of my life, so like things are great. I wish I could stream more, but things are going great. Outside of FF7, what do I like to stream? Recently, I was playing through God of War 2 on PS2, just because I hadn't played that in a long time. I really like doing drum streams. I've got an electric drum kit, which I can hook up to. Have you ever heard of Yarg? It's an open source rock band clone on PC, where you can play custom songs on it. And I love, doing drum streams, drumming to that game. Do 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 do. Otherwise, honestly, I stream so little now that I don't even really have an answer to what I stream outside of FF7, you know? I would like to finish that God of War 2 playthrough. I would like to finish my Dragon Quest 6 playthrough. I would like to play Shin Megami Tensei Strange Journey. But especially that last one, that's not gonna happen. I'm not kidding myself. Maybe one day when I'm older, and Twitch is down the shitter, and you know, it's only YouTube streaming is left. Hey, dog skip, you know, and my daughter is okay with me spending some extra time streaming, you know. Maybe we'll come back. Come back to, like, doing playthroughs and stuff, I mean. Okay, so the one left makes it so we need to get hit by Motorball's opener, but it'll be fine. Oh, and yes, Rain, I did finish Silent Hill F. It was awesome. And I was gonna move on to Stellar Blade, but instead I picked Blueprints back up. Oh yeah, is someone... Sorry, I might have missed it. If anyone's asking why we throw grenades so much, it's because they do a lot of damage versus what, like, our other options are. And they never miss. They never crit. The animation is relatively fast. Every character can use them. They're pretty cheap to buy. And so... You know, they're just the best option for damage at this point, for the most part. We did just load a bunch of green materia onto Cloud to buff his magic stat because we're going to be using Bolt against Motorball, plus grenades from the other two. And yeah, Stellar Blade looks really fun. I'm looking forward to playing it. Is that the game where the character has an incredible rack and ass? Yes. And I heard, not only does it have good, I heard that it actually has, like, innovative jiggle physics, too. Where, like, or boob physics. Not only do the boob physics have everything you've come to expect from modern video games, but I heard that they even added, like, boob squeeze together physics into the game. For if ever her arms happen to be in that position, her boobs will realistically squish together. So we're talking cutting edge shit. And that was added to the game later, right? Apparently that was patched into the game. They didn't have the budget to put it into the game originally. But then I guess the game did well enough where they were like, what are we gonna do with all this money that we got from how successful our game is? Let's make her tits look even better. I never finished Kingsfield either. I know, man. And it was great. Kingsfield was awesome. I'd like to play it more. And it's probably not that long also, right? The thing that I'm really trying to avoid, though, I'm really trying to avoid spending my streams just making promises about how much more I'm going to stream. Like, do you guys know those streamers? There's streamers that are genuinely good, right? Good streamer, but they have a really inconsistent schedule, and every single time that they do stream, they promise, oh, guys, I'm gonna be streaming more now. And then it doesn't happen, right? I don't want to be that guy. So I'm just telling you guys how it is. I have no idea when I'm going to stream next, and I'm probably not going to have time to finish the playthroughs that I started. But I mean, you guys got to hear this baby that I got in the house. She's like trying to talk. She can't quite make syllables yet. She can't really make consonant sounds yet. But boy, oh boy, does she have a lot to say just making noises. Just expressing her voice. And it's the cutest. The tech? Oh, red bikers won't try to go past you if you're attacking y'all. So what you do is you just only kill orange bikes until you have 3 red bikes spawned, because also there's only up to 3 bikes at once. And then you can just sit there holding attack and they'll never try to get past you. 232, we got a high cloud magic run again. Boom. Pragmata? I loved Pragmata. I played through it 3 times. Bolt number 2? I even have a YouTube video about it. If you want to hear like my kind of extended thoughts, Bolt number 3 on Pragmata, I have a YouTube review of it. $226. And yeah, I think the same thing, Pro Speed. I think Pragmata is likely going to be my game of the year. Thanks, Matt. Played 007 after, and damn, it sucks. I watched a little bit of that 007 game, and it looked insanely boring to me. which was kind of disappointing, you know, because I thought like, oh, the Hitman people make like the spy game people making a Bond game. That sounds cool, but it did not.
This fucking game sucks.
It did not look very fun to me. 38. Well, actually, I have a couple things to say about it, but first we have to go. 52 is like 88, so that's like 130, 28. I'm on the wrong sheet. There we go. 130, 28. There's a 26, or we can go at 34. $34. Oh. Oh, right, it was 28. Oh, yeah. It was 26 was the one that I missed. Okay, 130, 34. Now we go 4 left, 4 menu. 1, 2, 3, 4. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. There's our manip. Now, diagonal movement is 5% faster than cardinal. So we use this camera trick to be able to move diagonally even though we're going straight east. Okay, 54 is like 77, so like 132, 17. There's a 132, 19. Yeah, 19 or 21. $19 or $21. The biggest thing for fast escapes is, if possible, be an ATB active. 19 or 32, 19 or 21. $32, 19. And we go at 2 spins. Menu at 2 spins. 1, 2. The reason, Aiko, the reason that it's 5% faster is because if you try to move if you're only pressing one direction on the D-pad, the game sends Cloud 60 map units per frame in that direction. But if you're pressing 2 directions on the D-pad, the game sends him 45 map units in 2 directions. And, you know, with Pythagorean theorem and all that, that factors out to about 63.63 map units. Ah! We're good, we're good. So yeah, going back to ATB active here is just because, well, it's partly because we're about to have to escape some encounters, but actually the bottoms well fight we want to be an ATB active because we're going to use poison against him. And ATB active is going to make poison do a lot more damage to him. Yo, Sefsta. Yeah, quite a few games have the diagonal movement quirk. Doom, for example, is a big one. You watch people play Doom fast, they're always running diagonally. Oh, since this is a race practice, we need to safety save here. All right. Calm skip time. So some of y'all have maybe never seen Calm Skip. Basically, there are some things that don't get updated when you're on a chocobo properly. Hopefully that's fine. And so if you unload and reload chunks of the map in the right order while you're on a chocobo, Cloud can pop up into the air like this. Now we bump into the zone to the left of us, and now we do some more chocobo movement where we load and unload world map stuff while on a chocobo to corrupt the world map even more. And now we can run straight through the mountain. And just like that, now we can get to Junon without having done the calm flashback. Did I train with save states in the past? Oh yeah, I practiced pretty much every individual room. I practiced the movement with save states. Okay, we need Cloud to gain his limit on the bottom swell fight. Audio echo? Oh, you might be thinking of the... there's a Twitch thing where people can redeem a fake FF7 battle beginning. So the double one that you heard was just a fake one. To try to mess with me. It never works though. So I'm thinking about getting rid of it because it never works. Every once in a while though, someone gets me with it. Yo, Sven, things have been very good. All right, here we go. If this guy turns green, it's good. If he doesn't, it's bad. Hey, Cloud got his limit. That's good. Okay, not yet. So now we have to turn him green before we put more grenades on him. Hey, that's what I'm talking about. Do. Previous one, run went belly up. Yes, it sure did. I fucked up big time. I forgot to safety save and then immediately game over it on the next fight. But hey, it was good practice. It was a good warm-up. And it was exactly the practice that we needed to drive home the point of yes, you do safety save before Schizo. Is W item useful? Only in the 100% category. Because in categories where you don't have to get W item, it just takes too long to get it. But in 100%, you have to get it. Because you have to have all the materia. So, while you have it, you might as well use it. And we put it to great use in the 100% run. In all bosses as well? Gotcha. Do 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 do. Yeah, this minigame, not the best. Not the best one. Is the amount always the same? It's always 41. You have to put 41 charges into her, and like breath charges. You know what I mean? Like 1, 2, 3. That's what I mean. So, so we do. I do 5, and then I just repeat 9 until it works. Make a full OST with only voice. That's what's funny about Smooth McGroove, is that the process of creating those seems really fun. Favorite part of the run is like everything from Cosmo Canyon skip all the way to Genova Death. That whole middle section of the run is so fun. And yo, Juicer. How come? I mean, you got Materia Keeper, Palmer, Red Dragon, Demon's Gate, Schizo, Genova Death. Like, all those bosses are so fun. And there's not a lot of downtime between them either. Yeah, it's just kind of one thing after another with very little downtime. But after Genova Death, there's like a 15-minute streak of just cutscenes. And then it's the Sid part, which is okay. And then it's another long string of cutscenes. Then it's the live stream part. But then after live stream, After Livestream, the run is really fun. Like, I really enjoy Underwater Reactor and the Carry Armor fight. But there's just so much downtime, right? Like, after Rude, there's like the whole space part. And then there's all the downtime of like the key, or like using the key. And then you get to fight Diamond Weapon, but then after Diamond Weapon is like a really long cutscene. But then you get to fight Hojo, but then after Hojo is like a really long cutscene. Did I screw that up? I did! Amateur hour over here. I needed the double dolphin jump. Air we exhale is way lower on carbon dioxide than you used to think. Yeah. Like, you know, that's why when people are like hyperventilating, they can do like the bag trick, right? Have I tried the Echo S voice mod? I haven't tried it personally, but I've seen other people using it. And look, I realize it's a labor of love, and the people who made it love the game, and I respect that. However, I think it is a cringe nightmare. And I also find the idea of adding voice acting to these text boxes in the first place to be, like, offensive. I think it completely literally ruins the game. Man, it drives me crazy when I see like a streamer, I'm playing FF7 for the first time ever, and I'm like, oh wow, that's fun. And I pop into the stream, what is it? PC version. All the models are updated with those ugly fucking new models that everybody uses. Voice acting mod on it. They've got like the menu is redone in the style of the remake and shit, and I'm just like, good God, dude. Oh, it's not even the same game anymore. Look what they did to my boy. Why would you mod the shit out of a game you're playing for the first time? I agree. Like, I'm big into the concept of like, if I'm gonna play a game for the first time, what I enjoy is putting myself into the mindset that the game is brand new. You know what I mean? Like, let's say I was playing FF7 for the first time. The mindset I try to get into is, it is literally 1997 or 98 right now. This game is brand new, and I'm gonna enjoy it, you know, and I'm gonna try to play it like that. And that's how I enjoy games the most. Oh. They try to do it to have something different than just playing the game. I kind of understand that idea, where it's like, if you're I get what you're saying, Matt. This is an interesting point. If you're a streamer, some people might think that for their stream identity, they don't want to be the millionth person to play through vanilla FF7, right? And so they want to personalize it a little bit. That makes sense. But that's not me, right? My streamer identity is original version, no help. Get me in the mindset like this is brand new. Even if it's a thing where like the game crashes, look, there's a certain degree where maybe you have to fix it, but you need to have the game crash first, right? Let's say you're gonna play a notoriously crashy game like Fallout New Vegas on stream. I would say load it up vanilla first and experience a few of those crashes. Because first of all, it might just not happen. I think, so, you know, I feel like people have generally gotten better at running old games, and they don't really crash as much as people worry about, but it still does happen. But still, I'm saying, experience what other people experienced a little bit, you know? And then be like, okay, let's install the patch that fixes these crashes, because, you know, I get it. It's like, you know what this is just like? Dragon Ball Z. I have been talking about how I want to watch Dragon Ball Z, and everybody tells me, you gotta watch Dragon Ball Z Kai because they cut out all the filler. And it's like, People say, in the original version, it takes Goku 5 episodes to charge up a fireball. And I'm like, yeah, but there's no fucking way. Here's my take on this, all right? As someone who's never seen it, there's no fucking way that it's 30 minutes of Goku charging up a fireball. There's gotta be something happening in the episode on the other way, like as the B story. There's got to be a B story that's going on, right? Otherwise, it makes zero sense. And it would just be bad TV, right? Now, let's say it is like that. What if it literally is like that? Where it really is that boring, and they've made apparently the worst TV show of all time. Well, I would like to see that, you know? Like, what people are doing, people act like it's 20 minutes of Goku shouting, and that's the only thing that's happening. People act like that, and it's like, if that's really what it's like, then I want to see that, because that's so fucking stupid that I need to see it. Sorry, I'm getting really heated. But that's how I feel. That's how I feel every time when somebody says, don't watch Dragon Ball Z, watch Dragon Ball Z Kai. You gotta watch Dragon Ball first? Okay, you know, I'm fine with that. But yeah, so like the whole point is, I'm sort of against, like, I don't know, I guess trying to alter other people's first experience of something, you know? You know what else? You know what's really fucking similar? When I was 17, or maybe 18, I don't remember exactly, but it's when Metal Gear Solid 4 came out. When Metal Gear Solid 4 came out, I really wanted to play through the whole series because I had only played the first one, you know? I played the first one when I was like 14, didn't touch the series again until 4 came out. So, 4 comes out, I go back, I replay the first one, and I'm like, alright, I am gonna play this series. And you know what people told me at the time? People told me, skip Metal Gear Solid 2. They said Metal Gear Solid 2 is bad and stupid, and you should skip it. Imagine if I had taken that advice. First of all, Metal Gear Solid 2 is the best one. It's literally the best one. Secondly, if I'm gonna play through the whole series, I need to know what happens in 2. And thirdly, I want to see what's bad about it, right? Like, you're saying that you experienced a game that you thought was bad, and I'm saying if I'm playing through the series, I also want to experience it. I want to see what's bad about it, and come to my own conclusion about that. You know what I mean? Which is also why I hate, right? I go on a lot of rants about this game sucks, or I hated this about this game, and I do it. I shit talk a lot of games, right? However, what I'll tell you is as a streamer, I love when people tell me that I've inspired them to play a game. When people say something like, you made me play FF7 again, or for the first time, or blah, 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 right? That kind of thing. I hate when people say, like, oh, I guess I'll skip that game. If I go on a long rant about how much I dislike a game, or what it did that I don't like about it, and someone's like, oh, I guess I'll skip it then, I hate hearing that, because I'm like, nah. If you're interested in it, you should you should play it, and come to your own conclusion. Don't co-opt my hipster contrarian douchebag opinions. Okay, where does that leave me? Point is, you know, sometimes it's good to experience both the good and bad of something, to have like a well-rounded experience of it, right? Rather than just skipping to dessert every time, you know what I mean? And also, yeah, Dark Souls 2 is another great example. There's a lot of people that'll tell you to skip Dark Souls 2. But man, does that game do enough good things and enough things right it does enough good things right to be a great game. Dark Souls 2 is just a great game. Yeah, it's not as good as Dark Souls 1. It's probably not as good as 3. But you should still play it because A, it is a great game, and B, here's the thing about Dark Souls 2, is even if it's the worst one to play, it is the best one to watch. But you're only gonna enjoy how great it is to watch if you've played it, you know? When you see someone else in the fucking Shrine of Amana, when you see someone else open the door that goes nowhere and just kills you, when you see someone else, right, aggro the pigs in the opening area that kick the shit out of you for some reason. Like, all of these, Dark Souls 2 is like a horror comedy game, but you won't get any of the jokes if you didn't play it for yourself. You know what I mean? I got you to play Dark Souls? Nice. It's so funny, dude. Friend of the channel, Kino, he's like one of a friend of the channel, right? He's been watching for a long time. He has been... Minin, speaking of longtime friends of the channel, what up, Minin? Thank you for resubscribing. He's been playing through the Dark Souls series, and he's typing up these rants in Discord about how much he hates it and all the game design decisions that piss him off about it. And I'm reading all of them, and I'm just going, it's so funny that he's saying all this like it's bad, because I'm reading all these things and going like, yeah, that game's great, man. Yo, Mega. All right, if I did my movement correctly, this is going to be a preemptive fight against Genova. And now we're going with one Braver happened to Guard Scorpion, Apps, 2 more. We're at 4 Bravers again. Boom. Okay, so that's 5 Bravers. Dark Souls is a series that has a lot of annoying discourse around it. Like, depending on who you ask, you will hear the opinion individually that every single Dark Souls game is the easiest one. You'll hear that every single weapon is overpowered. You'll hear that every single one has the worst PvP, right? Like, everybody has a wildly different opinion about like every aspect of the games. All right, Braver 6. We're counting Bravers because we need 8 Bravers to unlock Cross Slash, and we need to do that before Red Dragon. And depending on how many I have is going to adjust my strategy on the laser fight. Did that miss Red just now? All right, here's Braver number 7. Yeah, I usually do use more the wording of, like, it's not for me or I don't like it. If I ever do just say something is bad, though, I mean, do keep in mind that, like, the very nature of the statement is an opinion. I also don't think we should have to get too caught up in, like, that's just your opinion, man. Because it's like the nature of the statement is that it's an opinion. Just without us having to really worry about it too much. All right, we got Cross Slash just from that fight. about a minute slower than the run from earlier. Like the crunchiness of the graphics? Me too. I like... The thing is, there is no version of this game, unmodified, that has smooth pre-rendered backgrounds. So I like when the foreground, like the 3D models and stuff, line up to the pixel grid of the pre-rendered background, you know? Everything's got to share the same pixel grid or it looks like ass. I should perhaps take this opportunity for a bathroom break. Actually, we can do it after Mount Coral. Do-do-do. Do-do-do. Mm-mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. But here, this is a viable bathroom break, but eh. We also got to get ready for a World Map minute here. Is it better to get Force Stealer in the minigame? Yeah, the reason for the speedrun is that we use Bravers. All those Bravers that we used against Genova, they do significantly more damage with the Force Stealer than with the Buster Sword, which we would otherwise still have. Also, the Force Stealer has double materia growth, which is good for our materia setup. We don't really need HP Plus until later in the game when we can just buy it. Now, it's possible, right? It's possible that there's like a sick routing that you could do with HP Plus. That would be better, but that is not what has been found. Oh, I forgot to check. That was like 45, so like 203. Two, three, four, five, six are all holding 0. Do-do-do. Yeah, for the new category where you do disc 1 skip, there is actually a route where you steal the hard edge. There's a route where you don't steal the hard edge, and there's a route where you do. But for this category, I mean, yeah, you'd just still be on the Buster Sword here if you didn't get the Force Stealer. But yeah, I mean, if you were to steal a hard edge, and oh, that's so unlucky, dude. Extremely unlucky to get this encounter. At least they were both fast escapes. Dee 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 dee. All right. 1, 2.5. All right. When's next encounter? So, world map is a totally different RNG system for encounters than fields are. So now that we're back on the field, I can tell you the next encounter is going to be just before or after the jump right here, depending on how my steps are. Probably at, okay, just before the jump. If your steps are like super ahead, you'll do the jump first. That steel would have been a soft, which gives you some safety against Demon's Gate. We can still buy one instead. All right, here's the pit again. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 and a half. And now the next encounter is going to be coming back on this bridge just before we leave the screen. And I actually have to force it. We have to make sure that it's on this screen. If we get our next encounter, if our steps are good enough to where, like, ahead enough to where we get it on the next screen, it would screw up our formations. So yep, the next encounter will be right now. Katoomba's song on the snowboarding? No. Final Fantasy VIII has the worst battle theme? No way, dude. It gets a huge buff by nature of being in 5/8 time, which is the best time signature. It's like that rhythm. Oh, man. Final Fantasy VIII has, like, maybe better battle music than FF7 even. It's close. It's close. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I love 8's soundtrack. I think 8's soundtrack might be better than 7's. Which is insane to say, but I'm saying, like, that's how much I like 8's soundtrack. Okay, we are going to force the right arm because that is this is a race strat for me. This is for safety. If you have a right arm, Dyne can't kill you. But you'll see here, this is why we don't force this steel normally. Because it can take forever. But again, this is for safety. It makes it so that we will never die to the Dyne fight. There it is. Okay. All right, now menu time. Insurgent, I don't think so. I don't think I did see that. Hang on, let me do this menu real quick. How is that the case regarding Dyne? Because the right arm one-shots him, so he just has no chance to kill you and end your run. If you have a right arm. Alright, I will be right back. Okay, there we go. I didn't realize I had so little time there. I picked the slower option. Not a big deal. Just a few seconds difference. Yo, Previous. Zofer, thank you for subscribing. Yeah. Play through FF7, you get to Gold Saucer by hour 6. Nice. I mean, I imagine you're going through, like, Calm. Right? And Previous, thank you for resubscribing as well. Oh yeah, and you can link it again, Insurgent. Don't worry about double posting. Okay, I've won 1, 2, 3, 4. Man, I tell you, so speaking of like YouTube and stuff, I haven't really been watching a lot of YouTube in general or Twitch and stuff lately. I've been watching some, but not a lot because, dude, I've been going ham on Blueprints. Like, all of my free time is spent playing that game right now or going through my case file, right? All my screenshots, all my notepad documents, all my drawings and stuff of everything I'm working on. To the point where, and this is where it's a little concerning, like maybe I ought to cool it, I'm literally dreaming about the game at night. Like I am having, hey buddy, it's the rare spawn. I am having dreams about finding new clues in blueprints. That's how hard I've been going on it. Okay, we don't gotta worry too much about cutting off the game, because this isn't like a run to be submitted, it's just a practice run. Just to be submitted for the race. I think it'll be perfectly fine if we enjoy our 2-cat moment on the both cats on the chair. Oh, hang on. We just gotta get into battle square here and then reinitialize turbo. All right. There's both cats. Have to submit this for team picking? Yeah. I don't think that they're gonna care that there's a little bit of double cat action instead of game for a moment. And I suppose if we're really concerned about it, we can just do this. There we go. This is for all the show cats that have been redeemed when there was not a cat around. Here's the POV. Hang on, this is covering up too much cat. All this cat wants in the world is for you to rub his face. It's his favorite thing. He lives for face rubs. Proof that I cheated the run. Right. I cheated what? My practice run just to submit to a relay race? Oh yeah, dude. Your cats are also black and a tabby. Nice. Yeah, I specifically wanted the black cat because I think that they're really cool. And then, so I picked him out, and then Mrs. Dash picked out Mia the tabby when we adopted him, you know. Long fucking time ago. What was that? 14 years ago? They were only a few months old. Yo, Dewey plays. Man, I could use more water. Oh, so earlier when I was saying, like, my favorite part of the game was point A to point B, Cosmo Canyon skip to Genova Death, and I was saying, like, there's so little downtime. This is why it doesn't start until Cosmo Canyon skip, is because there's a ton of downtime here. Oh, thank you. Mrs. Dash, everybody. With the water delivery. Have I ever got a game over in a run? I just did earlier. The reason we're 7 hours into this stream and only 2 hours into the run is because I game overed 4 hours in. And I was supposed to not do any resets today, but I hadn't saved. Yeah, I'm supposed to be safety saving. The reason I'm not safety saving here is because I forced the right arm instead. So, Dine can't kill us. No reset? Yeah, we gotta change it to no more resets. No more resets. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. One reset and we already used it up. All right. So we're gonna lose a little bit of time here to the, Sorry, I'm paying attention. Oof. There we go. We don't have to use Cloud's Limit here because we already learned Cross Slash, which really minimizes our time loss. So that's good. But yeah, we got 2 extra encounters, right? No, we only got 1 extra encounter. Where was the rest of that time loss from? Oh, stealing the right arm. Yeah. I forced the right arm steal, which took quite a while. So that's where the rest of that, like, this was a bad right arm steal, so lost quite a bit of time there. Oh, if you get sad over red splits, then race practice might not be the run for you. Because they are going to be red. Until probably Schizo. I remember, at least, I remember my first practice run went really, really well until Schizo. So that's going to be, I think, our big catch-up opportunity. Which we all know how well that went a couple hours ago. Oh my gosh, I just realized something that killed the run. I forgot to use the power source on Tifa. Oh my god, dude. I took the extra power source from the chest, and I didn't use it on Tifa. So that's part of the reason she underrolled. If I had used that power source, she probably wouldn't have underrolled. Bro, that actually makes it so much more tragic. But again, that's why this is practice, though, is because that's just another thing to remember. Like, remember, if you grab that power source, you use it on Tifa before Schizo. That is super important. The menu before him is supposed to be tent, notch, limit, and that's it. Add the power source to that menu. It was a me error? Oh, it was a me error from the start. Like, yes, we got unlucky. Like, also, if Tifa's death blows had just hit, we would be fine. But among the bad RNG, especially for a race, the entire purpose of, like, race practice and race strats is that I'm supposed to be able to deal with any situation, you know? And so, yes, given that we were put in a situation, it was 100% my bad on multiple levels that it resulted in a game over. Like, here are the layers of fuck up that ended that. First of all, like I just said, I didn't use the power source on Tifa, which is partially responsible for her underrolling. Secondly, I did not re-up my M barrier before finishing the boss off to be safe from his counter. Thirdly, I did not heal Cloud. He would have survived it if he was healed. Fourth, I didn't save beforehand, which would have let me just load my file and try again. So, that was everything that stacked up. Yes? I just had this. Yeah, not yet. Yeah, eating opportunity is gonna be... Yeah, but I'm just telling you, it's gonna be in like 2 hours. Yo, training please. What does no slots mean? It means we're not allowed to use Kate Sith's level 2 limit break, which is called slots. Actually, you know what? I just declined that chicken, and now I'm thinking, man, that chicken would actually be really good. Maybe I do want the chicken. But I just said no, and she just walked away. What do I do? Oh, she heard me. Hi. How much chicken is for me? Really? Give me 10 seconds. Give me 10 seconds. Okay, and by that I meant 2 seconds. Thank you. All right. I got chicken. You know what they say. Like, no matter what goes wrong, at least I got chicken. I do gotta watch out for this temp crown I have, though. Not to, like, bite down on anything overly crunchy with it. Hot and spicy noodles? Okay, is it just me? Maybe you guys can enlighten me on this. Is it just me, or are spicy noodles always way too fucking spicy? Like, I feel like it must be something about noodles themselves, what they're made out of, the texture of them, or like just the amount of surface area that they have with which to attack your tongue with spiciness. It's like, I feel like you can put the same level on spicy on chicken or on noodles, and the noodles are gonna be way fucking spicier with the same amount of spice, just because of how they're made. I don't know. The Shin Ramyun, I think that is what I get. As far as my instant noodles go, I don't get the extra spicy stuff, though. I get, like, the Shin Ramyun Black on Caleb's recommendation, And I tell you, it's an ordeal to eat it. Like, it's almost not worth it, but it is worth it. $54, $59. $29.54 is one menu. Oops. Boom. Boom. What up, plugs? Cloud? Right. Cloud has a limit. So we can't do the other thing. That confused me. Normally you would do a regular attack with Cloud to save a Molotov, and because it's faster. But he's got a limit, so we can't do it. Ah, come on, Kate. There we go. You've been buying croutons to snack on? Dude, kind of recent. So I do that too regularly, but last time that when I had that like bout of terrible vomiting and went to the ER, and it was like a gallbladder thing, right? Like I think they want to take my gallbladder out and I have to follow up with them about it or something, or they want to look closer at it. Anyway, point is, I had this terrible bout of vomiting where I went to the hospital. But just before that happened, I was eating croutons. And now I haven't had any croutons since. Alright. For safety strats, we are going to save here. There we go. Yeah, that skip is really not very hard to do. Both you and your sister needed your gallbladders out? I know my dad has his taken out. But yeah, that's actually something I need to... Okay, remember, 13 steps here, not 12. I made that mistake on the first run today, and that's what threw us off of formations. Yo, Sea-Dog. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Yo, Hobox. Oh yeah, family's doing great. Mrs. Dash is home, and the kid is going to be back from daycare any minute here. Oh, right, that. All right, here we go. Two, but one? Yeah, we can handle this. We'll go elemental, lightning, fire, and you get ice. So we're gonna have a lot of extra money. Because we're gonna get a bunch of AP from this. Okay, Hell combo is quite annoying. It didn't quite put her in critical, though. There's that miss again. You know what? You are gonna potion yourself. There we go. Oh, I'm doing well, Common Cat. $71. We want to see 28. 26. We got to hit him twice. Excuse me? Didn't I hit him twice? I didn't pot him after the first bio? Oh my god. That's a big problem. Big mistake. Big mistake. We'll do this for good measure. Okay, now he's probably fully healed. Wow, I really screwed up my materia keepers today, huh? Now we have this problem going on. So let's see, tick, 69. This is really going off the rails. Really, really off the rails. I think Cloud's dead now. Fuck. I don't know if this is salvageable. I don't think this is salvageable. Oh my god, dude, I died to Materia Keeper? Oh, fuck. I can't believe I made that mistake, dude. Oh, this is bad. What do we do? Okay. No, we're just fucked. We're dead. We're dead. We would have to eat. I think we'd have to ether to Big Guard again. I actually forgot I had an ether. So now we just need to die. Oh, dude, I don't want to reset. Here's the thing. If this was the race, I'm getting very flustered that I'm playing so poorly. But part of it is I have been streaming for 7.5 hours, which you start to make mistakes, right? But here's what I'll say is if this were the race, we just load Cosmo Canyon skip and we're back here in a few minutes and it's fine, right? Like it's actually totally fine if this was the race. Yes, it would be a big time loss. It would be a big problem. But you know, like it would be a bit of a letdown for the team that there's this big time loss, but it might not be the worst thing that happens, right? It wouldn't be absolutely awful. So the question now is, like, do I want to finish the run? Like, do I want to keep going? Yes, let's keep going. Let's just do it, man. We're extremely behind. It's really bad. Oh man, this is really fucked. But we're gonna deal with it. The other team could have the same thing, exactly. And I have chicken. That's right. At least I have chicken. But man, a materia keeper death is very annoying, I tell you. Very annoying. All because it's because of his hell combo opener. If you'll allow me to bitch for a second, hell combo is the most annoying fucking thing that he can do at the start of the fight. It's worse than Trine. Everybody talks about how bad it is when he opens with Trine. Trine is not that bad. Hell combo is way more annoying, and that's why. Because I had to heal Tifa, and healing Tifa made me not heal him. And Mini missed. Also, for the record, I would have been able to heal Tifa with Kate Sith if fucking Mini hadn't missed also. So, like, hell combo opener into Mini miss? Oh, man, dude. And there you go. There's my bitching. Okay. So now formations are off also, by the way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So now, just like last time, formations are off. Because I just got that encounter. Getting that encounter right there, having to get that encounter twice throws my formations off. So we're gonna have to deal with that now as well. Re-menu, that's not what I meant. This should be the same as last time, so we'll just do the same thing. 1, elemental lightning, fire on you, cure up. Alright, I'm gonna fucking annihilate this asshole. Oh, he's trining, awesome. And I big guard because I'm an idiot. Oh my god. Okay, this time I forgot to check for trine before big guarding. So now we've got a different problem, but it's gonna be fine. It's gonna be better than what just happened. It's gonna be a lot better. Okay, 70, so we want to see 29. Alright, let's go. 29. We have to hit him 4 times? Oh my god, Cloud. Cloud isn't minied yet. Because I had to cure. I'm losing my Spadoinkle, dude. Losing my Spadoinkle. I just fucked up again. It's fine though, it's totally salvageable. This one is totally salvageable right now. But still, this is unbelievably bad. Just the amount of rust and bullshit. Okay, 29, please. 1 tick. 26. We gotta hit him 3 times, and we've seen 1 tick. 3 times, 1 tick. 1. 2 ticks. There you go. $244, 37. 37's a hold and 0. Oh my god, dude. 37, holding 0. 21, 44. Oh, right, everything's off. My estimated IGT doesn't work anymore because I had to reset. So, 35 is a holding 0. Okay. Okay, there we go. All right. He always drops Jammer, yeah. Oh. That's how I do that, right? I put those materias on, right? I do Kate Sith's bottom one first? I'll have to look at his materia. I'll have to look at his menu during the Palmer fight to make sure I did that right. Okay. Chicken? I don't know. Nicole brought it to me. I mean, Mrs. Dash. Okay. Yo, Night Sprites. Alright. So this is now the Disaster Expedition, and I'm gonna do my best to claw my way to as good of a time as I can manage. But we are now... This is rough. But all I have to do is play perfectly for the whole rest of the run, and everything will be fine, right? $42? Right, we have a lot of money. Sar, welcome back in, buddy. Hello, welcome. What were you guys up to? Dynasty Warriors 4? I know, Sar, I know. Here's what happened. I asked the wife for permission, and she said yes. So here we are. Here we are doing more FF7. It's turning into a disaster though. So I had one materia keeper where I forgot to heal him after a unsuccessful bio, which then spiraled out of control all the way into a game over. So loaded the safety save, and second fight, also a disaster. Because I didn't mini Cloud before sending his cross slash. So I over damaged him. And yeah, so we lost 8 minutes to 2 absolute embarrassing disasters against Materia Keeper. So we're just gonna see what happens. Oh, also formations are off now again because dying to Materia Keeper and having to load that safety save gets you into an extra random encounter, which throws your formations off. So it's not just the one thing that went wrong. It's now we have an ongoing problem, which is formations being off, that I'm gonna have to deal with for the rest of the run. But steps are still on. And at least I got chicken. And yeah, the quad 7 strat is great. And hey, this is a nice eating spot. Sounds good, G. Kemper. By the way, maybe you guys can enlighten me. I've got this stuck in my head. What movie or show or what is the phrase huge embarrassing failure from? There's like a thing where he says like, he's like preparing for something or something, and they're like, what are your expectations or whatever, is like the context, and he says, I'm trying to avoid the phrase huge embarrassing failure. Or something to that effect. I'm trying to avoid huge embarrassing failure. Based off that terrible explanation, does anybody know what I'm talking about? Is it from Tommy Boy? Does David Spade say it in Tommy Boy? Because that... Oh, no! It's, I'm trying to get us prepared for our next huge embarrassing failure. That's what it is! In the hotel room! Yes! I'm trying to prepare us for our next huge embarrassing failure. Okay, because I've always had that phrase stuck in my head. In, like, speedrunning. And, I can never remember what that was from. That's how I feel about my Palmer. Like, right now, these cutscenes leading up to this Palmer fight, I'm just thinking, like, man, we're just running up to our next huge embarrassing failure. Okay, so the best thing that could happen on this fight is for Palmer to get poisoned on the first bio. We would love to see that. Oh, he skipped his first turn. Okay, that's good. Oh, miss? A total miss, dude? That's rough. You know what? I'm gonna dice him. Oh my god, the double sixes? Okay, well, that's lucky. It'd be great if this bio would stick, but dude, a 2400 dice is really good. Oh my god, please get poisoned. Are the dice random? Yes. And you know, there was a while where I was wondering if it really rolls both of the dice, and then like does math and add them together and stuff. Or is there just a list of predetermined possible outcomes that it randomly chooses one from that doesn't necessarily represent all possible outcomes? Wow, he never got poisoned. That's terrible. I was happy to find out upon hearing how it literally works programming-wise. It really does roll both of the dice individually, or all of because later dice does 3 dice. It rolls each die individually and then like does the logic to figure the damage out. There is something a little bit weird about it, which is that, I think it gets a number from 0 to 255, which is not divisible by 6. So the 6 different sides technically don't have exactly the same chance. Oh my god! The story only? I'm sorry, I'm eating chicken, so I'm covering my mouth. Because I'm talking with my mouth full. The story only says, I literally don't care about FF7 and have only played it once, but I just finished bringing your How the FF Speedrun Works series, or binging your How the FF Speedrun Works series, and I'm an amazing educator, and you were mesmerized. Thank you for the huge super chat. Thank you, that's crazy. I'm really glad to hear it because, I mean, yeah, I just think this shit's really interesting. Like, my goal with that series was to say, even if you're not gonna speedrun the game yourself, I'm gonna go into this shit in enough detail to where it'll just help you appreciate the game in general, and the speedruns of it, you know? When you see somebody else speedrunning it, you can follow along with the mechanics more closely if you've seen it, right? And so it makes me very happy when I hear people say things that that validate that's what they got out of it. I'm gonna go ask directions to our next huge embarrassing failure. Yeah. Man, when I watched that movie so much when I was younger. That was one of my favorite movies growing up. Much better than Black Sheep? Yeah. Black Sheep felt like it was just a movie trying to capitalize on the popularity of Tommy Boy. And I mean, it was fine. It was funny in its own right, but it wasn't nearly as good. Lots of people go to college for 7 years. Yeah, they're called doctors. Okay. We can buy 3 Molotovs with our money, which does not give me a soft safety against Demon's Gate, but that'll probably be fine, right? Black Sheepy did the big hilltop fall. Yes. Is that where he meets Gary Busey? Or am I mixing 2 different parts up? And then in Almost Heroes, he does the big, is that what it's called? Almost Heroes? Or Almost Famous? There's a movie called Almost Heroes and a movie called Almost Famous. I think it's Almost Heroes is the Chris Farley one, right? Or he falls out of the tree with the egg. Like, I remember Almost Heroes being not super great. But I love the whole sequence where he has to get the egg is super funny. You found out you don't like drawing that much in college? Yeah. I think a lot of people, like, if you're anything like my age, but maybe it's not even an age thing, I think a lot of people find out that, like, you know, a lot of people get pressured into going into college right out of high school, and then they find out that, like, the thing that they picked, because they had to pick something, they don't actually like doing that much. Speaking of Gary Busey, did you guys ever see that show, I'm with Busey? I only heard about it, like, kind of recently. Or someone was talking about it, and I saw, like, a bunch of clips from it. Where, yeah, it's like, I don't remember exactly what the circumstances of, like, the setup of it was. But it was like a pretty young kid, like, wanted to meet Gary Busey for some reason. And then there's a reality show, like, about him hanging out with Gary Busey for some reason. And it's really funny because the kid is, like, excited about it, and it seems like it was his choice. Like, I want to meet Gary Busey, right, at first. But it kind of seems like Gary Busey is just scaring him the whole time. Like, just being himself and being the fucking weirdo that he is. It kind of seems like the kid is really, like, put off by him and scared. At least that's what I remember. All right. How are we gonna deal with being 10 minutes behind? I mean, we're just gonna do it. We're just gonna send it. Yeah, if Schizo goes well, I'm very curious to see where we end up after that. Since I feel like I remember it going really poorly on the run that we're running against. Excuse me. Gary Busey had like a personality shift incident, or accident. I haven't heard anything like that. I mean, I don't know much about the guy. Oh yeah, the opening of 9. I forget. Is it like... It's really similar to that play or something, right? I don't remember what the thing about the beginning of 9 is. But I remember it being like what you're talking about. I Want to Be Your Canary by Lord Avon. I'm afraid I don't follow. Is that the song from Final Fantasy VI? It's the name of the play. Gotcha. Yeah, I remember there being something in there, but I only played 9 once. And every time that I've tried to watch speedruns of it, they just keep resetting at the Mage Masher. So... Played it back when it was new, next to 7, 8, and 10 as well. Nice. Yeah, I grew up only playing Final Fantasy 7 and Tactics. And then when I was like 14-ish, 13, I played the GBA version of 1. And then it wasn't until I was like 25, 26, that I decided, which is 10 years ago now, but I decided, like, I'm going to play the whole series. So then I played 1 through 13, all original versions, all original consoles and stuff. So, like, for Final Fantasy 2, 3, and 5, I had to get fan translations, but that was great, you know? And, yeah, I don't know, it was great, but it wasn't for a while, you know? GBA 1 had 1 and 2? It did, but I only played 1 at that time. But yeah, and so after I had played all those, when I was like, I want to go back and replay a couple of them. First one I replayed was 8. And then, and that was a few years ago. And then just a few months ago, before my daughter was born, I replayed 1 and 2 on NES. Isn't 2 miserable? No, it's awesome. That's one of those games that gets a bad rap from like I don't know how you can play that game and not like it. Okay, let's see. 301.51. We can take 59. And 30. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 30. I played 2 on NES. I played a fan translation of the Famicom version. I've got like a bootleg NES cartridge of it. Ooh. Okay, it's not the pincer, so that's good. The encounter rate of 1 and 2 are far, far too high. You can just run away from the fights, though. Like, once you're tired of fights, you just start running away from them. Okay, that's good. That's fine. Not Kate, please. Okay, thank you. Nice. Not too bad. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 1, 2, 3, 4 and a half. By the Fury Ring. Grab Death Blow. You go too far north and get slaughtered? Yeah. And that's the thing is, I like that kind of thing. I think that that's immersive, you know? Like, I get that other people are just, like, straight up disagree. It's dumb. But I don't know. I like that kind of feeling in the world of like this place is dangerous, you know? Okay. But yeah, the thing about 2 that I love is like I was talking about this whole thing earlier about dungeon crawling and how I love when you're in the dungeon, you're vulnerable, right? And it's like you can make it as long as you've got the resources, but you need to keep in mind how much of the resources you need to keep to be able to exit again, right? And then once you exit, you can save and lock in your progress, and then you can, you know, go rest up at the inn and then try again. Go back into the dungeon and get a little bit further that time, you know? I love that gameplay loop. And 1, 2, and 3 are the only ones that really have it. Having the dangerous areas you avoid feels great when you can come back, when you're finally strong enough to come back and deal with them. Yes, exactly. And yeah, no reset means that I'm finishing the run no matter what. We're not sitting here resetting whenever something goes wrong. Now, I did reset 4 hours in because I forgot to safety save and then game over to a boss. But besides that, no resets. Nice HP on Kate Sith. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yo, Ella. Yeah, that screen's a little bit wacky as far as like the D-pad orientation. The nice thing about that screen navigationally though is that it's all like 90-degree turns, you know? It's like a lot of straight lines and 90-degree turns, which is pretty easy to understand what the optimal routing is. As far as like hitting your corners and that kind of stuff. La, da, 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 da. Wah, wah, wah. Do, 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 do. Someone who's into rally games? Oh my god, dude. There was this one time where all of like my streamer friends were playing Dirt 3 for some reason. So it was like every stream that I went to was just like easy left after a short 30 right? Right? It's just that all over and over again. 45 over a long. It's just this fucking nonsense being driveling on while we were you know, I'm watching the stream. I'm watching the stream and just this nonsense talking. Caution, long hairpin right? Yeah, it's definitely the kind of thing where, like, if I just knew what they were talking about, I wouldn't even hear it anymore, you know? Like, you get to a point, I'm sure, where you start absorbing the information without even necessarily being consciously aware of the words, of, like, the spoken words. You're just hearing information. 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 Who are you? Okay. Here we safety save for Red Dragon. The new number 2. Who is number 1? You are number 6. I am not a number. I am a free man. You know what's funny is this is the second time we've gone through this script today. The first run had a prisoner talk through as well. You know what's funny about Iron Maiden? You ever notice how many of their songs, the chorus is just saying the name of the song over and over again? Seventh son of a seventh son, seventh son of a seventh son, seventh son of a seventh son, right? You got that one? How does 2 minutes to midnight's chorus go? 2 minutes to midnight, right? What about Children of the Damned? Children of the Damned! Children of the Damned! You know? What about, what are some more Iron Maiden songs? Invaders, right? Invaders! Run to the hills? Run to the hills! Then there's that other one. Actually, I don't know what the name of the is. The name of the song, The Evil That Men Do. Yes, yes, yes. The evil that men do live on and on. The evil that men do lives on and on. You know? What's that song called, I wonder? I love Iron Maiden. It's just a funny thing, I think, that where I just notice how many of their songs do that. But there are some that don't, right? Well, I'm trying to think, like, yeah, there's like the Trooper, right? Hallowed be thy name. They don't say hallowed be thy name until the very end. Infinite Dreams, they say Infinite Dreams right at the start. Infinite dreams, I can't deny them. Infinity is hard to comprehend. Don't a lot of songs get named after the chorus? Yeah, but they say it like over and over again in the chorus a lot of the time, is what I'm saying. Oh my gosh, what's happening here? Oh, hi. Check out this red dragon fight, baby. We're gonna start out with the big guard. Then we're gonna lead with Cloud so that his ATB comes back during Eris's turn, right? So we got our big guard. There's our Molotov. Oh, Cloud doesn't have a, Cloud doesn't have his limit. So now we gotta wait for Cloud to get hit. Okay, there we go. All right, that's what I'm talking about. There's our cross slash. Now check this out. Normally you can only do one death blow from a cross slash, but because we're weight tricking, we can get 1, 2, 3 death blows off of 1 cross slash. How about that, baby? Oh, perfect. Boom. Look how Dad's winning. Dad's winning so hard right now. Don't mind the fact that we're 10 minutes behind, which is a crazy amount to be behind. Don't worry about that. Just check out how perfect this red dragon fight's going. Boom, he's dead. All right, there we go. Okay, hang on. Give us a second. We're gonna have to go here. Are you like what you see on the TV? There we go. That's right. Hey, sweetie. Did you have a fun day at daycare? Oh, a little yawn. Maybe a little sleep, getting a little sleepy. Just woke up? Oh, okay, that also works. Alright, I gotta get to my menu here. We got menuing coming up. Alright, we gotta use High Potion, Turbo Ether, Phoenix down, Trank. High Potion, Turbo Ether, Phoenix down, Tranks, down to equipment, boom, 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 boom. That's that menu. That sets us up for the Demon's Gate fight. Then, this time, we are gonna safety save. Even though we're gonna kick his ass, it's gonna be fine. We're gonna safety save because that's the kind of run this is. Alright, here we go. This is commonly thought to be the biggest run killer in the whole game. Now, I'd say it might not be, but a lot of folks would tell you this is it right here. This is the run killer. But watch. Dad's gonna dominate. Okay, let's wait for Cloud to get his ATB back. Aris is gonna big guard because he started by coming forward. Then oh god, Mia's messing with cables. My screen went black for a moment. Alright, here we go. Now we're gonna do the Kuma, right? Where we go. 1, 2, Molotov, Cloud attack, dice. Wow, we've been getting insane dice rolls this run. That's crazy. That's very good for us. 1, 2. Did you see the double sixes on Palmer, Cornfed? Yeah, I got a no poison Palmer. Palmer never got poison. Oh, no! Well, that's why we safety saved. That didn't kill him? Man, how much health did he have left? Boy, this is the worst speedrun of this game I've ever done. I thought we were in there for sure. But he had another double rock up his ass. This really screws our steps up, dude. This screws up our steps really badly. Because now we're not gonna get the first encounter in the next room. But we still have to force the second encounter because formations are off? I think that's what's happening. We got all screwed up because he led the fight by coming forward, which is not super normal. Did we? Okay, yeah. Wait. Hello? Crit? I don't even know what. Oh my gosh, dude. Brother, what is happening? What was this opener? Are we just fighting him with Eris? No, that's an insane thing to say. Or is it? I don't think Eris has the dex for this to work. Yeah. Her dex is really bad. Okay. I gotta do like a risky thing here. Send this. Healing Wind. This is the stupidest Demon's Gate fight I've ever done. Okay. Oh my gosh, he's dead again. It didn't quite work. Now we try this, and then when he comes forward, yeah, now he's coming forward. Okay, and we go high potion. Big guard. Aerith Molotov self, just in case she's not dead. Nice miss on Kate. That's funny. That's actually bad for us, right? Because now we can't dice him. 1, 2, 3, and you have to trank yourself. This is the dumbest Demon's Gate fight that has ever happened. Please don't crit. Please don't crit. Okay, we're fine. We're fine. Get him. Okay. We are having a rough run, sweetie. The levels of huge embarrassing failure that this run is presenting is oh boy. But okay, now we have to figure out what we're gonna do about the steps. I think it's gonna be fine. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna feel it out, and we'll see if it's fine. It'll probably be fine. Do you have anything to say about the run? Do you have anything else? Do you have any advice for me? How do I save 14 minutes? I'm trying to have this run be better than the first practice run, but right now it's really, really bad. Do you have any advice for me? I think that means practice. I think that means practice, idiot. Instead of doing one speedrun of this game every 2 months and expecting to be good at it, I think I should practice. Yeah, see? She knows. It's a classic get good situation. So this is Kate Sith. We're in the Temple of the Ancients, but he's looking at the black materia. But he's not actually. We thought that he was, but actually it turns out the entire temple is the black materia, and in order for someone to acquire the black materia, the temple needs to be shrunken down, as we see is happening right now. But that means that whoever is inside the temple needs to die in order to acquire the black materia. Now, I feel like this is short-sighted of the ancients. The idea is like, oh, no one will ever get it because, you know, or maybe only a noble person would get. I don't know. Look, to me, all it means is, wouldn't only the bad guy be fine with sacrificing somebody, right? We sacrificed Kate Sith because he's a robot, so they also didn't think that one through. Turns out you can just have a robot do it for you and then you're fine. But let's say there weren't robots. Isn't it way more likely that an evil person would be like, yes, I will sacrifice the life of somebody to get this black materia, than a good person? You know what I'm saying? I'm sorry, as your first introduction to Final Fantasy VII, I probably shouldn't be explaining any, you know, all the plot holes to you. You've got a little bit less to say than usual. Normally, she's yakking. You got any yakking to do for us? Any more yakking for us? Do you like sitting up like that? No, your head control is getting pretty good. Her mouth and her hands are all just covered in spit. Yeah, you're doing a lot of drooling and a lot of wiping your drooly mouth. Well, okay. I love ya. I'll come up and play as soon as I'm done here. You know, I was supposed to already be done, but I'm a dummy, and I screwed up really bad, and so we had to start over. And now on the start over run, I'm doing worse than ever. So, you know, I'm unintentionally taking as much time as possible. But I'll be up to play right after. And she is transfixed by the television. I've never seen her this locked in. Like, she looks at the TV. She usually watches the TV if it's on a little bit, but she is locked into this. Do you like the PS1 graphics? Those big pixels? That low poly count? How do you feel about the dithered colors? I like them. If only you could hear the music going on, too, because it really enhances it. All right. Hey, did you like that death metal album we listened to on the way home last night? Yeah, you liked it. All right. We're back to gameplay here. Thank you for the visit. Okay. Just gonna grow up thinking death metal is old people music? I know, dude. It's very funny to think about that kind of stuff. Like, you know, I'm hip, I'm with it. But nah, I'm not gonna be. they're gonna change what it is. And what's new is gonna be what they change it to is gonna be new and scary to me. Well, yeah, right. Your grandpa listened to Black Sabbath, which is what got you into metal in the first place. Doesn't always go in that direction. Yeah. Yeah, I know, my grandpa, I don't know about Sabbath. I know he liked, Led Zeppelin a lot. Which was, you know, pretty heavy for the time. Some of it, at least. Okay, 12, 24, 12, 28, 44, 56. Oh, 28. Okay, hopefully that worked. Hopefully I was quick enough on that. Come on, Barbie, let's go party. You know, that song, very easy to get stuck in your head. I can never remember who it's by. Who is Barbie World by? Because it's a one-hit wonder, right? Oh, it's by Aqua. Right. But do they have any other big songs? Because I've never heard one. At least not knowingly. Okay, so this room is going to appear really weird. First, we're not going to get our encounter until very far into it. This is because dying to Demon's Gate reduced our danger to 0. And now because our formations are off, it's also the wrong fight. So, how do we make up for this? What we have to do is force another encounter in this room because we need to learn Death Sentence here. So we force another encounter as far up as we can here. You can even have Cloud's feet be off screen. We just have to run left and right until we get another encounter. So this puts us a little bit behind on steps, but it is an eligible, or it is a good encounter for us to learn Death Sentence. Well, it's not. It's a bad encounter for us to learn Death Sentence, but we will learn it. Why is it bad? Because all 3 of these MFers are going to cast Death Sentence on us, and it's going to take forever. Now, I believe what we do is we walk until we get another fight. Right? Yeah. Running back and forth to force the encounter lost us a bunch of steps, but we get the steps back by not walking as much from the 18 and a half. You're normally supposed to do 18 and a half steps after this fight, but what's going to happen now is instead we're going to come up here and force this encounter right here. Okay, and now we're actually ahead on steps. Because I didn't take the 18 and a half. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. So now we are actually ahead on steps. We just have bad formations. So there you go. There's some advanced steps manipulation for you. As far as like how to, in a much more advanced way, manipulate your steps in order to kind of get back on track. So our formations are still off, you know, and they will be. There's not a good way to fix that. But our steps are still on, even though we had to stop and force that encounter. Gygus Armlet Power Wrist. Pop over here like that. Okay. Formations. Oh, what formations means is who are the enemies that are in the fight, right? So steps and danger and that kind of stuff, a step route, that all decides when you get into encounters. Your formations decide who are the enemies in the fight. So, and those are two isolated systems. Now, if everything goes right, they stay aligned the entire time and everything's fine. And that's part of the step route, is having good formations. But if something goes south, right, you can kind of manipulate one while sacrificing the other. So, for example, let's say you're getting so far behind on steps that you don't think it's going to work anymore. You think you're going to completely lose steps because of something. What you can do is just not take steps, or not take any walking steps when you're supposed to. Like, let's say there's a fight where you're supposed to take 6 steps after it. If you just don't take those 6 steps, what happens is running instead of walking gets you way further than you would have gotten if you were walking, which makes up your steps, and now you're either caught up or you're ahead probably. But because you got into an extra encounter, your formation's now over advanced. So you kind of sacrifice your formation's position to get your step ID back to where it should be, which is partly what we just did. But we had no choice because our formations were already off, and so then the bad formations is what made us have to stop and force an extra encounter, because we needed to get bound fats on that screen.
Murder time! Murder time!
Okay, so this fight, we do Big Guard, Death Sentence, Molotov. Then probably Molotov, or then Cross Slash,
right.
then probably Molotov, Death Blow, Death Blow, Death Blow, unless we get Aqua Lunged. If we get Aqua Lunged, we do something completely different. Glad Baby Dash isn't here for this. Yeah. We don't want her to get any spoilers about the game that I'll be educating her on as she grows up and she'll be taking a test on. You know, once... After her first playthrough, I'll give her the exam, you know, make sure she paid attention. I'll have to run her answers through an AI checker. She's gonna disappoint me and prefer the remake trilogy. Look, someone, I believe it was Minin, pointed out to me that the remakes are gonna be retro games to her. That's wild. That's wild to think about. Okay. 334. I think we double grenade here. Dee, 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 dee. Oh, why does Cloud have higher... Why is Cloud faster than Tifa? That's super annoying when that happens. Do, 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 do. You live in my home, you believe what I believe. Now butter up that bacon. Now bacon up that sausage. Dad, my heart hurts. The 90s are the silver age? If that's the case, what's the golden age? You know what? I've been struggling with this, but I kind of think PS2 might actually be better than PS1, all things considered. Man, PS2 is a banger system. And we're not including the fact that it can play PS1 games. That's cheating, right? When people are like, whoa, it plays PS1 games. No. We're talking about, are PS1 games better or are PS2 games better? As far as the whole library goes. It's real tough, man. But PS2 is so solid. Original Xbox? There's no Final Fantasy X on Xbox. There's no Shin Megami Tensei. But they are kind of both like the ultimate generations, really, PS1 and 2. Because like the PS2 is also alongside the GameCube, though. You know what I mean? No Halo, you don't got modern console shooter standards. So I know what you mean. But like, who's playing shooters on console? Right? I'm a Half-Life guy. The Ultimas. I haven't gotten into Ultima, but I know folks are very into Ultima. Okay. Sorry, I don't have a ton more to say at the moment. So I'm trying not to... I'm trying to salvage my my movement here. We should be ahead on steps, though. So, like, because of my little trick, we should get pretty far into this cave before getting a fight. Even grabbing this power source. Yeah. So that's like, I'll take 10 to be safe. I don't think I can do the world map manip here, though. I think I'm too late. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We'll do 10 from here. 350. Oh, no. Oh, that's right. Things are weird. 345, 30. We can take 34. 35, 34. Wait, 45, 34? I was looking at the wrong minute like an absolute dipshit. Okay, never mind. We are not world map manipulating, it turns out. The Materia Keeper fiasco was pretty bad. I also game overed to Demon's Gate, and then just like with Materia Keeper, I then loaded my game and then had an incredibly fucked up Demon's Gate fight too. The Demon's Gate fight was very funny. Let's just say I cast Healing Wind during the Demon's Gate fight, which is not what you see every day. Okay, let's go Force, Wizard, Fire, Bolt, pop over here, Comet, Tent, and actually remember to use the power source this time, dummy. So yeah, I'll definitely try to get some more practice in before the actual marathon, because I don't want to disappoint my team. Hello, can I get this paralysis dodge, please? Oh my god, there we go. Who else is in the race? We don't know yet. The purpose of these practice runs is for them to, like, decide who the runners are and put the shit together. So, like, you know, if this run is bad enough, then I won't even get picked. 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2. Both the cats, you know, I don't know. Mrs. Dash got home, so they're probably both up there hanging out with her. Turbo pet the cat. Are you allowed more than one? You're required to do 2. And this is my second. My first one was pretty good. It was a 642, which, like, isn't a awesome run, but for a race, it's pretty, like, I was proud of it. For a race run, I think, like, with safety strats and stuff, I think 642 is really good. Like, if that's what I did, if I got 642 as my time in the race, I would feel like I did a good job and I did well for the team. The rate that this run is going, we're going to struggle to make sub 7, it feels like. Which is like, that's real bad. But we'll see how Gaia's Cliff goes here. Here's what I'll do. I did the... Okay, let me offer you guys something, right? And this isn't me doing what I said I don't want to do earlier of over-promising number of streams. But here's what I'll say. Is I'm gonna sit and think about this run. I'm not gonna submit it as my second practice run right away. And I'm gonna consider running it back on Saturday. I'm considering a Saturday run back, okay? And if that practice run goes better, then we submit that as my second practice run. How does that sound? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Look at this snowboarding, though. I got the sauce. I still got it. Isn't the cutoff July 31st? No, it's August 2nd. But at the same time, I mean, practice runs are kind of supposed to go shitty. Because, you know, the big thing about the relay is that people are pulling a lot of runs out that they haven't done in a while, you know? Like, oh, let's get Revenant wings in this thing, you know? And so who's speedrun that recently? You know, not very many people, so their practice runs are gonna be very de-rusty. You know what I mean? So, like, it's not that big of a deal to have the practice run be bad. Because that's the whole point, is that it's de-rusting you as well, and making sure that we're not, you know, doing a presentation relay race of a game that, you know, the runners haven't actually de-rusted on. Okay, so you use defend instead of attack. Small Kirby's, that's the issue, is that Mime mimed your defend if you did that. Instead, you have to use the triangle button to switch between your characters to get back to your guy that you're trying to mime with. Okay, okay. Remember how I got Mime in Final Fantasy V? I don't know if I got it. How to catch the race live? It will be on both Twitch and YouTube. The channel is called RPG Limit Break. Alright, alright. Yeah, the relay is fun. I really like the way that they do have an individual timer per the 3 racers. So, like, let's say one person starts FF7 20 minutes after the other team does, you know? That's what you see. You see one person having started 20 minutes before the other one because it's just a sequential relay, right? But they do have the individual run times. So you can see one of them will be like an hour in, and the other one you can see the timer is an hour 20 in, right? And then they've also got like graphs, right? There's like a graph of how much time was saved or lost per team, per game, and stuff like that, which I think is pretty fun. You know, it's a good event. There's commentators for each game and stuff. And yo, Caliber? For the race, yeah, we're talking. The actual, like, relay day. Uh-oh, I hope I don't die here. Because I took a minute. Okay, we're good, we're good. That was really close. What team am I gunning for? I don't know. Oh, you mean, like, just... Oh, don't do anything here. Okay. Instant magic breath is good. So yeah, there's Team Moogle, Team Tonberry, and Team Chocobo. Give me Team Chocobo. We talked about this earlier. I like Chocobos. I just think birds are cool. You know. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7. Like, just the whole idea of, like, of like riding a chocobo as like a big bird as a steed is just awesome. Am I in uncharted territory step encounter-wise? So we're still on steps. We're just very off formations. So actually, thanks for reminding me that we're way off formations. Here's what we have to do that's not normal. Is we should Phoenix down Sid and keep everybody healed up. This way, if I get pincered, it's not going to game over us. But normally, you wouldn't bother to revive Sid until you have to. But since we're off formations, I don't know if something crazy is going to happen. But we are still on steps. And so yeah, for anybody who doesn't know the difference between those terms, it means I know that we're going to get a fight right now. And we have to take 3 steps off of this fight. And this fight's going to be preemptive, by the way. But I don't know what the enemies are. It's 2 bats, apparently. I didn't know that it was going to be 2 bats. 1, 2, 3. So that's what it means to be on steps, but off formations. And yeah, I'm a Wark guy, but, you know, again, that's because I grew up with this game. And not really the other Final Fantasies all that much. I can tell you, though, I remember when Final Fantasy X came out and going to my friend's house who had it, and it was like the wildest thing to me that the characters were actually talking out loud. I was like, man, that's crazy. Even what's weird about it, though, thinking back to that, is that it's like, I played Brave Fencer Musashi, right? That game had voice acting the whole way through on PS1. Maybe I hadn't played it yet. Maybe this was after that. I don't think so, though. Why are steps formations off? Because I died to Materia Keeper, and I had to load a safety save, and after the safety save was a step-routed encounter. Every time that you get into an encounter, this answer might be more than you bargained for, but here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So your position on the steps is saved to your save file, but your formation ID, your position on the formation table is not. And your position on the formation table is totally unaffected by a soft reset. So what that means is I died to Materia Keeper. I had to load my file. That put us backward in steps. 1, 2, 3, 4.5. But my formation ID was still where it was when I game overed, is what happens. This is an up menu. I don't want to make that mistake again. Okay. Dragon, water, Gygus, fire, ribbon, boom, boom, added cut, elemental Shiva, and then we're already healed up. So then, when I went back through Mount Nebel to get to Materia Keeper again, we got that random encounter along the way again, as expected from the step route, but that meant that it advanced our spot on the formations even further, right? So we're still on steps because it was saved to the save file, but now formations have an extra encounter, which puts us 1 encounter later than we're supposed to be on the sequence. So then the thing that further screwed up formations is the fact that if that happens, then you don't get when we get to Coral Forest, I think it's called, where you pick up Water Ring, it means that we didn't get the encounter that has bound fats in it there. And so we had to not take steps and force an extra encounter, right? And so what that does, not taking steps, puts you ahead of steps because you're running instead of walking, which moves you further in space, putting you ahead. But because we didn't take the steps, we got an extra encounter. What does that mean? That means the formation position advanced even further than it was supposed to. So we've got 2 extra encounters as far as where we are in formations right now. But we're still on steps because I was able to manipulate the way that I did my walking in Coral Forest to make up for having to do the force. Okay. Please don't kill Tifa. Don't kill Tifa. Please don't kill Tifa. Oh my god! Alright, fine. Bad luck, dude. So Tifa loses a little bit of EXP here, which is kind of a problem. I need to check something real quick. 500. Okay, it didn't like make her a lower level for this fight though, so that's fine. Does Zeal singing the boat jam on Costa del Sol help his run? I think so, because it improves morale, you know? And your mental state is a big part of your speedrunning. Favorite character? I like Yuffie. Oh yeah, we're safety saving this time, big time. La da da da. I should get Tifa up in case we get... No, we can't get pincered, I don't think. Maybe we can. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.5. The heaven shines above us and fills the world with nothing. Bodies without organs. Oh, the no help thing, doesn't it specify for first playthroughs? This isn't a first playthrough, it's a speedrun. But hey, I appreciate people reading the rules, you know? These guys don't do anything unless you do something to them. So if you just run away, they'll never attack you. They only do counters. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.5. Okay, Phoenix down, Trank, Tent, Notch, Limit, Save. The crazy Chocobo world map thing, if you're talking about cloud surfing, yes, it's been known for quite a while because it's how we did Calm Skip. But there is more recently Disc 1 Skip, which is like Calm Skip taken to its logical extreme, its maximum. It's the most we can get out of the tech. But this particular route doesn't do it because it changes the route so dramatically that it's actually a pretty unpopular speedrun. Big Guard. Hero Drink. Death Sentence. Okay. Do. Okay, not Tifa, please. Thank you. Okay. Yo, said no one. Okay, that's 1 regular attack. 2 regular attacks. Please hit. Okay, scary. Oh my god. We're in it, boys. Thank you. So this should put Tifa back into critical because she got ice breathed. There we go. Nice. Okay. But I think we're going to get blasted now, right? No, Tifa does get it. Oh my god. Okay, Tifa made up for it. Holy shit, did she make up for last time. See, that's how this fight is supposed to go. That's more like how this fight is supposed to go. And there you go. We saved a minute versus the previous practice run. Why wasn't Disc 1 skip allowed in this category? The reason is just that people still wanted to run this version of the run, you know? People still wanted to do, like, Calm Skip, Materia Keeper, Schizo, right? This run, that Disc 1 skip, if allowed, makes obsolete. So any percent is with Disc 1 skip, any percent no slots just got no Disc 1 skip appended onto its rules in order to be, like, preserved. This game has skips? Oh yeah. It's got some really cool ones. We've already done 3 of the major skips on this run, but there's one more major skip coming up, but then there's also just some little ones. But the most fun, the most impressive one is Calm Skip, I think. Because you get to skip the whole Calm flashback. Hey, that became a side attack. That's cool. Yo, Rock Crawl Jeep. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Hold on there, buddy. Slow down. I'm pushing 40. People just prefer doing Materia Keeper, Demon's Gate, Schizo, all of these, like, super well-known, like, fun fights. They prefer doing that instead of spamming steal attempts to get a circlet. Oh, wait, Schizo is in 100%, or any percent. Oh, right, except the whole fight is, we don't need a safety save here. The whole fight is, just casting Aqua Lung over and over again. And yeah, thank you, Rock Crawl Jeep. Thank you for the kind words. Practice runs are up to August 8th? Oh, are they now? Huh. Okay, I don't think that there are pincer formations for us to worry about here. And then we are doing kind of a new strat here that I'm not super practiced on. But we'll see if it works. Oh, right, these guys. I should... Okay. I'm gonna cure. Oh, whoops. Whoop. Again, because I don't know what the enemies are that we're gonna fight. Okay, so now this menu is arrange, Phoenix down, pop in here, and we go boom, boom. That's the new thing. Do-do-do-do. So this fight is Tifa does Big Guard. And then, wait a second. Tifa does Big Guard. Uh-oh. I can't think of what you do. And then we death sentence advanced weight trick into an attack? And then cross slash after it goes off. Yeah. I remember the strat. Okay. I had to remember the strat here, but I think I got it. Nice! We got it. Boom. That's the strat. Two death blows. 3 death blows. 4 death blows. Regular attack. There it is. Perfect fight. Okay. And that's a newish strat. That's like one of the newest strats is that advanced weight trick at the start of that fight. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 and a half. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so now is our pretty big break. If you play Turbo, right, where you can just auto have circle auto mash, you get a very nice break here. I'm glad I already had that chicken though, because I would be dying right now if I hadn't. I'm getting a little tired too, even though I double coffeed. But I think it's just because I'm, you know, I've been yapping for over 9 hours now. Oh, hi. What's up? Oh. Well, yeah. Well, the break starts in 30 more seconds. I mean, I want to hang out with the baby. The stream did already kind of get baby time. There's not much more to say except for, like, here she is. But, you know. I'm saying I want to hang out with the baby. Sometimes, if she's... I feel like me holding her in the regular hold like a baby position, that's like the thing that she most often has the opinion that she doesn't want to be doing this. Well, dude, I'll switch to that if we gotta. We're almost there. All right. After we talk to Tifa, boom, there we go. Okay, now is the super long break. So we can swap to this. All right. Oh. Hey, baby. How you doing? Baby Retro. Are you having a good day? Are you having a good evening with Mom? Oh, yeah? Do you have anything to say? Sometimes you get real chatty. I want a chatty Kathy. You got... Oh, I should probably speak a little softer. You got any chatty Kathy for us? Or are we just squirming? Oh yeah. Yeah, she's not too thrilled about that spot. How about this spot? I don't know if she'll have anything to say if she's facing away though. But I guess we'll find out. Oh, hey, sweetie. Are you looking back at me? Look, it's the TV. It's Final Fantasy VII again. So this is burning Nibelheim, right? This is Cloud's hometown, and we're remembering when it got burned down by Sephiroth. But the problem with it is that Tifa. Well, Cloud wasn't there. Cloud wasn't there. Zack was there. But when Cloud tells the story, he tells it as if he's Zack. So Tifa's like, what the fuck? You know? But she's not really saying anything to him about it. She's just kinda... She's just trying to see how it all plays out, you know? She's like, wow, this guy's brain is scrambled. Let's just, you know, keep an eye on this situation and figure it out. But Sephiroth, he's spilling the beans. Sephiroth's like, yo, Cloud, you weren't there. Here's a picture to prove it, even. Because he's trying to break down Cloud's mental state so he can more easily manipulate him. And it works, too. As we're about to see, everything is really turning up Sephiroth at this point of the run. Game, I mean. Here, let's move this up here instead. But you don't even know who Cloud is. You didn't see the part from the game earlier. You also didn't see the part in the game earlier where they go to Nibelheim and it doesn't appear to be burned down, and all the people there say that it wasn't burned down, adding more confusion to Cloud, as well as you know, what's the word? Like, what's the word for, like, the player begins to see Cloud as an unreliable narrator? It adds more non-credibility? What's the opposite of credibility? Skepticism? Something like that. When is Mini Dash gonna start speedrunning? She can start right now. Here you go, baby. This part's really easy. All you have to do is not press anything on the controller for about 10 minutes. Okay? Speedrun invalid! 10 minutes of it were played by a baby! I just realized I'm humming along to the music, but she can't hear the music. Oh, she's got me. Oh. Well, you're really not being that much of a chatty Cathy tonight, huh? Sorry, what'd you say? Oh, funny. We're in Minnesota. Can she crawl yet? No, she can't really be on her stomach for very long yet. Like, right now we're at the phase of that's something that we're having to train, right? Like, every day we have to make a point to give her tummy time where we put her on her stomach for a while, for as long as she can take it. And then just do that like several times a day to build up her, you know, neck strength and arm strength, and get it until she figures out that, like, she can flip herself back over, right? Like, that's going to be the big thing, is when we can put her on her stomach and then she flips herself back over. But I don't really know timeline benchmarks, really. But all of the other, like, developmental stuff, she's been pretty top of the bell curve, you know? She's been a pretty top of the bell curve baby. Which is what I'm hoping for, you know? Like, we can deviate when you're like a teenager, maybe we can start deviating from the norm, and then you can start being a weirdo. But when you're a baby, I want top of the bell curve. She's overachieving on head size a little bit, though, you know? Like, she's right on the average for height and weight, but her head size is like 91st percentile head size. She's got to be making room for that big brain. Are you making new wrinkles on your brain today? Did you make any new wrinkles? Oh. Uh-oh, Mia's back. And she's going straight for the cables. Okay, you're getting pretty squirmy, you know that? What are you squirming around for, huh? Yeah? That's my hair. Are you eating my hair? Oh, brother. Yeah. Okay. Maybe I'll read you the instruction manual later. Or the Final Fantasy Ultimatum book that we have. I can read you some passages from that. Oh, dude, I've been reading her fairy tales from this old, like, we've got the Brothers Grimm fairy tales, like 101 Brothers Grimm fairy tales. And, dude, these stories are fucked up. There's like, yeah, I mean, I already told you guys about Faithful John, I think. I think I remember telling you guys about Faithful John. Okay, now the question is, do I still have enough time for a bathroom break? I think I do. I'll be right back. Okay. But yeah, I mean, right now she doesn't know what anything means. It's important for us to just be using a vocabulary that's a little bit more extensive than just what we naturally say to her, you know? So just reading anything is good just to get those other words happening. I'll tell you though, these Brothers Grimm stories, they also are written with such weird language that it's hard for me to read them like super fluidly, you know? Because I realize that when you're reading, you are like, you're sort of predicting what words are going to be next, you know, based on just natural flow of language and what you're used to hearing, right? And so when you hit a line break and you have to jump to the other side of the page in order to get to the next line, I feel like there's some part of your brain is going visually to the next line, but another part of your brain, I think, is also predicting what the next word is going to be and landing on it, you know? to some degree. And it's like when I'm reading these stories, it's like the language is so fucking weird that I'm finding myself not able to do that very well. Like every line, like when there's a line break, which is a lot when you're reading a book, I'm like struggling to find the next line, you know? Because also I've got a baby kicking the book, by the way. Like, look, there's a little bit more going on. I'm also like holding a baby in one hand while trying to keep the paperback book open with the other hand, and she's like kicking it and stuff. So, I got a little bit more of a handicap going, but still. But I mean, I read her one fish, two fish, red fish, blue fish today. I think she had a good time with that one. You know, that one's got some good pictures in it. She didn't seem that impressed by it, but she liked the pictures a little bit. And magic helped you with your vocabulary. You know what's funny? I asked a friend of mine, like, well, I was talking to a friend of mine about how it's really difficult to write lyrics, you know? I'm working on my music, and man, is it hard to write lyrics. And his advice that he gave me was just to look through magic cards to find cool words. Old school magic was very poetic. I do think that some of it is a little bit lost in the, like, the newer magic is so caught up. At least look, I haven't looked at a new magic card in several years, so like maybe I'm just totally wrong, but even several years ago I did feel like it was going in a direction where so many more cards were less poetic and more about like all of the different guilds and planeswalkers and stuff, like all of these proper nouns that they had made up, right? For everything, you know. Instead of like you know, City of Brass and Caracas and Tabernacle at Pendrell Vale, right? You're getting lands like Is It Gate or whatever. That's not a real one, but you know what I mean. But I don't know, I'm just talking out of my ass. Maybe that's not even all that true. All right, and now there's the added thing of like, now so many magic cards are just from other things. There's like Final Fantasy cards and shit. Yeah, see, I got out of Magic before that stuff was happening. Like, was there any crossover stuff before I quit playing Magic? What's like the oldest crossover stuff? I feel like the first ones that I yeah, besides like Arabian Nights, I feel like the first one that that I remember hearing about was like Lord of the Rings, or was that more recent? Well, and by more recent I mean very much more recent. I'm just saying, after I quit playing, I started hearing stuff like, there's a Walking Dead set and stuff like that, you know, and I'm like, eh. Oh, and Walking Dead was like the first. Okay, okay. Of like those crossovers. Gotcha. Yeah. See, I had quit playing before then. But pretty shortly before then. Some of the cards are just reskins. That was like the MO until the Final Fantasy one, wasn't it? Where they were all like, they were all cards that could be represented with regular cards. But then I think it was with the Final Fantasy one they stopped doing that. Do. Oh yeah, dude, the Sister Ray, it might just be like Homer's makeup gun. Grill the animals. How's it going? Doesn't it only become the Sister Ray once it's hooked up to Midgar? Dude, I always thought that that's how it is. But check it out. Right now, when we run down the gun, it's got the Sister Ray branding on it. All right. Yeah, I always thought the same thing, Insurgent. It almost seems like a mistake. But who knows? Maybe just the end of it, or I don't know. But there it is, Sister Ray, right there. Because it also shoots differently, right? Like when it's the Junon cannon, it shoots munitions, and when it's the Sister Ray, it shoots Mako. So, like, I feel like that's a really important distinction as well. And on that note, also, when it shoots Mako, that's a lot more of a ray than it currently is, you know? It's all fucked up. Hello. Is it just a bullet that's sped up like crazy by Mako power? Ah, maybe. I don't know. Betwixt the cheese, the trees. One thing I've always liked about Magic naming of things is like the names of all the cantrips, you know? Brainstorm, Ponder, Think Twice, Opt, Portent. I'm talking about all the ones that are just like think, you know? Whoa! Painlands and Shocklands. I didn't see a lot of Shocklands when I played, but that I played mostly Legacy, where like when you saw Shocklands in Legacy, it was usually a placeholder because you can't afford a dual land. Or like it's a fifth, you know? I got 4 volcanic islands and a steam vents. But that's the second thing I said isn't really. When did that ever happen? You really didn't need that when with fetch lands. Yuffie's just fucking around in some trees. Yeah. Okay. Okay, just gotta be careful here. Very carefully select that curse ring. Okay, do not sell Wizard Fury Curse. If I'm not mistaken, I think the curse ring sells for 1, doesn't it? Maybe I'm wrong about that. Basically, it's anything that doesn't have an established sale price. Because the sell price is whatever, it's just 50% of whatever the buy price is. And so anything that doesn't have a buy price, like Turbo Ether, Elixir, they just sell for 1. And I think Curse Ring and Ribbon are both part of that as well. The right arm also sells for 1. Just as far as like speedrun relevant things. Do 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 do. La da 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 da. Do 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 do. See, this is what I'm talking about, where it's like this part of the run really slows down. A lot of downtime between the action. Ooh, boy. Do, 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 ba, 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 ba. How's baby life? It's been great. You've got a 7-week-old? Yeah, yeah. Yeah, and my buddy just had their kid, and she's like 2 weeks old now? Maybe 3? I think probably 3 weeks old now. Kind of hate all the MTG expansions. I lost interest in the game after a while because it just felt like it was it was expanding in a never-ending way that wasn't necessarily good, and eventually it was too time-consuming to keep up with, and also it was a little too time-consuming just to play the game. Ultimately, the thing that got me to quit playing Magic was just that I felt like playing was too time-consuming, where it was like, in the same evening, I would rather just play some video games, really. I would just rather play video games. And honestly, like, that's the thing. As far as, maybe I have a problem, but I don't watch many shows, I don't watch many movies, as we talked about. I don't read books. I quit playing Magic. Why? Because I'd just rather play video games than all of these things, But I do practice music a lot, though. I mean, I play guitar and drums. I'm writing my own music and stuff. So, like, that's another big thing that I spend a lot of time on. Okay. We go Wizard Bracelet, Curse Ring, Ribbon, pop over here, boom, boom, boom. Ooh. Oh, there we go. 8 rack? Sorry, what is 8 rack? What's 8 rack? But yeah, there was a very magical time of Magic where nobody really knew what they were doing. No one really knew what they were doing, right? And, you know, and we were all just kind of making decks and playing them, and that was a really fun time. And then I did have a really good time with, like, when I kind of got more into it, right? And was playing, and was like, okay, now we're playing Legacy. And, like, that's, you know, that's what we're doing. That stuff was really fun, too. D&D? No, I've tried to play D&D a couple of times, but, firstly, it's not really my thing. Secondly, the couple times that I have tried to play it, basically what happens is we spend 3 hours making our character, then we only get like 1 hour in of gameplay before somebody has to go, and then that crew of people never gets together a second time to play ever again. And that's happened to me about 3 or 4 times. But what we have been doing, though, is playing the Slay the Spire board game. That's good stuff. I do have I've got a buddy who's really into board games, and so we play Slay the Spire board game with him. Oh man, this cat is gonna try to kill the run right now. If the... okay, I'm trying to ignore it. I'm gonna try to ignore her. Why are you here? Right. No, that's normal. Oh boy. Oh, she's trying to take the stream down. Oh jeez. If my PS2 just shuts off right now, let it be known that Mia is fucking with the power strip. Okay, I have to remember how to play the game while this is happening. 6 steps here. Do a loud clap. She's deaf, bro. Doesn't work anymore. Oh, hey, here's my punishment for being off formations. Nice crit. We get a pincer here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then I got another buddy that's into board games. And we were pretty regularly playing Blood on the Clock Tower over there, which is really fun. I really enjoy that one. But that crew hasn't gotten together in a while, because the crew that was showing up was getting a little bit smaller. So it became less worth it, because that game is better when you have like 10 people. 10 plus people, right? One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 and a half. Scythe? Never heard of that one. I'm not a big board game guy. I've just got a couple friends that are into them. 10 plus is quite a lot to assemble. Yeah. That's the thing, is I'm really glad that I was able to, you know, play it as much as I could. So forcing this encounter right in this spot is because this spot is a certain number of steps back from the encounter, from the scripted encounter, and it's also that many steps back from a preemptive step ID. So what just happened is we hit a step ID that the game said should be a preemptive battle, and then we got into this scripted attack, or a scripted fight, so now the scripted fight is preemptive. It's like Chibi interrupting. Chibi interrupting? I don't think I know what you're talking about either. The flag code. So every time that the game checks for a battle, which is every 8 frames of movement in a hostile field, it first checks whether the fight should be preemptive, and then it either sets the flag or unsets it, depending on if it sees that it should be preemptive. Then it checks if you should get a fight. So yeah, and all of these spots that have a preemptive flag, it's the same RNG system that decides when we get into fights, so it's all been pre-researched and kind of put into a fancy step route. So that's how I knew if we get that encounter in that spot, that's the perfect amount of running to then hit the preemptive flag right when we hit that particular scripted encounter. Now, not every scripted encounter can be preempted in that way, though. Like, most boss fights can't be, but some of them can be. What do we do to this guy? What do we do to this guy? Sid does Comet on this guy. Sorry, I am rusty, dude. I gotta think about these things ahead of time. Next fight, Kate does Magic Breath, and somebody else does Dragon Fang. Dragon Fang, Magic Breath. Ooh, didn't quite get ahead of their attacks. Oh my gosh, they both got turns right there. Can you menu skip scripted battles? No, you can't. It only works on the random encounter logic. All right. I am on team triple laser nowadays, especially if we get an early attack, which it looks like Kate did, hopefully. No, dang. Oh, you're talking about the speedrunner chibi, the I would really prefer if you would be quiet thing. Yes. Turbo Ether Sid. Yo, Kyox. Yeah, I'm ending up doing a over 10-hour stream today because the plan was to do a no reset run of FF7 and like to finish no matter what. but then I forgot to safety save in front of Schizo, and then game overed on Schizo, and my last save was before Red Dragon. So I was like, you know what? Rather than be like an hour behind, I'm just actually gonna reset this no reset run. And but you know, that's 4 hours in, so here we are. Here we are 5 hours into the second run. Oh, I forgot to split the previous thing. So we're actually here. Oh man, we're not gonna know where we stand until carry armor? I forgot to split too many times, and now I don't know what's going on. But hey, hopefully we just have a good carry armor, yeah? And we'll see where we stand at that point. Okay, here we go. Here's Coral Skip. Yo, MD. How about these splits, eh? Good to see ya. Well, there's only one split that you can see, but yeah, it's no good. No good! Whoop. Oh my gosh, I just ran back into Coral by accident. Images in words shirt? You better believe it. Dream Theater's been my favorite band since I was like 16 and maybe 17. And because Octavarium was out, and Systematic Chaos actually. When I first started listening to them, Systematic Chaos was their new album. But anyway, that's how long. And I realized I didn't have any shirts or anything. So I just recently got an Images and Words shirt and a Scenes from a Memory shirt. Yeah, which one of those two is better? Exactly. So that's why I got both, you know. But I also really like 6 Degrees of Inner Turbulence, the album. And I really like When Dream and Day Unite. Those are like my next top 2, I would say, probably. Liquid Tension Experiment, a little bit. I've only very recently checked them out. Very little. Yeah, and then A Change of Seasons is like my favorite Dream Theater song, I would say. Octavarium's way up there, though, yeah. Love Octavarium. Okay, so now we have another long stretch of cutscenes before we get into the next stuff. Only a Matter of Time? Oh yeah, dude, the ride bell in that song is so nasty. I love it. Only a matter of time. That's their first song, or their first album has every song is a banger. Like I love that album. I've talked about how I think it's the album of theirs I've listened to the most, actually. simply because I put the disc into my car's CD player. So now if I ever don't feel like thinking of something to listen to, or I can't listen to something off my phone for some reason in the car, that's the physical CD in the CD player backup. That's the fallback always, right? It is When Dream and Day Unite has just been looping in my car for years. So I've heard it a lot of times. Like, it's one of those albums for me now where when Only a Matter of Time ends, I expect to hear A Fortune in Lies start again, you know? Because, like, it's a circle for me now. It's not even a beginning to end. You think James LaBrie is amazing live? I think, I feel like when you watch the old stuff, he's insane live to the point where it's like, man, I think this guy's fucking his voice up, you know? And then it kind of seems like he did. Like, I did see him recently, and I thought he was all right live. But, he definitely, I think, sounds, I don't know. I think he sounds a lot better on the albums than live. And on the albums, they seem to have shifted their musical style in order, you know, in a direction that doesn't need a proggy high voice guy. Let me give you an example also. When I saw them, they skipped the second verse of Take the Time. They played Take the Time, but they skipped the high part, you know, and I was like, I know what you guys did there. And it's too bad because that's like my favorite part of that song because the drum beat is so gnarly. It's got that man, that fucking drum beat is good. That fucking drum beat. Something for drum streaming? Oh yeah, whenever I do a drum stream, I will always do Take the Time if requested. And a lot of the time even when it's not requested, because it's just one of the most fun songs on there. Favorite drum fills? Ooh, good question. I am a big fan. Now, when we say fill, we're not talking intro, right? Because, like, a fill, I feel like, is something that happens in the middle of the song. First one that comes to mind, like, favorite drum fill, I would say As I Am. Has that part that's after the, like, this is borderline drum solo. You might even call this a drum solo, and not even a fill. But at the end of, here we go. This is not going to show up in the VOD, but... hang on. All right. Here it comes. Oh my god, dude, are you kidding me? Oh, it's so good. All right. Also, not sure if you would even call this a drum fill or if it's like just a part, but the bodies without organs part, I mean, it's just the part. Let's see. Oh yeah, here. Well, it's at. All right. What the fuck is that guy even doing there? It's insane. And then the next part, he does it even differently. They do it again back here. And this time it's different. There's even another one in the middle there that I skipped over. But oh dude, that's some good stuff. Hang on. Now we gotta get to this next section. Okay. I got one that's a lot more basic, but it hits just right in the song. You know what I mean? Which is In the Shadow of Our Pale Companion. Right when you got all this going. Oh, hang on, that was it right there. So we got this nice atmospheric shit going on. But then this. It's got that little budlapatu at the end, you know? Like, it's just going down, which is basic, but it does at least go down where the accents are in the middle of the fours instead of at the starts of them. So instead of bakataka, dakataka, dakataka, it's dakataka, dokadaka, dokadaka, right? And then at the end, it does that little quad. Budlata, dukadaka, 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 budlapa. Oh, love it. Like, it's simple, but it's perfect. Big fan of that. I do feel like I'm missing something obvious though, where like if you know, if I thought about it, oh, no, I've got my favorite drum fill ever for you. Okay, I would have been so mad if I didn't think of this. And then we left the conversation without me mentioning this fill in Octavarium. On this part. Right. Okay, so we got the first. We've got the first chorus. That. And then right here, this fucking fill. Oh my god. Genius. Musical fucking genius on the drums, dude. It's insane. I'm running it back. We got to run it back. I'm getting sweaty just listening to it. Okay, anyway. Have I listened to Catatonia? I've only heard one of their songs. But yeah, as far as drum intros go, that's a... Whoa, hi Mia! Drum intros is a totally different topic, right? And that's easy to play because it comes up first, right? We've of course got King Diamond, Welcome Home, classic drum opener. Oh, yeah, that's a good one. You know. Most obvious one that everybody knows, obvious all-time drum opener. Don't even gotta tell you. You guys know what that one is. Don't even gotta say it. Hot for Teacher's a classic. That's a very good one. What was oh yeah, 6 o'clock, right? One of the all-time best. Oh, yeah, dude. You got Stargazer. That's a pretty classic one, too. It's funny, I watched this one Rick Beato video that was about drum intros, because I was like, man, this, right, these, he's gonna name out all these bangers, right? But every one of the drum intros that he mentioned was just like, it was just like do spot scoot spot stoot scot stoot scapat do, right? And like that's the intro, and then the rest of the stuff comes in, and he plays it, and he's like, oh yeah, oh it's the best thing I ever heard. It's like, what? That was just a drum beat. You know, I get that simplicity works, but it's like all of them were like that. Like, I don't know, man. I don't know. Okay. What about favorite drum parts? Right? You've got here's kind of a viral one. This part, how loud is this? This part that's in Exercises in Futility 5 by Magua. Oh yeah. Hang on, I put it into a weird spot, so we gotta find the one. Here it is. 1, 2, 3, 4. Boom. It's got these bells. Oh man, those bells, dude. Are you kidding me? Give them to me again. Give me more bells. The whole time, just keeping that backbeat on the snare. Insane, dude. So good. And then that same drummer has another band called Kriegsmaschine that has this this song, Residual Blight, just has like a lot of the best drumming I've ever heard in it. Like, I mean, just this main verse riff. Such a cool drum beat. And then, but then when they get into the chorus here, Got that little pit-a-ting. And then it gets even nuttier at that part. But then it's got this one other fucking... Yeah, this part. This little drum beat on this part is like... If you got headphones on... Those kicks in threes. Doodle it, doodle it, doodle it, doodle it, doodle it, doodle it. Oh, it's so good, man. So good. Okay. That's enough. We made it through live stream. And yo, Retro J, how's it going? Yeah, it's so I do have my audio set up to where on Twitch, Spotify just doesn't even get saved to the VOD. So for the Twitch VOD, sorry, there was just no music on that part. So yeah, I have no idea what we're talking about, but on YouTube isn't set up like that. Instead, YouTube is just gonna send me a nasty gram after the stream about how I can't monetize the stream today. But guess what, fuckers? I can't monetize Final Fantasy VII streams anyway, because the game's background music just gets copyright claimed. So, joke's on them. Now I feel like I have no reason not to just play other copyrighted shit because, you know, they're already nailing me for FF7. It's the double transgression theory. There's a way in OBS to set the channel that comes through to play on Twitch, but not in a VOD, by the way. That's what I just explained that I do. I just explained that that's how I have it set up. But on YouTube, it's not like that. I don't have it set up that way on YouTube, but I don't care because YouTube just nails me for FF7 music anyway. Oh, you're talking about, yeah, what I was saying earlier. Right, yeah. I meant the people on the VOD won't hear it. And yeah, as far as YouTube streaming goes, I generally only really have a problem with FF7 with the stuff that I've played. But, you know, I don't know. Every once in a while, Twitch will nail you for FF7 music, but it's not actually them. It's like some like someone made a beat, right? Like a producer made like a rap beat that's just an FF7 song, and then you get muted because it matched that. That's what happens on Twitch. Sometimes it happens. Okay, we are back to gameplay, folks. Can you believe it? All right. Here we go. Big menu time. Big menu. Yes, ribbon, firing, curse ring, pop over here, enemy skill, boom, 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 boom. Arrange for you, HP plus cover, manipulate, E-skill, all restore, added cut, elemental, boom, boom, boom. Long range, whoop, death blow, steel, tranks, and tent. Yeah, that's that menu. You hate rap music? I find it's very difficult to find rap music that I like, but I like some of it though. Like Deltron 3030. I like Deltron. It's happened a couple times where I've heard a rap song on the radio where I've been like, this is awesome. I really like this. Who is it? And it turned both times Tupac. I like the Wu-Tang Clan that I've heard, like Wu-Tang Clan stuff that I've heard as well. I like. Oh, the copyright deadlock insertion. I've heard about that. But yeah, that's a long time ago. I wonder if that's still a thing. Ah, Tifa, please. Okay, now we run this way. Now, normally, the reason we force this encounter here is because it gives us a side attack, but because formations are off, we won't get the side attack. But I'm still forcing it here anyway, just because it's what you do. But yeah, basically there's some groups like that, or folks like that when they're on, I'm like, yeah, this rocks, but I don't. I would say I would use the word never. I would say I never choose to put on rap to listen to myself. Oh, but another album I've been listening to lately, though? Okay, so I went and saw Silva, and another band that played at that show was called Obsolete, and they were fucking awesome, and I've been listening to their album ever since. It's called Animate Isolate, I think. Really good. Some, like, pretty technical death metal album. And then Niveus came out with their album finally. Niveus is a new black metal band from Wisconsin. They had an EP called Endless Snowfall that I've listened to a million times. It's so good. And their actual album just came out like a week ago. So I listened to that yesterday. And I liked it. I don't know if it was as impactful as their EP was for me, but I'll have to listen to it another couple times to see if that changes. What am I doing? I want to save the game. We're safety saving for carry armor. This is going to be the run where double lapis happens, by the way. We're already 12 minutes behind. It's time for double lapis. What's the difference between LP, EP, all that? All I know is if it's not an album, if it's a EP, it's like they're not claiming it to be a full-length album. It's just a little thing. It's just a few songs, you know? But like LP, I don't know. I feel like, isn't LP like a type of record? Maybe EP was originally as well. I don't even know. But yeah, Niveus, exactly. Right, extended play, long play, but I don't know the difference between those two. Do I like, oh, Bill Murray? I've heard of Bill Murray, but I have not listened to them. And when I say I've heard of them, what I mean is I've been asked if I've heard of them before. LP is a full album? Oh. And yeah, the terms come from different types of records, or like different types of record pressing, where they pressed it to run at a different RPM. Which is really interesting, just the way that analog shit works like that, you know? Where it's like, if you can get more length out of the record by just pressing it to spin slower, but that means that it's lower quality because since the record isn't spinning as fast, less information is passing by the needle, thus it's like essentially lower data rate. That's like that shit is so interesting to me. Same with VHS, yeah. My brother likes rap a lot, though. So I some of the stuff, like I mentioned Wu-Tang Clan, right? I've only heard them because of him. All right. Is he gonna double lapis me? Or are we gonna have a great opener? Come on, come on. Don't do it. Don't you do it. Don't you do it. Don't kill Cloud. Ay, 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 bro. Wait, now we didn't get big guarded. Hang on. We don't even have big guard up. Oh, and now he's arm grabbing because I didn't, Yep, that makes sense. He's arm grabbing because I didn't magic breath. So, hang on. Oh, and now he's lapising. Okay, this is indeed going as poorly as it could possibly go. Just like we would expect it to on this run. You know, this is the disaster expedition after all. Okay, so we're gonna have to do this. We're gonna have to continue to pray for no arm grab as we now, Phoenix down Cloud. And okay, now we can big guard. Okay. Now we magic breath. This will get him to release Tifa. Now we get Tifa back up. And we re-big guard. Okay, it hit. That's awesome. Please don't lapis again. Oh my god, dude. I think we all survive, though. We all survive this, right? Yes, we do. Oh, no, Tifa doesn't, of course, dummy. How does she still have her limit? Because arm grab is really weird. Arm grab just interacts with the game strangely. There we go. He's dead. Nice. Okay, okay. That was about the carry armor that I expected. He didn't double lapis, so that's nice. Oh boy. Chocoberator, are you submitting for the relay race? Okay. Retrank her. Get healed. Nice. Just running for fun? Gotcha. I only have 2 Phoenix downs. We're gonna have to buy. We should buy more Phoenix downs in Rocket Town. You almost signed up? I mean, you still can if you just whatever your last 2 most recent runs are. If you just send them in as practice runs, you have until or you have until August 8th to get them in. If you do want to, you know what I mean. I didn't hear no bell person. Hey, those guys didn't kill Tifa, so that's nice. Did I already say that? Oh man, I'm going crazy. I'm getting tired. Okay. Second option. Second option. Oh, right. There's a little bit of dialogue. There we go. Saved a little bit of time there versus the first practice run. Do you think I can get us back under 10 minutes behind? That would be sick. I don't know if I have enough time for that, though. I don't know if we have time to do that. As in, like, I don't know if I'm not sure if I have 2 minutes of time save versus the other run. But here's the point, though, is whether or not it's possible, that's what I'm going for. Oh, I'm glad I actually hit those notes in falsetto. I thought they might have been too low. Okay, I'm gonna buy extra Phoenix Downs and high potions because I've used a lot so far. Dun 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 dun. Womp womp. Dun 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 dun. Nice, good hit. You know, I do like this part of the run because you do a lot of death killing instead of a lot of running. You know what I mean? No dazers. You know what? I actually don't know. No dazers. Okay, I did both my magic breaths with Cloud, which is something to be concerned about. Because he can't do another magic breath now. So if I want a Magic Breath the Rude fight, I have to do it with Sid. Now, the thing is, I want to get the 2 kills here because I think it gives Tifa an extra level if you kill the 2 dudes. The problem... Oh, is he asleep now? No, that missed? Okay, awesome. The problem with doing this is that if Tifa misses now after he's been Magic Breath, it makes it so that... Oh, I could have Weight Tricked, though. I maybe still can. If this misses now, it didn't, so it doesn't matter. It makes it so it puts him into a threshold of HP where he actually will attack Tifa. And that can be dangerous. But yeah, you get more experience from that fight if the 2 dudes are dead. And if, you know, I think I can't remember if it actually makes Tifa a higher level for the diamond weapon fight. Maybe you have to kill bats for that to be the case. Have I ever forgot the water ring? I don't think so, because you notice way sooner due to steps being way off, you know? I think. So at least I don't remember having done it. Because, like, the movement in that room is just to hold straight up. Oh, you mean, like, have I forgotten to equip it before? Probably, but I don't really remember. There are times where, if Cloud doesn't have his limit, then you have to, like, either put it on Sid or just YOLO without it, because Cloud needs to get hit by Jenova. That guy thinks he can take us out after we just defeated Rude. Yeah, I mean, he must have thought, like, Rude must have at least softened us up a bit, you know? You forgot it and she aqualunged? Ah, yeah. Bow, 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 bow. So, by the way, me talking, can we bring it under 10 minutes behind by the end? I mean, that Rude fight did just save us 49 seconds. If we do get it under, will we keep it down? Yeah, nothing else can go wrong for the rest of the run, right? Okay, look, I really like the Final Fantasy VIII soundtrack, but maybe I admit I'm being a little crazy when I say that it's better than the FF7 soundtrack. All right, I take it back. It is really good, though. It is really good. You know, it's got this one. Oh, the game music is actually working. Okay, I'm gonna run to the restroom here. Oh. Whew. Ooh. I tell you, my back hurts a little bit from sitting here for 11 hours. Man, this is like the better half of a hundo run length of stream today. Sheesh. Couple more hours and it could have been a PC hundo. So I should probably definitely make a point to do... I was saying I think I want to do another practice run. And then I should also definitely do one like the day before the relay. Maybe I can sit and practice like while I'm watching day one of the relay, you know? It is time for the Cloud spin. Good call. Everyone's eyes on Cloud, right? After the camera goes back up to him here. Here it is. Keep your eye on Cloud. Even though Tifa moves here, don't get distracted. Beep-whip. I'm guessing the reason it happens is that, like, when the text box comes up, he's supposed to turn around, and then when you exit the text box, he turns back around. I don't know if it's that or if they did just make him spin right there. I haven't looked into the cloud spin though, because I don't want to ruin the magic. Okay, time to find out if my Bone Village stone manipulation worked. That was 2.5 hours ago, by the way, that we set this up. So let's see if it pays off. 1, 2.5. Oh my gosh, we got the 3 right away. Good RNG, actual good RNG. So I'm not even sure that stone is set up properly though, because we didn't there wasn't enough data there to verify it, but there's a good chance. But yeah, this is kind of what I'm saying, where I really like Underwater Reactor and Carry Armor, but then there's like, but then there's like a lot of downtime. Well, I don't know, it's pretty fast-paced until Rude, but then after Rude, it's like a lot of downtime here until we get to Diamond Weapon, but then after Diamond Weapon, it's kind of a lot of downtime again. And then we get Hojo, but then after Hojo, it's kind of a lot of downtime. And then we get to do the final dungeon. Hojo. I like watching Neon Genesis because he says things like Hojo. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean the show. I meant the streamer, Neon Genesis. Probably directly related to the anime Neon Genesis, but who knows? We're not sure, you know. I've never asked him. Okay, so here for the RNG manipulation, my movement has to be basically perfect, but it's pretty easy to be perfect with the movement setup. That felt perfect to me. You're all for the skips? Get ready after Diamond Weapon, if you haven't seen it before. There's a big skip after Diamond Weapon. And yo, TK, I'm doing quite well. We're on like the most struggle through run I've been on in years, I feel. Oh boy. Has this run been just gone wrong in so many ways. But we're finishing it. How do I feel about the skips? I really like the different skips that are in this category. Like, the 4 major skips I think are all really interesting because they're all executed in a different way and they all like exploit a different thing, you know? So I think they're all super interesting. How do you deal with runs that die for reasons outside of your control? You know, it's fun. Yeah, there's 2 big things, right? There's runs that die and there's nothing you could have done about it, you know? And that kind of run, it's just like, well, you can't really be mad about it because it's like, well, I don't know. It's like, it kind of feels, it's not too bad because it's like there's nothing you could have done, right? I can't be mad at myself because it was just fucked, right? But, you know, you can't really be mad at the game either because it's a game. And it wasn't made to be run this way, right? So it's not like they designed it poorly, right? Double Lapis isn't really that big of a design flaw because, you know, you're supposed to be able to handle it. For example. And then when runs die and it is your fault, well then it's like, what are you getting mad for? You've got the ticket to success right there. Just analyze what you did wrong and try not to do it next time. I'm not really an angry gamer is what I'm getting at. You know, it's either a learning opportunity or it's funny, right? Like, if there's nothing you can do and something kills the run, a lot of the time it's just kind of funny. And if you did do something wrong, then it's a learning experience and also probably funny. Does it get annoying that people are referencing like the catching the cheater thing? Not really. The only thing that kind of annoys me is if I'm doing a run verification live, any like expectation of finding something bad, right? I'm not like it doesn't happen very often, you know? And so like when I do run verifications live, the purpose is not to find someone cheating, right? The purpose is it's fun to commentate. It's fun to commentate runs and give feedback and that kind of stuff. And you know, that one time that happened was pretty crazy. Yeah, and it makes verifying a bit more fun. Yeah, exactly. You had actual gamer rage moments when you were a kid still? I mean, me too, yeah. When I got, when I was a kid, I would get mad at games. You know. But I'm long past those days. I mean, I sometimes I still get a little bit frustrated at myself, and here's what always happens, right? This is like the trap that I still fall into sometimes, is if I'm playing a game that's hard, but for some reason my brain is telling me that it's easy. So it's like I keep failing at something that's difficult, but my brain is telling me like, that's easy. You shouldn't be doing that. What are you dying to this easy shit for? You know what I mean? I still get frustrated in games sometimes when I have that going on. So sometimes that's all, like I'll get a little bit frustrated at myself, like, oh, I'm so dumb. Oh, I'm so bad, you know. But then I just gotta realize, like, no. It's hard. The game's hard, right? I'll get there. Every failure is a is a learning opportunity. I'm gonna be getting better at it as I go, and along the way, I don't have to act like it's easy just to make myself feel stupid. You know what I mean? I was getting a little frustrated at the... Okay, this is spoilers for Silent Hill F. Okay, I gotta talk a little bit about... It's not really spoilers. Not that much. It's very loose, right? I'm just very loosely talking about feelings. It's just that I want to describe a small aspect of the final boss of Silent Hill F. I was getting a little frustrated because I didn't really understand the mechanics. It was like, hang on a second. I got a ether cloud, and then everybody's tranked, but we're gonna go 2 for you, and then we gotta bring this down. But yeah, it's like the last boss of Silent Hill F was doing this thing where, like, I couldn't tell if I was doing well or not. And that was making it a lot more frustrating, because I couldn't follow... Like, it was hard to follow the feedback that I was getting. Like, was this a problem or wasn't it? Was this supposed to happen, or did I die? Is this attack supposed to one-shot me no matter where I am in the room, or am I not getting something, you know? And yeah. Good game, though. It's like you disappoint yourself. Yeah, exactly. Okay, I'm gonna save when he's close, so that if something goes wrong, we don't have to wait for him to walk all the way to the shore. Okay. Jun. Okay, don't kill Tifa, please. Ay. So now Tifa can re-trank herself. Am I forgetting something, or are we, like, totally fine here? I think I'm doing this right. Yeah, normally it's just that normally you have to re-big guard, but I waited to big guard, so we didn't have to. Okay. Alright, death blow hit, which is good. Oh, you know what? I think I drained Tifa's death sentence more than I needed to. But other than that, we're doing fine here. And she already hit 2 death blows, so this is great. Oh, I did have the action difficulty on hard, Tuna. All right. 30 more seconds saved, even with that that bad opener. It's funny, here Cloud is standing here, and then it switches to this cutscene where Cloud answers his phone. You can move Cloud around during the previous cutscene, but all it does is it makes it so when it switches to that angle, he has to run back to that spot and then answer his phone. But yeah, I would like to run through Silent Hill F a couple more times to explore more of the things in the game. But, you know, I've been playing too much Blueprints instead. I don't know how much longer I'm going to be on that game. And then the missus and I need to finish Yakuza 6. Which, I mean, we're really just starting on Yakuza 6. And yeah, this is my favorite FMV in the whole game. This whole sequence. The shooting sequence. Man, I've downed a lot of water today. But like this is the most talking I've done in a long time. I'm tired of talking, chat.
Yes.
Well, that's just too damn bad.
Yes.
Do they still read Holes in school? Because when I was in school, we read Holes, and I feel like it was new at the time. I feel like it was a new book when we read it, but maybe not. I mean, it was a good book. I remember liking it when I read it. This is really embarrassing, but I'm gonna say it because it's embarrassing. You know how, when you read, you have a mental image of all the characters, right? I was really into Yu-Gi-Oh! At the time, and I remember, like, all of the different characters in Holes, not all of them, but a lot of them, I sort of related to different Yu-Gi-Oh! Characters just visually in my head. So, like, while I was reading the book, the imagination of what everything looked like was like the Yu-Gi-Oh! Cast, doing the Holes thing, digging the holes and stuff. Okay, let's bring that battle speed back up. And heal. 20, you can take like a couple more of these. That way maybe you'll survive. Actually, I think she should go to 600, right? Because she might die to the regular attack. I'm not too worried about it, though. I don't even remember if Stanley was Yugi, but he probably was. Really, the only ones that I kind of remember were, Zero was Bandit Keith, which, boy, after watching the movie, was that a miscast in my head. But I remember that that's what I thought, or that's how I imagined it. And then, like, the Ancestor. Is the Ancestor Stanley? Was that also Stanley? The one that carries the pig up the river or whatever every day? That was Bakura. That's all I remember, though. Okay, if we see 3 sparks happen, that means that our manipulation worked. 3 sparks. All right, all right. Not too surprising. It's not that difficult of a manip. I just remember I barely made the 28, so I wasn't sure if my stone was actually set properly. Oh boy. Bum, 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 bum. Ah, 256 it does only? Alright, that's fine. She can't take a high potion quite, though. Oof. Oh, okay. We're good. I forgot that Final Fantasy 15 had a movie. Did I hear right that like when Final Fantasy 15 came out, I feel like I remember hearing complaints that like the game's story wasn't even complete without you watching a movie, but then they did like DLC it into the game later? That sounds pretty silly. Oh, jeez. Oh, okay, this is like the worst Hojo fight of all time. Holy shit. I did screw up one of my weight tricks, though. I'll give him that. Alright, I didn't play perfectly. But still, boy, that was a bad Hojo fight. I feel like we could have gotten very close to bringing this under 10 minutes if behind if I had if that fight had gone better. Yeah, the major time losses of this run. The one major time loss was Materia Keeper. I died to Materia Keeper, which really sucks because the only good save that you can do before Materia Keeper is before Mountain Evil even. So it's pretty rough. And then the death to Demon's Gate was the other worst thing that happened. But the death to Materia Keeper was way worse. That was like 9 minutes lost. Oh my gosh, I just inhaled saliva again. And Umiji Oniji, hello, welcome. Vampire Tifa. Did you guys know this scene plays out differently depending on how many Tifa affection points you built up in the game? With like the same points that determine who you go on the date with are then also checked here to see if you have enough Tifa love points. And if you do, this scene plays out a bit differently. The dialogue is much more suggestive. Which one's better for speedruns? I think technically it's better to have the lower amount. But it's a tiny difference. But, you know, it would be interesting to actually count the difference. Like, time the difference. Because I think the part down here is almost the same exact length. And really the only difference is back up in the high wind, she does a different animation, right? There's the part where, like, the other crew comes in and they're like, oh, you and Cloud last night, huh? And if they didn't have sex, Tifa's line is like, you were listening, and she's like a little embarrassed, and that's what we're gonna see here. But if they did bang, then Tifa, like, says, the line is, you were watching, and she runs over to the other part of the room and, like, falls on her knees. And that little, like, embarrassed, right? And that little animation is the part that, like, takes a little bit longer. This line right here. You were listening? Oh, she does run over anyway. Okay, never mind. She runs over either way. But the foot tap, I think the foot tap is faster than the fall on all fours. But I'm not sure. We might have to actually do the science and figure out which one is truly faster. And by how much. That really confused me, actually, that the music changed right there. I was like, what the fuck? I don't remember it doing that. All right. Everybody ready for Disc 3? Are you guys ready to take home this terrible, terrible run? Let's do it. Can you manually change them? On emulator, you could very easily, yeah. Hate to do a full run just for it. Well, I have good news. What you could actually do is you'd have to do it with turbo runs to make sure that it's, like, at least consistent, or as consistent as possible. But just compare an any percent run to a 100% run, At least the 100% runs that do the route that get enough Tifa love points. If I didn't get the game overs, would the run be good? I mean, it wouldn't be like a new PB, but I mean, it would be pretty darn good, yeah. Without the game overs, I mean, it might be a sub 640. Oh, there we go. That's a preemptive, huh? That's actually good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.5. Normally, the formation you get there is a dragon. We're off formations, so they're different. I didn't know that was a preemptive step ID. But the dragon is not preemptible, so normally we don't get it. Okay. Do I still think I can get it under 10 minutes behind? I think Hojo was my last chance for that. So no, I don't think so anymore. Also, that was pretty behind, that encounter. I'm gonna have to make sure to do my steps really well here. So here the step setup is to walk left, walk right, and then go 1, 2.5. Here, going straight down saves a lot of steps versus going down right. And then go like right there. Save crystal me. This is save crystal glitch. Tifa dying here is totally fine. In fact, it's kind of good. But it's fine that it didn't happen also. Basically, we need Tifa to be in critical HP for the final fight. So the easy way to do that is to have her die, then you just give her a Phoenix down, and then that spawns her with maximum critical HP, which is optimal. If she doesn't die, then you can just give her a high potion, and it's pretty good. Okay, perfect. Steps are right on cue here. There we go, jeez. One, 2, 3, 4.5. Those are the final steps of the route. And now we should not get an encounter for the rest of the route. Yo, MC. Dude, this run's been such a disaster. Boom, there it is. The end of the step route. So now, right here, we will plop down our save crystal for real this time. Make our final safety save. All right. Grab the Mistile from Tifa. Okay. This isn't working for me. Caution, hairpin right down Genova safety save. Bum 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 ba dum bum ba da da dum bum bum ba dum bum ba da dum. All right, here's the final descent manipulation. Paying off. We're going to get 0 encounters here. And now we do our final big menu. That should be... Wait, I forgot. Oh, dude, I forgot to put that on active. Okay, anyway, equip, Mistile, Curse Ring, pop over here. I think we do... Do we do a range first and then destruct? Take this off. Boom, boom, boom. Long range. Death Blow. Add cut elemental Rama. And that's everything. Tranks. We don't need that power source. Oh, high potion, right. And we're already on ATB weight. I think that's everything. I put Death Blow added cut. I put Death Blow added cut on Tifa, right? And I put Destruct on Sid. I definitely put Destruct on Sid. And we're about to find out if I did my added cut right. Boom. Yeah, okay. We're good. So Tifa will never miss her death blows anymore because of the Mistile, by the way. All right, that's good. So all we have to do for this menu now is all we have to do now is heal Cloud. Heal Cloud. My worst run ender, I have gotten supernova'd at the end of a run before, so that's pretty bad. Oh, who asked like 6 hours ago what the deal with the purple chair is? It might have been Matt Yonder that asked. The reason for the purple chair is I realized that Mia likes to lay on it, and so, you know, I put it there. And if she ever dares get off of it, I zap her with the shock collar. But no. I you know, I don't think it looks super good to have a purple chair back there, but since she likes to sit on it, I think it works, you know. All right. I like that if it's only Cloud that needs to get healed, you can just turbo on Magic, and it picks Magic, Cloud, Cure, Cloud.
You're goddamn right!
All right. Jimbo, we'll definitely hit that after the fight here. All right, here we go. This fight is generally really easy. There's not too much that can go wrong here. Cloud already has his limit, which is good, because him gaining his limit during the Safer Sephiroth fight can be really disruptive. When's my next stream? No idea. I don't really have... Does it make sense to cast Cure 2 on him? I think it does. I don't really have a schedule. Oh, that barely does anything. That's fine. I don't think you need to heal him. Well... No... It's good to... it's fine, it's fine. Just hit him until he dies. The thing is, he has like a bunch of different parts. I think the fight is supposed to be a lot more complicated. We're just doing so much damage to him, though, that he can't... His more complicated mechanics can't keep up with it. Oh, right. I have to do this myself. Yeah, the game has you make multiple parties if you've fulfilled, like, certain, requirements, but we haven't done enough of it for that to happen. Alright, alright. Who's he shadow flaring? We want it to be Sid, by the way. Okay, nice. Alright, Sid. 07's in chat for Sid. He's done a great job. He's done us a great service. Now Sephiroth just hits Cloud for like 500 damage. Bum, ba, bum, ba, 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 bum. DB Zima, thank you, thank you. And there we go. Boom. I split Bizarro late, which is why that turned into a gold. That's not really a gold. I split late on Bizarro by like several seconds. But alright, alright. Oh man. I tell you, I am wiped. I'm pooped, dude. 11.5 hours today because I didn't safety save on Schizo the first run. Man, what a marathon. Oh boy. But I'm glad we made it. You know, I stuck it out so we could finish a run today, and then I'm gonna think about squeezing another practice run in before the deadline so that I can avoid submitting this one. But if I don't have time for another practice run, then this will be the one I submit.
What are these holes in the wall for?
But all right, it was fun, right? Thank you guys, thank you everybody for for hanging out all day. You
Yes.
know, it was great having everyone here all day. You know, good chat, good talks. And man, I'm tired. I hope I'm gonna sleep really well. Right now, I feel like I'm gonna sleep super well when I go to bed. Partly because I didn't sleep super well last night, you know? I did not sleep very well last night, so I'm kind of tired today. But I did double caffeinate. Anyway, point is, I feel like I'm gonna sleep really well tonight. However, sometimes after a long stream like today, I lay down and my head is just like, bzzz, why did you say that stupid thing that one time? Bzzz, you know what I mean? And I end up not sleeping very well at all. But I think that used to happen a lot more when I would caffeinate too late in the day. I think that was usually a, you know, why did you have a cup of coffee after 5 p.m. kind of problem. All right. Here we go, folks. You know it, I know it, everybody knows it. We're Omni-slashing. We're ending this whole thing the right way. Big Omni-slash. Yeah!
You're goddamn right.
Blammo! All right. Oh, jeez. There we go. 6:53:29. The worst run I've done in years, dude. But, hey, we made it through regardless. Against all odds, we drug our sorry asses across the finish line. And we'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes next time. And okay, there was also a riff out request in there somewhere. Which one are we doing? I don't know. We haven't done a riff in a while, so like I don't know which one to do. How about this one? This one. It's tiny? Why is it tiny? Yeah. And you know what? I'll give you two. Here's another one from the same song. Yep. All right. All right. How about that? Cacodemon shirt? Yeah, my wife got that for me. I tell you, my wife picks out like I feel like it's kind of a fallback thing for her of like if she doesn't know what to get me as a gift, get me a shirt. But like she's really good at getting me shirts. As far as like whether it's just the right thing, like she knows that my favorite demon in Doom is a Cacodemon, so she got me a Cacodemon shirt, right? Or she's even made me custom ones, you know? Where like I remember we were saying when we were playing the Yakuza series at one point, I said to her, they should make shirts that say, what would Kiryu do? And what did she do? The next time I opened a gift from her, it was a custom-made What Would Kiryu Do shirt. How about that? So, yeah. Okay. Hang on. I'm doing this one also just because I feel like it. And since I haven't done these in a while, I feel like doing the time signature one too. How about this one? Yeah. Okay. That's enough of those. All right. Thanks for watching, everybody. Thanks for watching. It was great to have y'all here. And I will see you guys on the next show. So, for now, I'm going to take a look. As far as Twitch goes, Twitch does raids. So for you bozos... Oh my gosh, Caleb is actually running no slots? Caleb's on no slots. I'm going to send you guys over to him. He's the guy that got me into this speedrun, and I haven't seen him running this category in a while, but he's running this category. So does he stream does he dual stream to Twitch, or sorry, to YouTube also? Or let me check, because then I can send you guys over on YouTube as well. I don't think YouTube has a thing where it actually sends you there. Yes, he is streaming live on YouTube as well. Okay, so for the YouTube folks, here's the stream of where we're going. Go check out Caleb, say hi to him for me, have yourselves a great night. And those of you on Twitch, we're gonna do the raid thing. Go say hi to him, have yourselves a good night, enjoy his Final Fantasy VII run, and yeah, that's all I got. Have a good one. See you next time. Bye.